The National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund was established in 1984, a nonprofit and nonpartisan organization that honors fallen officers, tells the story of American law enforcement, and makes it safer for those who serve. Law enforcement professionals are the heart and soul of our organization. We operate under 3 pillars. The first pillar is the memorial, where we honor the fallen. Our second pillar is the museum, where we tell the stories, the amazing stories of American law enforcement. And the third, officer safety and wellness, doing our part to keep names off the wall. The National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial honors 22,611 officers who have died in the line of duty throughout the United States. Unlike any other memorial in Washington, D.C., this is a living memorial, meaning names are added each year to honor those who have fallen in the line of duty. Sadly, this year, we had to expand the wall to accommodate the growing number of law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. Our job here at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial is to make sure this wall remains in place for your fallen brothers and sisters. We will never let their stories be forgotten. The National Law Enforcement Officers Museum expands and enriches the relationship between law enforcement and the community by sharing stories of service and sacrifice from across the nation. The museum provides innovative, insightful, and thought-provoking programs that are designed to spark dialogue and provide a greater understanding between law enforcement and the communities they serve. The National Law Enforcement Officers Museum is your museum. Our goal is to make sure when you step foot on our campus that you feel honored and respected. That when you come with your families, they are going to be so proud of the profession you've chosen. This museum exists for you. And there is one thing you will find when you get here without a doubt, and that is you are honored here. Our Officer Safety and Wellness Program recognizes best practices through our Destination Zero Awards program. Our ultimate goal is 0 line of duty deaths, but our focus is on improving officer safety and wellness, keeping names off the wall. We maintain a comprehensive database of creative, innovative, and successful programs. And we make this comprehensive database free to all law enforcement agencies from around the country. We also work with our federal partners to support critical programming in officer suicide prevention, traffic safety and crash reduction, and community policing to increase officer and citizen safety. As CEO of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, it is my goal and the goal of our board of directors to make sure that we serve you in a way that you will feel honored and respected. My goal is to build your trust, one step at a time. We need your support to grow together so that we can continue to honor law enforcement around the country. We want you to come visit the museum that was designed to honor you and share our story. Tell your organizations about what we are doing here in Washington to honor law enforcement, because our story is your story, and this is your home. Law enforcement professionals are the heart and soul of our organization. The National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund exists for you, your fellow officers and agencies. This year, As the National Law Enforcement Memorial turns 30 years old, we wanted to mark this anniversary by sharing the story of how the memorial came about and what it means to the survivors, members of law enforcement, and the community.
The National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Wall is a testament to the officers who have given their lives in the line of duty in America. This is where we remember and honor them.
This is a special place. These are the law enforcement officers around the country who went to work and didn't come home. This is where our entire nation recognizes the sacrifice of those officers and the loss to those families.
It's a healing place. It's a beautiful place. It's law enforcement's holy ground.
30 years since this memorial's been dedicated. Yeah, the history of the memorial really goes back to the 1970s when a police officer in New York suggested we enact legislation to build a National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. That led to the effort to raise the money, to select the site. The first national ceremony during Police Week was in 1982. That was 2 years before this memorial was authorized by Congress. More than 4 million Americans contributed money to make sure that this monument was built. And now we have a National Law Enforcement Museum right across the street to tell the stories behind the names on these walls. When we were creating the design for this memorial, we wanted it to be a peaceful, park-like setting where families and colleagues and citizens could come and reflect on the level of service and sacrifice law enforcement gives this country. The touching moments that occurred, and you see it every day. It allows them that moment to remember and honor their fallen colleague or fallen loved one.
There's this sort of haunting, majestic beauty here. It's the way that it moves fluidly, how understated and beautiful it is. My brother, Brian T. Gibson, was a Metropolitan Police officer. We're at 50E, which is where Brian's name is. He's right here. The first time I saw Brian's name on the wall was really difficult. I remember my mother and I both put our hands on it. You feel the embrace of thousands of other law enforcement officers. It's not just your officer.
We lost Harvey to 9/11 related cancer. It changes everything when it's someone you knew. Everything just kind of comes back at once, and there's just a very real presence when you come here because they're here too.
My husband, Sergeant Chris Eney, died in the line of duty in August of 1984. When I lost Chris, I really didn't know what to do or where to go. But being near this memorial brought me comfort. Being around others who had lost their loved ones, it became a family. Especially if it's around Police Week, you see a lot of children. My girls were 9 and 11 when their dad died. To see these children here can really tear at the heartstrings. To have this for survivors coming in and these other law enforcement officers, it just means everything. It just can bring such peace, even through tears. You're not alone when you're here.
So while I'm here etching my brother's name, they are adding panels to the wall because we know that so many more officers are going to make that ultimate sacrifice, and it's really sad.
There will be more names and more survivors coming in, and we will be here for all of them.
It is comforting to know that the sacrifice of thousands of law enforcement officers will not be forgotten. The wall remembers and honors them.
Destination Zero is all about saving lives. It's all about reducing the number of police officers that die in the line of duty.
The primary mission of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial and Museum is to honor the fallen and to connect communities with law enforcement. It's not enough for us to honor the fallen and put names on the wall annually. The men and the women who are putting their lives on the line deserve a program which will focus on health and safety, and that's what Destination Zero is all about.
Destination Zero is a partnership between the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Valor Initiative to honor successful and innovative officer safety and wellness programs and share those initiatives with every one of our law enforcement agencies. From the Office of the President to the Attorney General, all have made officer safety and wellness a priority.
I've been a cop for 40 years and been to my share of police funerals. We all understand that there are sacrifices and risks that go along with being a police officer, but you want to somehow believe that we can get to a point where cops can be safe at all times while they're doing their job. This is a very personal thing for, I think, any police officer, and it certainly is for me.
Destination Zero is designed to spark innovation and spread the idea of safety and wellness throughout law enforcement.
There are probably 17,000 law enforcement agencies in the United States. And within those organizations, there are departments that are doing great, innovative things. So the idea is for us to recognize it, pull it all in, and provide a resource for law enforcement to come, visit the Destination Zero website and say, wow, look at what this agency did. What a great idea.
We have a comprehensive database of over 250 initiatives that agencies throughout the country can download to enhance or expand their officer safety program.
You as a law enforcement agency don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's here on our website. You can see what other agencies have already done, and the more that we share those, the more information gets out there to make it safer.
Each year, Destination Zero honors 4 recipients with the National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards. We give awards for general officer safety, traffic safety, officer wellness, and comprehensive officer safety. We receive over 200 submissions from agencies across the country. We narrow that down to about 12 finalists, and that list of finalists is presented to our DZ selection committee. They review all the material and select the 4 national award winners.
It's an absolute honor to be here tonight to receive this award. To be recognized for such an impactful program that's so needed in today's climate, especially in light of everything that's going on, we're very proud to be out here and proud to be recognized for a program like that.
It's really an incredible honor. Last year we were the runner-up. Now to win the top award this year, this is really a big thing. So we're incredibly honored to be here.
I've been on the committee since the beginning. It's really a great honor to work with the Memorial Fund to try and do what we can to impact officer safety and wellness. The great work that's being done around the country needs to be recognized, it needs to be encouraged.
I think Destination Zero also contributes to honoring the over 21,000 men and women who are on the wall that were killed in the line of duty, and we are committed to keeping officers off of the wall.
The goal for Destination Zero is to drive the number of law enforcement fatalities down to the only acceptable number of 0. I am Marcia Ferranto, Chief Executive Officer of the National Law Enforcement Museum and Memorial, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2021 Destination Zero Officer Safety and Wellness Conference and the presentation of the National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards. I sincerely want to thank Verizon for their continued support and sponsorship of our Destination Zero program, and Goodyear, our lead sponsor of the Destination Zero Officer Safety and Wellness Conference. It is because of the financial support they provide that we are able to help highlight the most successful initiatives in officer safety and wellness. These organizations, just like ours, are committed to improving safety for our communities and officers. Thanks to their support, we are able to host this virtual conference free of charge and appropriately honor the 2021 Destination Zero National Officer Safety and Wellness Award winners. The mission of the memorial is to respect, honor, and remember the fallen. It is a promise we keep every single day. The mission of Destination Zero is an extension of that promise to make sure every officer is as informed and protected as possible. We are proud of Destination Zero and their efforts to keep names off the wall. People often ask me, what does Destination Zero mean? I tell them that the goal of the program is to arrive at 0 preventable deaths for law enforcement officers. Together, along with the agencies we serve, we will show you how the National Law Enforcement Museum and Memorial is advancing us closer and closer to that goal. At the memorial and museum, we take pride in honoring the fallen, telling the story of American law enforcement, and improving officer safety and wellness. And it is with the spirit of collaboration that we proudly bring you examples of the best programs in the country in hopes that you will continue to work as we do in keeping our nation's law enforcement officers safe, healthy, and resilient.
Hi. Having been in law enforcement and associated with the Memorial and Museum for over 12 years, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2021 Destination Zero Officer Safety and Wellness Awards presentation. I am honored to be part of such a distinguished program that recognizes agencies and the men and women who continue to develop cutting-edge programs for general safety, traffic safety, and wellness. At Verizon, we are committed to serving first responders, and being part of Destination Zero is just one way in which we show our support for the great men and women of law enforcement. As you know, we unfortunately continue to lose too many officers to adversarial actions, traffic accidents, and to the COVID-19 pandemic. While our law enforcement heroes continue to do their best and to take as many precautions as possible, they are called upon to perform their daily duties and to serve our communities. We are all aware of the threats officers may face each and every day, but there are new ways officers and their command staff are preparing for dangerous situations. Through the Destination Zero program, today we are recognizing the efforts being put forth by law enforcement agencies across the country for officer safety and wellness. We commend and thank Destination Zero and those agencies for these efforts. Congratulations to the Destination Zero National Officer Safety and Wellness Award winners on their outstanding achievements. On behalf of Verizon, welcome again, and thank you for everything you do each and every day.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 2021 Destination Zero Conference. My name is Malin Carroll, and I'm proud to support government agencies across the country and sit on the Destination Zero Advisory Council on behalf of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. I want to start by thanking all of you for the heroism you demonstrate every day. This is foremost in our minds as we continue to reflect on the 20th anniversary of 9/11 and the unbelievable courage and strength that was demonstrated by law enforcement and first responders on that day. That selfless determination is core to who you are and what you do as members of law enforcement. And I speak for all Goodyear associates when I say that we have the deepest respect and appreciation for the sacrifices you make to keep us safe. That is why Goodyear is honored to support a conference designed to keep you safer. We hope today's event gives you meaningful tools and resources to increase your own overall health and safety and that of your teams and families. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to give back in a small way and to help make your well-being the priority. We look forward to continuing to work together to make it safer for all of you who serve.
Hello, I'm John Matthews, Executive Director of Law Enforcement Initiatives for the National Law Enforcement Memorial and Museum, and welcome to the 2021 Destination Zero Conference for Officer Safety and Wellness. We're so excited for you to hear from our experts and executives that we've assembled on officer safety and wellness. This virtual conference will give you the opportunity to learn successful approaches to improving safety and resiliency in your agency. It's vitally important that we continue to push forward in keeping our nation's law enforcement officers safe and healthy. This year, we will present educational and informative sessions ranging from cardiac health to traffic safety and from suicide prevention to wellness and resiliency. Following the final session, we're honored to present the 2021 National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards to 4 agencies who have successfully implemented creative and innovative programs in the areas of general officer safety, traffic safety, wellness, and comprehensive officer safety. As many of you are aware, the National Law Enforcement Memorial and Museum is the official repository for all officer line-of-duty deaths. The current year-to-date fatality numbers for 2021 are troubling. We are unfortunately on pace to exceed last year's total fatalities, a tragic year for American law enforcement in which we saw the names of 295 fallen officers added to the wall, the most in decades. The motto of our organization is respect, honor, and remember. And through our Destination Zero initiative, we hope to live up to these lofty ideals by remaining committed to providing support and resources to America's officers. Today, at our annual Destination Zero conference, we've gathered to share best practices and generate new ideas in the hope of reaching our ultimate goal: 0 preventable line-of-duty deaths. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy the 2021 Destination Zero Officer Safety and Wellness Conference and Award Ceremony. In today's first session, we're going to be looking at heart health with cardiac professionals at Sigma Tactical Wellness. The Sigma team has successfully screened and diagnosed officer risk factors for over 6,000 officers and saved lives by identifying problems before it's too late. After viewing a video with Dr. John Scheinberg, a board-certified cardiologist and lieutenant with the Lakeway, Texas Police Department, we'll hear from Dr. Ben Stone, their Chief Executive Officer, and he'll discuss law enforcement cardiac screenings, why officers are at higher risk for cardiovascular diseases, and the trends that they're seeing across the country. Dr. Stone will also offer accounts of officers who were able to make positive and lasting changes to their health, despite their higher risk.
My name is Dr. Benjamin Stone. I'm the CEO of Sigma Tactical Wellness. I was working in Vail, Colorado at the time, and one of the commanders, Craig Bettis, came in and asked me if I could design a program specifically for cardiac wellness for law enforcement.
We know now, after many years of research and data, that this job has a tremendous effect on you physiologically. That led me down a path, and along that path I came across Dr. Stone and Sigma and what the work he was doing in Vail.
We worked with Vail, Colorado initially. We screened 34 officers. Since then, we've screened almost 5,000. And it's been a really amazing journey in the way this company has grown in terms of its reach and expansion. We first started with local law enforcement. We now work in federal, state, and local. We work with Vail, Colorados of the world, all the way up to the United States Secret Service. It is a very tailor-made, structured approach to preventing a very preventable illness from claiming unnecessary lives, and that is heart disease.
So we began at that time working together as a partnership where Sigma would start working with Vail Police. We were the first group, if you will, to go through, and since then it's obviously grown into a much larger nationwide effort that focuses primarily on cardiac and metabolic syndrome.
Sigma Tactical Wellness is a cardiac and metabolic screening program designed to identify heart disease in first responders before that heart disease creates problems such as heart attacks, strokes, and other cardiovascular conditions. The problem that we face is that the incidence and the prevalence of heart disease in law enforcement and in the fire service is substantially higher than what we see in the civilian sector. So we see heart attacks in cops occurring younger and more frequently than we see in the civilian sector. So for example, in law enforcement, the average age of a heart attack is 46, where compared to the civilian sector, that's 67 years of age. There's a huge difference. Cops also have a life expectancy which is 22 years less than the general population. When Sigma Wellness engages within a police agency or a public service agency, we provide on-site cardiac screening. So we bring a team of a physician or a physician extender, an exercise physiologist, and a dietitian to the police department to go over the testing that we have performed. The testing that we do is state-of-the-art cardio and metabolic testing, and again, it is designed to identify the very early stages.
I think from an administrator standpoint, I see overall health and happiness come about through job satisfaction, performance, less sick usage. But the real benefit comes when they come knocking on my door and they say something like, you know, this is the best thing I've ever had in my career.
As a cardiologist and as a police officer, I've been in a relatively unique position to try to make a difference in police officer mortality. In other words, how do I keep cops alive? My skill set as a doctor and as a cop is not running traffic. It's keeping my fellow officers alive and in uniform and on the street, and making sure they have a long, healthy retirement.
The doctor, and I can't remember which doctor it was that gave the results back here at DFW Airport, but the first thing he said to me after looking over my blood test results and my EKG, and he said, "When was your last heart attack?" And I was at first I thought he was joking, and when I realized he wasn't joking, I said, "What do you mean I haven't had a heart attack?" And he kind of looked at me like he was more concerned than I was. I said, "What kind of surgery?" He said, "You're going to need bypass surgery." And I said, "How many?" And he said, "Well, at least 3. Turned out to be 4.
And I've seen too many cases and too many scenarios where young officers have died from heart disease after they've just participated in a citywide screening. And that's what Sigma has fixed. We've deployed something that is effective, that is incredibly precise and entirely individualistic, such that when someone goes through the program, they either leave knowing exactly what's wrong and exactly how to fix it, or they leave with a clean bill of health. But there's nowhere in between.
You know, where I hope to see Sigma go, the passion that I have for this project and for law enforcement in general is that data in a few years is going to start to bring back that dial, right? What I want to see is law enforcement rates of cardiac death drop. So when they do decide to finish their career on their own time and go back and live and start their new life, that they have a long and healthy life to do that with.
I say it saved my life.
So much easier to prevent than react.
In my 22 years of law enforcement experience, this single-handedly has been the most important thing that I've been a part of in this industry.
Hi, my name is Dr. Benjamin Stone, and I'm the CEO of Sigma Tactical Wellness. And what I want to talk to you today has a lot to do with the #1 killer of law enforcement, and that's heart disease. And I've got some pretty compelling case studies, some pretty interesting statistics that I think will not only give you the understanding of really what the landscape is out there with respect to heart disease, but some of the things that police officers face that definitely increase risk to heart disease. And, you know, my background is pretty diverse. I did an MD PhD program at the University of Oxford through the Air Force Institute of Technology and got to work in a lot of really interesting frontiering fields and was sort of always on the cutting edge of physiology and medicine. And when I re-entered civilian life, you know, my primary goal was to find something I could really sink my teeth into and make an impact and help some good people. And I was actually working at Vail Health in Colorado at the time, and we had an issue involving a very young officer with the local police department there. And it was basically a 38-year-old male that had died of acute coronary disease. And I'm going to talk to you about what this means in just a couple of minutes. We're going to kind of dive into the science of this and really kind of get to the nuts and the bolts of what make police officers so susceptible to this illness. But it was very interesting, you know, in terms of the effect that it had on me, because I just thought, #1, this shouldn't happen for a 38-year-old fit athletic male. But #2, I thought, you know, there needs to be some screening measures in place here that can prevent these situations from happening. I mean, this person had, you know, a family, very young family, and his whole life ahead of him. And unfortunately, you know, he was suffering some circumstances that your typical municipal screenings involving like your basic lipid panels, et cetera. And we can talk about this stuff and what it means. They just don't undercover the underlying risk that you see that's typical for law enforcement officers. Now, this slide that I've got up here for you is really kind of where I like to start. And, you know, this is one of the first kind of anecdotal circumstances that we found that really kind of got a lot of attention. This is Charles Cinquemani. He was a former chief at the DFW airport in Dallas, Texas. And Charles is a 42-year veteran of law enforcement, super fit guy, incredibly nice, not stressed out, ate right, exercised, etc. And again, you're going to see a lot of this. This is sort of a recurrent theme amongst some of the case studies that we see. But, you know, he wasn't going to go through the program. And we ended up visiting with him prior to our blood draw. And I said, "Hey, Chief, you know, you brought us here on site for all your officers. Like, get your blood drawn, you know, just go through it, see what happens." And he was like, "You know, I walk my dog every day. I drink kale and avocado smoothie. I think I'm okay." And I said, "You know, I understand that, you know, but I'm worried about what happened, let's say 25, 30 years ago, when you're living on what you can find at 2 o'clock in the morning at Maverick, you know, and staying up 3 days in a row to cover shifts for your fellow officers." He's like, "All right, you know, I'll give it a shot." So we ends up going through the program. And one of our clinicians actually called our chief medical officer, Dr. Scheinberg, and said, "Hey, you know, we've got a problem here with one of our patients. Very high calcium score. EKG was indicative of ischemia, and the labs weren't that great." And so we ended up making contact with this patient that wound up being Chief Cinquemani. And he said, "You know, you can see the date stamp. This was in March." He said, "You know, I've got an appointment with my cardiologist like in November. And I'm just going to take this information and I'm going to give it to him, and, you know, we can decide what we want to do with it." And, you know, at Sigma, we were all like, it can't wait until November. Like, we need to get on top of this now. So we ended up going into the physician, I think his PCP initially, and referred him to a specialist like that week. And this is the email that we got about a week later. And I would love to say these circumstances are isolated and few and far between, but they're not. I would say we encounter the circumstance, maybe not quite as severe as this, but I would say we see it in 1 to 3% of our population. And that's basically in a group of 100 officers. We're going to find 1 to 3 individuals that are going to require specialty follow-up and potentially some surgical intervention. Okay.
And, I understand that Chief Cinquemani was 62 years old at the time he went through the program, but I want you to understand something. Programs like this are not just for our veteran officers out there. They're not just for the old boys and the old girls in the room. Okay. This is, half of our at-risk population is less than 42. And when you think about what's going to happen over the course of the next 10 to 20 years, when these officers continue to ascend the chain of command, they're bringing with them a whole new era of cardiac sickness. And so this is something that we need to work with younger generations of police officers to really circumvent before they start to really absorb some of the significant stress on top of what they're already experiencing out there in terms of what they face as a line level police officer. Obesity is a big part of it. Nationwide, we look at about a 40 to 42% obesity rate amongst law enforcement, which is significant. It's 8% above the national average for civilians. I'm from the great state of Texas. The obesity rate's close to 80%, which is pretty shocking, to say the least. The most inflammatory condition linked to obesity is diabetes, and diabetes and cardiac disease are almost step for step with each other. And so, that's a big problem, pun intended. The saddest statistic for me is looking at the retirement and life expectancy upon retirement. We're looking at 18 months. Absolutely astonishing. 18 months to 5 years, 18 to 60 months is typically kind of what we see. And this is actuarial data coming from like the U.S. Department of Labor Pension Program. This isn't Joe's blog of policing. This is some pretty significantly studied information. I know you think, well, hey, listen, cancer, car wrecks, self-harm incidents, hunting accidents, whatever. There are other causes of death for law enforcement than cardiac. And I agree with you. But there was a study that was conducted, and I do believe it was a John Violante study, and I believe that's either published now or going to be published. But I believe he looked at police officer fatalities in 2018 to 2019, and 71% were cardiac in nature, and that's a big issue. You guys are 25 times more likely to die from a heart attack than you are from being shot, stabbed, or run over. And as unfortunate as that sounds, there's nothing that I can do about the latter, but there is a hell of a lot that we can do about the former, and that's what this program is designed to do. Life expectancy, 57 years for cops. That's astonishing. There's no reason that your life expectancy should be 22 years less than mine. And a lot of it has to do with the ages in which we start looking for heart disease in civilian populations, typically around age 45. We start doing some advanced diagnostics, looking for calcification, looking for abnormal EKGs, which by that point, that's the point at which insurance will kind of start picking up the tab for it. And we're going to talk about why in the next slide. But at that point, statistically, almost half of cops have had a heart attack by their 45th birthday. I'm 39 years old. The likelihood of me having a heart attack before my 50th birthday, based on my vitals, based on, my Framingham risk score, which again, we're going to discuss in the next slide, is like 1.6%. If I was a cop, it'd be closer to 50. And that is just absolutely unbelievable. There's another statistic here, not present, that I think every decade of service either doubles or triples your risk for heart disease. And, I want you to understand something. And we've talked about point number one, we've kind of drilled that into the dirt, but I want to have you focus on points 2 and 3. One of the reasons why that we see this life expectancy here at 57 and such a high risk of heart disease leading to, significant events that can be life-shortening events in law enforcement is due to the fact that you guys start developing heart disease at ages much earlier than we see in civilians. We typically don't start looking for calcium, as I said, 35, 45, when we work all over the country, and every time we write a calcium score on a young officer in a new area, we always get a call from a radiologist like, why are you writing a calcium score for a 35-year-old fit male? And our answer every time is because they're cops. You don't understand. In the areas in which we commonly work, we don't get those phone calls anymore. As you can imagine, they are very shocked at what they find, especially in our younger populations, the things we just don't see until later on in life in civilians. And then number 3, and this is really where Sigma has kind of picked up the torch to run with, is that law enforcement officers develop heart disease absent of clinical markers normally associated with cardiovascular disease. And I think the chief reason among them is stress. And this is something that my counterpart, Dr. Scheinberg, goes into a lot more detail. I don't have that time, unfortunately, but he has a presentation that really sort of drills down on the reasons why. I want to talk about some of the things that we see, and then really get into the medicine of what's going on a pathophysiological level, so that everyone is on the same page with how the risk affects you and not sort of what are the causative factors underlying this issue. But cholesterol is a major issue here, and it's something that we've seen commonly as part of municipal physicals. And now I'm going to tell you this right now, cholesterol is almost irrelevant with respect to heart disease risk. Now, we've all probably heard of Framingham risk analyses. Maybe you haven't, but a Framingham risk score is sort of an arbitrary unitless number that's assigned based on the factors that you see on the left-hand side of your screen. Age is pretty heavily weighted, right? So gender also, we typically see this affecting more men than women. Cholesterol, naturally high LDL, that's factored into it. And of course, blood pressure, endocrinology, where you're diabetic or not, ethnicity, and of course, whether or not you're a smoker or drinker, or you're abusing other stimulants like caffeine, which is pretty common in law enforcement. And we sort of add those things together and we assign you a score. Now, here's the problem. If your score is not high enough, you don't merit additional diagnostic scrutiny, which means that, for instance, I'll give you an example. Look at this guy, all right? This is a 53-year-old male, one of our Colorado agencies, okay? And he's given me permission to share his data here, but look at his labs. His labs are great. Every doctor he's ever gone to, especially at municipal level, has said, hey man, you're fine. Get out of here. He's skinny. He's actually a long course triathlete. So I don't know if you know what long course triathlon is, like full distance Ironmans. It's a 2.4 mile swim, followed by a 115 mile bike, followed by a marathon. Even for a really fit individual, it's a 10-hour event, so there is a prerequisite level of fitness that you have to have just to show up, and Jack certainly has it. Again, 33 years behind the badge. He's a lieutenant, one of the nicest guys I ever met in my life. And his wife's a vegan dietitian. He doesn't smoke or drink. His diet's great. His body comp's like 6%. And so when he shows up, after having a basic lipid panel, his docs are like, yeah, you're fine, man. Get out of here. You're not at risk. Now, the thing I want you to look at here is this number at the top of the page. Okay. And if you can see my cursor here, I'm circling it right now. That is called PLA2 activity. And that's something that most of you have probably never heard of before. PLA2, and there are others, oxidized LDL, myeloperoxidase, that's more of a genetic marker, but they're looking at cardiac inflammation and things specific to the onset of plaque within the coronary vasculature, okay? And I want you to kind of think about this for a moment, because Jack's never had that number pulled. He's never had that lab drawn. He didn't qualify for it. His lipids are great. He's not that old. He has no bad habits. And unfortunately, it's just every time he's wanted more advanced screening, his doc's like, listen, I would love to do this for you, but the problem is your insurance company is going to deem this as medically unnecessary, and you may get a big bill for it. And he's like, well, I don't want to do it if you don't think it's necessary. And he's like, well, your Framingham risk score is actually quite low, not understanding all of the other things that he absorbs as a law enforcement officer. And that's a big omission. And that's why we call this a case of mistaken identity, because here's the counterpart, okay? This is Derek, and I think he's in the same department, similar age. I think he's been a cop for 29 years, lieutenant. Phenomenally funny person. Derek lives on a diet, native Texan. Derek lives on a diet of Cuban cigars and barbecue and bourbon. And he's probably one of the happiest people I've ever met. I won't go into that, but obviously, all joking aside, he's unhealthy. He's 65 pounds overweight. He's a borderline diabetic. He's got 3 forms of metabolic disease, and his cholesterol is terrible. Look at this. His triglycerides are 5.5 times higher than they should be. And he's got some problems. Now, the thing I want you to notice that's different about Derek is it's different about Jack is look at that number, look at that PLA2 activity. It's in the green, okay? And just to give you an understanding of the references, I live this stuff. This isn't just a vocation for me. This is a lifestyle, and that's just about what my PLA2 activity is, okay? And I'm 39 years old, and I like to think I'm fairly fit, low body composition, and and this is not something that we would have expected. Derek's the guy that's like, everyone's betting. He's a pretty funny dude, got a great sense of humor, like most cops do. And he's like, you know, the one that everyone's like betting on is going to be in the back of an ambulance at the end of the screening, you know, and of course, you know, he's making jokes at his expense, etc. But I want to really show you kind of what's going on here. And so I'm going to share a screen with you. It's kind of a whiteboard and I'm going to draw some pictures here. Just kind of go with me. So here's kind of what's going on. I know you didn't sign up for a science lesson here, but just kind of indulge me. Okay. So this is a cross section of a coronary vessel. Okay. And we have to keep these squeaky clean because they feed the heart, right? On the inside of that vessel, there's a little thin layer of tissue. Okay. And we call that vascular endothelium or endothelial lining or whatever you want to call it. But its job is very similar to what we'd see on like a skillet with respect to Teflon. This stuff is Teflon and it's got one job, and that's to keep stuff from sticking. And if it stays intact, then you don't have to worry about anything, right? Nothing is going to stick. There's nowhere for it to accumulate. Now, with law enforcement, because of the stress, especially the high amplitude sort of cortisol release stress patterns that are common in law enforcement officers, the lack of sleep, the high fructose diet, stimulant abuse, I'm talking caffeine especially, smoking, drinking, other coping mechanisms that aren't exactly positive in nature. What happens is we start to see a gradual wearing away of that Teflon layer on the inside of that vessel. And that's a big problem because now, guess what? Stuff starts sticking. Now, here's something I want you to understand is that you've always been told you keep your cholesterol low and you have low risk of atherosclerosis. And atherosclerosis is, of course, plaque development on the inside of the vessel. Keep your cholesterol low, you're out of the woods. That is not the case at all. Okay. And here's, if you take away nothing from this lecture, I want you to understand this. And that is plaque development is not a product of cholesterol or high cholesterol or low cholesterol. If the conditions are right, you will produce plaque irrespective of what your cholesterol is. So if you've got inflammation on the inside of that coronary vessel, where that endothelial lining has been gradually eroded and inflamed, what will start happening is it will start hosting plaque in and around and below that endothelial lamina. And that's a big problem because that's my cop killer right there, because this is unstable, vulnerable plaque. And we typically see this happening in younger officers, because if you go chasing somebody down, if you're working out in the gym, you know, if you're playing with your kids in the backyard or your dog or something, and a chunk of that goes flying off downstream, that's acute coronary event. That's what killed that officer in Vail, Colorado. And we commonly see this happening in younger populations of officers. And it can happen without warning. There's no smoking gun test for plaque. So your municipal screening is going to miss this. There's no way they could possibly diagnose this soft plaque development without more comprehensive laboratory screening that we see within our physical. And so you can be commonly misdiagnosed. And I've got some pretty interesting data here I want to show you just after these case studies that proves that point to the nth degree. So this is bad. And this is something that your body sees as a threat. And so what it does is it starts putting a layer of calcium over the top of that plaque to sort of cement that plaque into place. And that's good, right? Because now that plaque is stable. It's not prone to rupture. But the problem is now is you have calcium in a coronary vessel. And the last time I checked, that's textbook heart disease. And the problem with that calcium development, that process, is that it's not finite. It sort of, once you start doing it, your body kind of doesn't know when to quit. And so it just keeps on getting higher and higher and higher until such point you have actually a mechanical obstruction that is preventing blood flow through that vessel. And that's where you can get some chest pains, angina, you can get numbness and tingling radiating down the arms and tunnel vision, etc. You have some symptoms that something's not right. Okay. Now, whether you pay attention to those symptoms is kind of up to you. And we commonly see law enforcement officers making excuses for that and in states of denial that we just don't see in civilian populations. Anyway, point I'm trying to make is that everything boils down to whether or not you have these pockets of inflammation. How do we know? Okay. How do we know? Well, that enzyme that you saw that was high in Jack and low in Derek. Derek's the guy that was living it up, right? Barbecue and smoking cigars and living the dream, right? So that enzyme is specific to that endothelial lining, okay? And that enzyme, if you remember, is called PLA2. And so if we see a lot of this stuff in your blood, then we can naturally assume that rates of inflammation are high. And there's a whole lot of places that plaque can develop. We expect to see or expect to find a lot of these little lesions along the longitudinal axis of that coronary vessel. And that's where plaque development and subsequent calcification becomes a problem. If your PLA2 is low or otherwise normal, right, then we can conclude that little endothelial lamina is intact and healthy, and you're kind of out of the woods for heart disease, at least, okay? At least at that point, okay? So I'm gonna go back to the, presentation here. But again, I wanna remind you of kind of what we're seeing here. This guy, Derek, right? Horrible cholesterol, bad habits, low PLA2, okay? Whereas Jack, great cholesterol, great habits, high PLA2, and here's the problem. I don't know how long that's been elevated. I mean, maybe it's been like that for 2 weeks. Maybe it's been like that for 20 years. I mean, we have no way of knowing. So we do a calcium score. And what the calcium score will show us is the level, the location, and the extent of calcification. Now, calcium score 0 is ideal. That means there's no calcium. Anything but 0, and we have to treat that, okay? And typically, but not always, higher scores indicate a higher level of risk. But again, that's not always the case. It's better to have a 0 score, okay? So basically, this is kind of what a calcium score would look like. We look for these little flecks of calcium in that coronary vasculature, okay? And you can get this done in any local imaging facility in your town. It ranges between $45 and $500. I mean, it's very geographically diverse in terms of cost. And so you typically can always talk them down off that. We typically negotiate a rate somewhere between $95 and $125 for our COBs. It's cash pay. An HSA or an FSA will cover it. It's a very important piece of information, especially used in proxy with a lab and an EKG. So we do a calcium score on Jack. We find out Jack's got a calcium score of 1329. Now, he was as surprised as I was. And he looked at me and he's like, I don't get it. I do everything right. I eat right, I exercise, I don't smoke, I don't drink, I get plenty of sleep, I try not to be stressed out. I don't understand. And I'm like, Jack, let me ask you something. Has anyone in your family had heart disease or died mysteriously, single car accidents, et cetera, et cetera? And he looked at me and he was like, man, everyone in my family has died of heart disease at like age 42. And I'm like, dude, you have a positive family history and there's nothing you could have done about this up until this point. There's no amount of kale that you could have eaten. There's no amount of exercise that would have prevented this. This is something that was going to happen. Now, we could have detected it earlier until it got to this point. But see, the thing that scares me about this is the guy that dies at age 57 from a heart attack and no one sees it coming. Everyone's like, Jack was so fit, he's so healthy, like he was exercised, like, you know, he was living right. And again, I wish I could say these circumstances are anecdotal, and we just don't see them that way. It's very common. So, you know, actually Jack ended up going to a cardiologist and they ended up examining him angiographically and found that he had no significant blockages. His EKG did not indicate ischemia at all. Okay. So it's not like he had to run to the ER, you know, for fear he was going to have a heart attack. That wasn't the case, but we obviously escalated his follow-up up to the specialty level. We got his PCP involved, wrote him a referral, and which minimized his out-of-pocket expense, minimized his copay, and we were able to get him some intervention. And he's going to be fine. He's going to be on medication for the rest of his life, but he's not going to die at age 57 from heart disease. You know, and it all came down to that inflammation that was a product potentially of his family history. But I can tell you right now, when you take a civilian that's got, you know, a genetic predisposition to heart disease, to plaque development, and you put them behind a badge, it's like pouring water on a grease fire. And we see this with regularity. Where's my buddy Derek, you know, that's living it up? Calcium score 0. And I actually remember him coming through the program. Like I say, he's a pretty funny dude. And he looked at me and goes, hey, doc, did you hear my calcium score 0? And I'm like, yeah, I heard. He was like, that means I don't have to change anything. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. You know, I was like, dude, you're 70 pounds overweight. You know, in Texas, we have a saying is that you cast a little bit too much shade on the beach, you know. And I said, you got some problems, man. Your insulin's through the roof. You're borderline diabetic. We gotta fix some stuff, you know. And so we ended up putting him on a weight loss plan. He ended up losing like 50 or 60 pounds, you know, and ended up getting off of like 2 of his 5 medications, which is great, you know. And I think he still looks awesome. So bottom line is we just don't see law enforcement officers following the same trends and medical diagnostics with respect to heart disease that we see in civilians, and it's interesting. And this is a pretty compelling piece of information. We're actually in the process of publishing this next month, hopefully, in the Journal of College Cardiologists. But this is a cohort of 1,200 cops that we looked at. And this is all ages, both genders, across the United States. So this isn't one geographical area. This isn't, us focusing on one group of officers in Southern Texas where obesity is through the roof and heart disease is just rampant, right? This is a pretty wide swath of officers from Bend, Oregon, all the way to Washington, D.C. And what we found was interesting. Now, we had 400 of the 1,200, 402 to be exact, that had abnormal LDL. Okay, so they would have an elevated Framingham risk score such that they would qualify for additional diagnostic scrutiny. So we kind of took that group and we pushed them aside. We're like, look, you guys are going to get intervened upon. I want to know what's going on with this other 800 group of 800 officers here that have normal cholesterol. So we looked into it and we started drawing some cardioinflammatory lipids. We looked at PLA2, we looked at oxidized LDL, myeloperoxidase in certain cases, and we found that group of 800 officers, 126 of them were walking around with active plaque. 16% had no idea, that had passed their municipal physical with flying colors, no issues at all, had been told, don't worry, you're at low risk for heart attack. And a lot of these people were young. I know a lot of these people, I don't have the statistic, but it's like almost half, which is kind of what we see, were the ones that had active plaque, non-calcified. So there's still some chance here that we can correct this. But the first thing we have to do is find them. And that's unfortunately not something that we're seeing being done at the municipal level. It's creating a lot of false negatives and a lot of false positives. And so it's pretty interesting data for sure. This is an interesting statistic as well that we found in our cohort. And that is female officers are 8 times more likely to have a 0 calcium score, right, than males. And I think we really don't know why. Personally, I think it's just general decision making. It's probably a lot better in female populations writ large than it is in male, but it's pretty interesting statistic to say the least. And I can tell you, just based on what we've seen, I can echo that, in terms of significance. These are the diagnostics that we use, and I'm going to tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is not smoke and mirrors. This is not rubbing crystals together. This is stuff in some cases we've been doing for 100 years, especially with EKGs. The way we use these diagnostics together gives us a lot of predictive ability and allows us to really assess cardiac risk from an actual perspective and not theoretical. We take our lipid panel, which includes those cardioinflammatory biomarkers we talked about, like PLA2 and ox-LDL, and we cross-reference that with a calcium score. And the really cool thing about it is, let's just say that your calcium score is really high and your labs are indicating plaque, and you're like, oh my God, I've got to run to the ER, That may not be the case. If you're not symptomatic and we don't see an EKG that's indicative of ischemia, we're going to work with your PCP and maybe even write you a specialty referral, but it's not something to where you have to go run screaming to the hospital, out of fear and coercion that you're going to drop dead of a heart attack. And so we really try to work with you to help you understand where your risk is and what steps are most impactful in making a positive and solid intervention strategy. Okay, it's not always about fear. And I'm going to tell you something else. It's not always about medication and triple bypasses and angioplasty. In a lot of cases, it's a visit with a treadmill. It's a change in diet. Maybe it's an additive of maybe like 2,000 or 4,000 milligrams omega-3. It's not always about going to a pharmacy and getting a prescription refilled. And that's the other part of this program that I want you to understand is there is a large lifestyle change component to this. You sit down with 20 minutes of FaceTime with an exercise physiologist / dietitian, and they're going to sit there and explain things to you. And maybe it's some things that you're doing that you shouldn't, and we try to work with you to help you understand. We're going to lecture you and treat you like a child, but we're going to help you understand, hey, here's what's going on. Here's why it's happening. And here's what's going to continue if you don't make some changes. And I'll tell you, cops are so processorial and type A and strategic that if we can just lay that information out there, they almost always make the right decision. It's really remarkable. It's a great group of people to work with. Now I'm going to kind of skip some slides here. I had some case studies of pretty terrible EKGs. This is some of the stuff that we see. I mean, it's pretty nuts. This is someone who had a cholesterol of 3,000, which is pretty high, right? That's pretty serious abnormalities, some of which is hepatic in nature. This was a 26-year-old with a calcium score of 1256, which is a medical anomaly, something that you never see in civilian healthcare. And, we asked this young man, about his family history. And he's like, man, I'm adopted. I don't have a clue. And we're like, oh my God, just goes to show you that you can't leave any stone unturned. This was an interesting circumstance. This is a 24-year-old fit male in one of our Colorado agencies. Myeloid leukemia. We caught it so early, he's got like a 99% chance of survival. He's in remission on a 6-month follow-up with an oncologist. But the thing about this was really amazing is that, he had no idea. 2 weeks prior, had gone through his municipal physical. Lipids were fine, no other issues, nothing that would indicate any kind of problem like this. He was told he was perfectly healthy. And he was actually not going to participate. And one of his field training officers was like, no, you're doing this because you need a baseline at age 24 that you can stand on. And you can use this to assess your health as you continue to promote and progress through this career. Thank God for that officer, because if this young man had not gone through the program, I can tell you the outcome would not have been positive. But I put this out there because I don't want you to think that this is all about cardiac health. I mean, granted, it's the #1 killer of active and retired law enforcement officers, but this blood draw is so comprehensive. I mean, we catch all kinds of stuff. I mean, we diagnose polycystic ovarian syndrome in women, prostate issues in men, leukemia, heart disease, obviously. We've even seen granulomas in the lungs based on the results of the calcium score. And so it's probably one of the most comprehensive physicals you're going to get, unless you're in the hospital and we're looking for something. And so there's a lot to be gained from this. Even if you're pretty sure that you've got low risk for heart disease, there's some other things in here that can definitely open your eyes to some events that could be potentially life-shortening. So again, we'll keep moving here. So obviously, here's the reasons why. I tend to gloss over this stuff because it's obviously, this is, everyone knows this stuff. But the thing that I really want to try to bring your attention to is number 4, and that's the retirement issue. In Austin, Texas, not 3 weeks ago, we had an officer age 51 who had retired in July of last year, died of a heart attack. It was her 3rd heart attack death this month. And I just think to myself, my goodness, that could have been prevented, had programs like this been in place. And it's just incredible what we see. And you just don't see this. And I mean, through the Air Force, I've worked with some pretty high risk occupations, but I've never seen one occupation that is so susceptible to one disease like cops are to heart disease. And we're doing something about it. This is the way the program is put together. Pretty simple. I mean, this is our program. It seems to work. Everything that we do minus the calcium score is done on site. If you want to mirror something like this in your department, let me know how I can help you. We tend to work with agencies that are less than, say, 1,000 police officers, just because they typically don't have external relationships with healthcare facilities and physicians. Your larger metro agencies seem to. And so if you have the innate and inbuilt infrastructure to support a program like this, I'm happy to talk with you about how it looks and, kind of how our program works and, how you can build one, with your own resources. But for everyone else, this seems to work really well. First stop's a blood draw. We actually fly a phlebotomist in from our partner, Cleveland Heart Lab. And they set up in a conference room and an unused office with some privacy, and they draw blood. And it's super simple. The only thing bad about it is built on a 6 or an 8 hour fast. Can't drink coffee. Well, I guess you can if you don't put anything in it. Can't eat, right? No calories of any kind. Obviously, that can have an effect on the results, but it's a 5-minute deal. You walk in, get your arm stuck, and you're out. We send the blood result. Excuse me. We send the samples. So we send the samples off that day, overnighted, and we start getting results back in about 3 weeks. And in that period of time, It's your responsibility to go and get that calcium score done. It's your homework. You have 3 weeks to do it. It takes no time at all. It's a 15-minute assessment. You spend more time actually filling out the intake form at the imaging facility than you do in the machine that, you know, connects or collects that information. Once you're back on site with us, we typically bring our entire team back within about 3 weeks, okay? And our first stop is with an intake nurse, and he or she is going to do a lot of things. It's a basic intake. You know, we do vitals, we do surgeries, hospitalizations, medications, family history. We get to know you as a patient a little bit. And we build you an EMR, an electronic medical record, which is extremely important, especially if you need follow-up with an external physician, because we can sync our EMR with theirs, and we can shoot all this information right over the top of your head with your authorization to your PCP or specialist. You don't have to handle anything. We take care of all that on your behalf. Once you're done with that intake and you're hooked up to the EKG leads, we transition you over into a cardiometabolic stress test. And what that cardiometabolic stress test does, it does a lot of things. Obviously, an EKG, everyone knows what an EKG does, right? We're looking for any untoward electrical abnormalities in the heart, some of which could indicate ischemia or blockages, right? Some of which may be potentially arithmetic, you know, conditions that you inherit from mom and dad and you don't know anything about, you know? And that's always pretty enlightening. And it's just a phenomenal corollary to the other diagnostics that we collect. The other part of it is cardiometabolic in nature. Now, I know that may not mean anything to you, but there's probably a lot of people watching this that use Fitbits and activity trackers, and that's cool because it creates accountability, you know, of how many calories you're burning every day. But here's the thing that I want you to understand. I don't really care about calories burned. I care about where those calories are coming from, because the human body is kind of like a car that could operate on diesel and gas, right? We have two forms of fuel. We have fat, we have carbohydrate. Car only has one. Now, the way we use those fuels, obviously you want to be more fat dependent, especially if your goal is weight reduction. But the way we use those fuels is largely a product of diet and exercise. And the information that we glean is extraordinarily compelling, because I want to maximize fat utilization. And I can go on tangents for hours. I could literally teach 2 semesters of a graduate level course on that one statement. There's so much going on behind the scenes physiologically that can have an effect on fat utilization and carbohydrate utilization in law enforcement officers. And so what you're going to do is you're going to take that information, you're going to transition into a consult with an exercise physiologist / dietitian, and they're going to break down that data. They're going to talk about diet. They're going to bring in the component of exercise, especially exercise intensity, which is a really interesting conversation, very mind-blowing. We actually sent out a survey after this is over, and I think like 72% of people said that the diagnostics with respect to the the cardiometabolic component of, you know, kind of diet and exercise and fat and carb utilization was the most compelling part about the entire visit, which is crazy for me because, I mean, I think the diagnostics on the cardiac side are incredible. I mean, they're cutting edge state of the art stuff that you can't get really anywhere else. And, but anyway, I mean, but I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that that information, I mean, you can leave that consultation and immediately go to work, immediately start making changes that you're going to see on the scale manifesting like the next day or two. You know, it's really incredible. Anyway, that's a really unique opportunity to kind of ask some questions, to set some goals, and then you're going to leave with a diet to follow that's 2 weeks long. And by the way, if you want more, we send it to you. There's no charge for that. We don't charge for follow-up, just FYI. Now, I don't believe that's a great way of doing business anyway. Next and last step is sitting down with a doctor, a nurse practitioner, or a PA. And what we're going to do is we're going to talk about labs. We're going to talk about calcium scores. We're going to talk about EKGs and how all those things work together to establish a follow-up plan and a care plan. Okay. Once we're finished, we're going to tie everything up into a nice, neat little bundle, and we're going to send it to you. Okay. Now, here's the thing. In a lot of cases, it does require follow-up with a physician. If you don't have one, we can help you with that. We can find one in your insurance network. We can work with you just to make sure that you're followed up upon, okay? Especially if the situation is untoward, okay? But I want you to understand something. If you're participating through a municipality, we don't send this to anyone else but you. This is HIPAA protected, private healthcare information. And we don't want any HIPAA violations because it's a pretty steep and lofty penalty, okay? And so I want you to understand something. This is not something we share with chiefs. It's not something we share with human resources executives. This is very private information that does not impact your career, either positive or negative. It's an investment in your health. And I can tell you personally, this is the most satisfying experience I've ever had, whether it be in clinical medicine or healthcare writ large. It is so enjoyable working with law enforcement. We do some work with fire as well, but we developed this program for cops, and we make no bones about that. And so for us, this is something we want to keep doing. Our goal is to get a large number of officers through this program and go to the Department of Justice, go to a large funding body or maybe even a corporate, organization that is capable of funding this at a much larger level. And at the end of the day, our number one goal is longevity. We want to change those statistics. We want to extend retirement. We want you to bleed the pension system dry, and most of all, and I mean most of all, we want to make it such that when you come home, you have more energy to spend with your spouse or engage in a hobby or special interest, or maybe when you're on the clock, we want your interactions with society to be more pleasant and just make this experience and this career in law enforcement as enjoyable as possible. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. I've really tried to condense that as much as I can. There's some heavy information. My information is on bottom. Dr. Jonathan Scheinberg, board certified cardiologist and police officers, our chief medical officer, one of the most brilliant and gifted doctors I've had the experience of working with. He has a wealth of information. My information is listed there below. I don't practice medicine. I'm specifically focused on running this organization and getting you the highest quality medical care that I can. And so if there's any questions that pertain to anything that I discussed, please use my email, get in touch with me. We'll set up a meeting and we'll discuss it. I want to thank you so much for the opportunity. I want to thank Destination Zero for doing what they're doing and addressing the number one killer of law enforcement, and that's heart disease. Thank you again for your attention, and I look forward to hearing from you.
The topic of our second session today is improving officer safety and wellness, and we'll be joined by the director of the Baltimore City Police Department's Officer Safety and Wellness Section, Vernon Herron. Director Herron will tell us about Baltimore's success in addressing alcohol abuse and introducing therapy dogs.
Good afternoon. My name is Director Vernon Herron. I'm the Director of Officer Safety and Wellness for the Baltimore City Police Department. Prior to joining the Baltimore City Police Department, I actually started my law enforcement career off as with the FBI. I worked for the FBI in a clerical position with all intentions of becoming an agent. Partway through my career, I got the law enforcement bug, police work. And I resigned from the FBI and joined the Maryland State Police, where I worked there for 27 and a half years. I worked patrol, narcotics, violent crime strike force, worked my way up from trooper to major. And once I retired from the Maryland State Police, I was appointed the Public Safety Director in Prince George's County, Maryland, where I was over the police department, fire department, all the first responding agencies. Once I left that position, I did some traveling internationally, working for the State Department doing crisis management training all over the world, Amman, Jordan, Africa, Ecuador, places like that. And now I am the Director of Officer Safety and Wellness for the Baltimore City Police Department. So I would like to talk briefly about why I was put in this position and what we're doing in order to manage the stress associated with police work in Baltimore. So full disclosure, when former Commissioner Davis anointed me this position, I had no idea what health and wellness was. And so I had to do a lot of research. And the more I researched, talking to the police departments from California to New York, I found that there was value in having a comprehensive health and wellness program to address trauma associated in law enforcement. And as I did that research, I started to reflect upon my own career as a state trooper. I started to reflect on the number of troopers who committed suicide while I was a trooper, other officers in the allied agencies who I knew had committed suicide. And I started to realize that, with a strong health and wellness component, suicides can be prevented. They can be eliminated. So I wanted that to be a great part of what we do here in Baltimore. So suicide prevention and identifying alcohol abuse and drug abuse is one of the things that we focus on. And I tell you why that is. I talked to a couple of police survivors whose loved ones committed suicide while they were police officers. And they both said the similar things, that their husbands either didn't drink at all or were social drinkers only. And then something traumatic happened to them while they were working, and there wasn't the infrastructure to support them. They were given a few days off, and I guess they were asked to, meet with their own personal physicians or mental health professionals, but there was really no follow-up by the department. And both these survivors told me that their husbands started to drink a lot, and they had never seen them drink that much, but they wanted to be supportive of them. But what their husbands were doing, they were self-medicating themselves. And this self-medication was with alcohol, and both these officers ended up committing suicide. Heart-wrenching stories to talk to survivors like this, but it motivates me, because I know that if we can address alcoholism or any self-medication by our first responders, our police officers, we can turn back the tide of this suicide epidemic that's occurring throughout the country. So one of the things we do in Baltimore is we have a unique early intervention program. Now, a lot of departments use early intervention as part of their disciplinary process. We don't use early intervention as part of our disciplinary process here in Baltimore. We use it to identify trauma or officers medicating themselves while they've been police officers. And it's important to understand that regardless of what the officer is charged with, whatever the allegations or complaint is, there's something in their background that has gone undetected or not reconciled in a proper, healthy way that has caused them to violate policy. So our job is to identify these areas, to get these officers into voluntary treatment programs. To date, 95 of our officers have voluntarily signed themselves into alcohol rehab. They were not disciplined. They were inpatients. And once they completed the program, they were transitioned back to the police department. And unless they came out and told their colleagues where they were, no one knew. Confidentiality is very, very critical. Trust is very, very critical. If you want to have a program like this, if you breach the confidentiality of these officers, you might as well shut your doors and go home. We take pride in that. Several times, Internal Affairs has contacted our office to find out information that was gleaned from an intervention from a couple of our officers, and we wouldn't give them that information, say, we can't share that with you. And it got to the point where the commissioner got involved and he sided with us. So it's important to understand that a lot of chiefs and sheriffs asked me about this. I said, listen, if you have a program where your officers can reach out voluntarily to get help, that information has to be kept confidential. I think we have our success rate when it comes to alcoholism is higher than the national average. We have about a 60% success rate. Now, clinicians look at success rate in a different fashion. They feel that if somebody's fallen off the wagon or going back to drinking again, that they're going to continue to reach out. And we want them to continue to reach out. We want our officers to get healthy. But at some point, we have to make sure that officers understand that everybody makes mistakes, and we want to give them opportunity to continue their career, but they have to make a choice about their sobriety. We have made an effort to make contact with families of our police officers, because a lot of times family members see something going wrong with their loved ones, and when their loved ones don't reach out for help, they'll reach out for help. For the first time in the history of Baltimore, on the first day of orientation for every Baltimore City police officer, they get 2 hours of officer safety and wellness, which is very heavily oriented to police suicide prevention, to alcoholism, to all the things that lead officers down this path of destruction. I always, and I speak throughout the country and I talk about trauma and law enforcement, and always open up my lecture with this, that if you or someone that you know in law enforcement has committed suicide or attempted to commit suicide, it's not your fault. It's our fault. See, we've known about trauma in law enforcement for decades, and we refuse to put the right things in place in order to address it. We sort of like when I was a state trooper and I was involved in a shooting, we did not have the support for me. I was pretty much left out by myself to figure it out, and I couldn't figure it out. So like a lot of officers, I turned to alcohol. That was an easy fix for me. I could drink myself to sleep and not have to worry about the trauma that I was experiencing, until I got to the point where I heard my wife talking on the phone to someone. I don't know who it was, but I heard her say the following things, and I'd never heard my wife say this before. She said, "Vernon is not doing well. He is not the man that I knew before he was involved in this shooting." And those words resonated in my mind, and I looked at myself in the mirror and said, "Oh my God, I need help." So under the cover of darkness, I went to talk to a mental health professional. To this day, the Maryland State Police do not know that I went to seek help from a psychiatrist. I was afraid that if I shared that information, that I would lose my job, I would never get promoted again, I would be the butt of jokes. I did not want to reveal that information. So I suffered in silence. But today, I share my story with anyone who want to listen because I want them to understand. See, when you're suffering a traumatic experience, you believe you're suffering by yourself. You don't think anybody else out there is experiencing what you're experiencing. But there are a lot of officers who experience what you experience when you're traumatized. You know, so when you come into the police department, we do a thorough background investigation on you. We look at your background. We want to know if you've ever been arrested, if you ever used drugs, how much alcohol do you use? But here's one question that we don't ask. How much trauma have you been exposed to before you came to the police department? Because if you've been traumatized as a civilian or in the military and the proper mental health professional has not addressed that, you're bringing that trauma with you. And now you're a police officer and you're adding more trauma to yourself. And after a while, your brain can no longer take that trauma and it comes out in an excessive force case, in a domestic at home or something of that nature. So I think it's important to understand that we let our officers know that they're human, that they're like everyone else in the country that has problems. The difference is they carry a badge and a gun. But because they carry a badge and a gun is not going to shield you from being exposed to mental health issues. And one of the things that we also want to let them know is that if you have a problem, you can feel free to come forward and talk about it. It doesn't mean you're less of a police officer if you do. And we have help for you. We have a 24/7 hotline that our officers can call around the clock. It's a confidential hotline. They can talk about the issues. They can get help. With our health and wellness partners that provide alcohol treatment for our officers. They don't have to go through us in order to get that treatment. They can go directly to a health and wellness center, check themselves in, and get the treatment they need. And I think that's important. We want to make sure that every police officer who puts their lives on the line every day in Baltimore get as much support as we can give them. So when they leave the Baltimore City Police Department, they're being that the same shape they were or better, right, when they leave. When we brought them in, they were squeaky clean, and they were the top shelf of people who apply to be police officers. But between 1 and 5 years, something starts to happen to them, and it's basically the trauma. Officers who come to the job and say, "I'm a social drinker only," or "I don't drink at all," within 5 years, they become alcoholics. Some of them do. So I think that's important. So I think alcoholism is the gateway to a lot of suicides. So we want to address that and other issues at an early stage. Every police officer in the Baltimore City Police Department has to take a mandated 2-hour health and wellness class. And in that class, we talk about police suicides and we talk about alcoholism. And one of the things I do in every class is I give my phone number out to all the police officers. And I say, if you or somebody you know is suffering from alcoholism, I will help them and they will not be disciplined. And I had done this, had taught this class, I was probably in the 5th month, and I never got any phone calls. One night, I got a call from a sergeant who took my class. And he said, "I took your class this week. It was a great class. And you talked about confidentiality associated with people who may have fallen prey to alcoholism." I said, "Yep." And he said, "Well, it's not me, but it's someone I know." And I just got the phone with them, and they are in crisis right now. So I called this officer, And listen, I want everybody to know that I don't have a background in psychology. I am not a mental health practitioner. But I consider myself as the conduit to get officers to the right people. So when I reached out to this officer, he was in crisis. I mean, he was upset. He was crying. You know, I kind of, being a police officer, you can kind of tell when somebody's on the verge. And shortly into that conversation, I'm like, this officer's in trouble. And he said the following. He says, if I don't get help right now, I don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. I was able to get that officer into treatment that night. He drove 80 miles from his home to sign himself in to a treatment. His wife drove him to a treatment facility. He signed himself in. He was in treatment for 30 days. When he got out, he called me. You know, when you go to treatment, they take your cell phones away from you, right? And you have peer support teams that you meet with, but they sort of cut you off from the outside world. And they give you 2 calls a week to call your family members and whatever. He used one of these calls to call me. And I didn't recognize who he was. It did not sound like the same officer that I talked to that night. He sounded totally different. I said, my gosh, you sound totally different. He said, Director, I feel totally different. This is the first time in 17 years that I've been sober. And I feel like you saved my life. And I says, oh, no, I didn't say. He says, no, you don't understand. You saved my life. And I want to pay it forward. And he says, when I get out, I am going to bring you more officers who are in the same condition as I am. And I am going to be the ambassador for what you're doing. And he has been. And he's brought more officers in. He said, you can trust officer safety and wellness. Now, I just saw him not that long ago, and I'm like, hey, man, how you doing? He says, Mr. Heron, if I told you I wasn't thinking about having a drink, I would be lying to you. He says, I think about having a drink every day, but I know where it will take me, so I don't. So, you know, alcoholism is a disease that is something that stays with you, you know, but it can be, you can kick it. You can remove alcoholism from the system and you can move forward with your careers. You know, in about 5 years, he's going to retire with full honors. And, you know, I don't know what would have happened to him if we didn't have a program like this. But I do know that officers who come to us who say that they're suffering from alcoholism, the first thing we want to let them know is like, this is not your fault. The trauma you've been associated with, you didn't have resources, and now you turn to alcohol, but we can help you. So we do take a lot of pride in what we're doing for our officers with alcoholism. So you mentioned the therapy dog, you know, so retired Lieutenant Connolly, Sarah Connolly came to me and said, hey, we should get a therapy dog. And like others, I'm like, oh my gosh, we're going to lose all our credibility if we bring a therapy dog into the program. You know, these are police officers. But I said, let's give it a try. And here's a case study that made me realize how important therapy dogs were. So one of our homicide detectives had been murdered. And so we took our peer support team over to homicide unit to support these detectives. And we took the therapy dog with us. Now, there was one detective over there who I'd seen for months. And every time I saw this one particular detective, they never had a smile on their face. They always looked like they were angry about something and that, you know, they were burdened with cases. And we took Penny, the therapy dog, in there. And for the first time since I've known this detective, I saw the biggest smile. And whatever that was bothering that day, they released it. They grabbed Penny and started hugging Penny. And, you know, even if it was just that 5 minutes where she was relieved of the trauma that she was experiencing, that's 5 minutes that was worthwhile. So we use our therapy dog in a lot of cases. District commanders call us and say, hey, you know, one of our officers, you know, lost a parent and, you know, other officers are suffering. Could you bring the therapy dog? So, you know, we will do anything if it helps to turn back the trauma that our officers have been exposed to. So I recommend that. We have health fairs at every district. Every district has a health fair once a year, and it's culminated by a family health fair at the end of the year for all the districts and all their family members. And these health fairs are important because we bring vendors to these health fairs. We bring mental health professionals. We bring massage therapists, sound therapists, financial planners. We bring the Red Cross in. We take blood pressure. We talk about nutrition. We do all of these things. So listen, officers are very, very cynical. And if an officer thinks that you have a program, they know that programs come and go. But we want them to understand that this is not a program. This is a way of life. This is a way of life for the Baltimore City Police Department from this day forward. And I guess my reward in it is when officers come to me and says, you don't know me, but I called you one night and I didn't want to give you my name, but you helped me through a tough time. You got me in touch with a counselor and so forth. You know, I can't put a number on the number of employees who we may have prevented from committing suicide, but I feel in my heart that we have come a long way with addressing a lot of issues to keep officers healthy.
As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating impact on American law enforcement over the past year and a half. In response to that impact, we have a special presentation on COVID mitigation strategies for law enforcement executives from Sheriff Brian Gardner.
Hello, I'm Lynn County, Iowa Sheriff Brian Gardner, and my agency is the recipient of the 2020 National Officer Safety and Wellness Comprehensive Safety Award. I've been asked to share with you some of the COVID mitigation strategies that we've utilized for the past year and a half, 2 years now. And hopefully you'll learn from us and we're able to maybe learn from you in the meantime. Okay, let's move on to some of the COVID-19 mitigation strategies that work for us. And obviously we're not you. What we have that work for us may not work for you, but I've been asked to kind of share what we have been able to do. So regarding the sheriff's office itself, early on it was determined that all county buildings were going to close to the public, including the sheriff's office. But at the same time, you still had to conduct business. So while we physically closed the building, locked the doors down, all the staff came to work. It's important to note that during the entire COVID process, we didn't lay anybody off. No one was asked to stay home. In fact, most people were encouraged to come to work unless they were sick. And then we continued to conduct business as close to business as normal as possible with some exceptions. So we put signage up. You'll see a picture of the sign on the left-hand side out front of each door, letting people know not to even bother getting out of their cars, that we were closed, but also provided within that context how to get a hold of us, that we were still open, we just didn't have the doors open. So business was still being conducted here. We posted notice on our Twitter accounts and all the entrances. And then those things that had to occur, we told people how to do that, such as we schedule jail time here in the sheriff's office, and we collect room and board payments and unpaid court fines and fees here at the sheriff's office as well. So we had to find a way to tell the public how to do that. And mostly it was done over the phone. You could actually give us your credit card information. You could call us to schedule your jail time. But for those people that had to pay cash, allowed them to come down. We masked up, we gloved up, we met them at the door, and then we took that and receipted it. But otherwise, everything was conducted either on the phone or over the internet. We have a drug drop box, drug take back drop box. I don't think I have a picture of it here, but you have the sign. Normally, where people were just allowed to put the drugs for our take back program, it kind of turned into a catch-all. So whatever paperwork you have to give to us, whether it's paperwork you want us to serve in our civil division, whether it's a gun permit application, whatever it is, you were able to submit that in sealed envelopes through our drug take back box. And although our evidence detective was a little fearful about that, it ended up working out very well. Again, we met in person only when we absolutely had to. Cash payments Our sex offender registry folks, some are required to come see us every day. We received the court's permission to do that less frequently, as long as we knew where they were, that they were good. So we reduced those in-person, face-to-face views for the homeless sex offenders with the county attorney's permission. We did a lot more cleaning of our building. Even though it was closed, we still had our people coming and going every day. So we had what they refer to as a Clorox 360 machine. Obviously, it's a brand name, but it's like a mister. And it uses negative and positive ions or something to that effect. And it literally takes little specks or mists of Clorox and it adheres it to everything, including the undersides of desks and tables and things like that. So they come through the building. Originally, we did it like once a week. And then if necessary, we did it more frequently. But we had one of those operating about the sheriff's office and the jail on a fully continual basis almost. We suspended our public fingerprint program for obvious reasons. And then the county, to their credit, enacted a COVID leave program, which cost nothing to the employees. So if you received the virus and tested positive, or you had symptoms, you stayed home. And then we paid you your full salary. It wasn't credited against vacation or sick leave or any other type of leave. We literally paid you to stay home until you were healthy. That way we helped not to spread the virus. And the county held that for many, many months and only actually recently discontinued that. But it was an incentive for employees to stay home if they were sick instead of coming to work and spreading the illness. And while we were closed, we made some changes in our building, and you see an example of one. We have windows that separate our staff from the public. And the windows used to go almost all the way down to the bottom, but they had a gap at the bottom of the window, which allowed for you to pass paperwork back and forth. And so what we did was we closed the window from top to bottom. We put a speaker in the middle of the window, kind of like you see at a movie theater when you're buying tickets. And then below it, we put an access door. That way, there's really no contact between our staff. And you see this one right outside my office where my administrative assistant sits. And then she can extend the door. You can drop the paperwork in. She can pull it back and talk via the speaker. And that way, there's no direct communication, direct contact, between our staff and the public. And we did that at all the windows here at the sheriff's office where our staff has communication with the public. For patrol, they did several things that were appropriate. They eliminated roll call. Used to be start of every shift, like most places, I suppose. You come to the office, you get roll call. We did it all over the phone. You come on duty, go straight to your beat, and then anything we need, we'll either send you by MDC or we'll call you on the phone. You still had to come down to the office and drop your paperwork off, or it was collected up, but you did that one at a time as opposed to having any large group of people. We minimized our law enforcement response to medical calls because, quite honestly, there wasn't a whole lot. Unless we were doing an AED application or an Narcan application, for just routine sick person calls, there's not a whole lot for us to do. So while we should have gone to those previously and encouraged our officers to respond to assist EMS and fire, when COVID hit, we kind of told them to take a step back. And unless they really needed to be there, unless they could serve a useful purpose, they should monitor those EMS calls and not necessarily respond. We suspended our ride-along programs. We also suspended our EMT student riders with our Rescue 57. That's that paramedic level rescue program I talked about. We have EMS students that ride with their paramedics, but we suspended that program as well during the height of the COVID pandemic. Instead of bringing people to jail for traffic offenses, we utilized a lot of promises to appear. And that was authorized by the court and the county attorney. So even for suspension charges or revocation charges or driving while barred, those were all released on promises to appear. Low-level drug offenses, released promises to appear. There were a couple of things that we did allow you to come to jail on that were misdemeanors. A drunk driving offense, you came to jail. And if you continued to commit the same offense and just didn't get the big message, then you came to jail as well. But we really pushed for catch and release, basically, through the promises to appear. That relieved the burden on the correctional center for people coming and going, and we'll talk about that in a second. I don't like to publicize this terribly, but at the very onset, when people were so uncertain about what was going on, we told people maybe take a break on traffic stops, except for those where the people really need to be stopped. Don't ignore drunk drivers. That's not what we're saying. But maybe not stop all those taillight violators or headlight out violators unless you really think that you have to. And again, the sole purpose of that was not to let crime run amok. The sole purpose of that was, let's try to lessen the contact between our deputies and the citizens for both of their benefits, quite honestly, and just kind of see where this is going to fold out. That's since gone to the wayside. We're now out there hammering like we always did. There were many calls that we suggested that they handle over the phone. All it was a report just for a missing license plate. Well, not license plate, you still need a signature, but just missing items or just less severe crimes. We tried to get them to handle most of those over the phone. We strongly encouraged, I was going to say encouraged, that's not correct, required that when they were out of the car talking to people, they had a face mask on. And they maintained that social distance as much as humanly possible. And then we bought cases of hand sanitizer, and down below you'll see we encourage them to use hand sanitizer and then hand sanitizer and then more hand sanitizer and frequent hand washings. Do everything we can to keep everybody safe. We gave them boxes of masks to make sure that they had plenty of masks for them and anybody else that they had to meet up with. Moving on to the jail. As a sheriff's office, full service sheriff's office, we have a jail. We have a 400-bed jail. And so that's really a concern for us because anybody that runs a jail know that they're treated very much like a care center. And it's probably not going to be the people in the jail that are causing, the inmates that are causing this virus spread. It's probably the staff that go back and forth every day. So we tried to find a way to limit that. And so what's of vital importance for what was of vital importance to us and what needs to be of vital importance to anybody working through this process is make sure you involve all the correct stakeholders before you make these decisions, because you're talking about people that are already in custody. So in our case, as the screen clearly says, you want the jail medical staff involved, you want the court, you have to have the courts involved, the prosecutors, the public defenders, the local health department, and ours did a great job. We abused the heck out of them. And they were very, very good with interacting us on I want to say daily, but that's not correct, almost an hourly basis. We had folks that were helping us from Linn County Public Health. We involved our risk manager. We involved other law enforcement agencies, so they knew what to expect. They knew who we were going to take, who we weren't going to take. Then we also involved corrections officials as well, because obviously people, as they move through the system, go into corrections rather than the jail setting. When there were two main strategies that we needed to look through this. Number one was screen everybody coming into that jail for illness. And number two was keep all non-essential people out of the jail. That's non-essential inmates and non-essential staff members and non-essential visitors. Keep them all out of the jail if they don't need to be there. So as authorized by the court through this process, and I apologize if I need to read a couple of these to make sure I don't miss them, but we released all of the inmates out of the jail that were serving time or around work release, period. Court says no problem. They were on board. And so basically they were given kind of a hiatus. They were released from custody and they were told to check back with us at a particular date to see if we were even going to be scheduling time servers after that point in time. And the reality was we pushed that back several months, several different times. So there was a time when we had no people serving time in our jail. They were all just basically waiting for us to allow them to come back and continue serving their sentences. And that process did, for some people, take over a year to get them back in. But what we wanted to do was create room within the jail. First of all, we didn't want anybody didn't need to be there, but create room within the jail to allow it to spread the inmates out. We have several, like you folks, we're not a direct supervision jail. So we have several lockdown cells with common day rooms. We have several large dormitories. What we're looking to do is to find ways to spread the inmates out so that they had that social distancing as well. We did not accept any people that wanted to turn themselves in to schedule their time at this point in time. We did not accept any arrestees just merely for their no-show mitimuses. Those were mitimuses where they failed to show up originally, because all we're going to do is turn them away anyway. We just told them, okay, fine, you got lucky this time, come back and we'll reschedule at whenever that date was. And again, we pushed that date several times. As stated earlier, when we talked about patrol, promises to appear were given to all those folks taken into custody, almost all of those, and serious misdemeanor charges. Aggravated and above, they came to jail, but almost all, except for, I think we talked about drunk driving and domestic abuse, they had to come to jail. But everybody else, most everybody else was allowed the promise to appear. But the jail supervisor was given the option If they were given a convincing argument by the people in the street as to why this person had to come to jail, they had the authority to actually take those people into custody on a case-by-case basis. Folks that had outstanding warrants for simple and serious misdemeanors, once again, they were also released on promises to appear. And then we worked with the county attorney's office. If we knew that there was a COVID hotspot someplace in the nation, we really slowed down our extradition process and bringing those folks back to Lynn County, especially if it was for less severe crimes, I guess is the way to do it. You know, the felons that were out there probably still came here, but anybody less than that probably was, you know, we contacted the agency. Thank you for arresting them. No, thank you. Let them go. We'll take the liability type of thing. So the strategy then was to keep everybody safe, is to screen all arrestees before the acceptance. They actually were screened in the Sallyport at the patrol cars before they weren't allowed into the jail itself. Temperatures were taken of everybody in the jail, whether it be an inmate or an officer or an employee or a contractor, whoever it was, all temperatures were taken. And then everyone was required to wear a mask. Now, inmates, as we know, that's a little more difficult, but if you were not an inmate, you were required, and still are to this very day, required to wear a mask anytime you're in the correctional center. Inmates were all issued masks, and it was strongly encouraged that they wear the masks, but because inmates typically don't follow the rules, which may be why they're inmates, they were given the masks and strongly encouraged to wear them and continue to be given masks. And there are some inmates that do very well with that and others not so much. We created cell blocks away from the general public where we were able to confine people, isolate them who we suspected of or confirmed having COVID. That lessened the spread as well. We canceled altogether our in-person visitation. We used to visit through the glass. So you had the phones on either side, you talk through the glass. We stopped that completely. And then so no visitors were allowed to visit our staff. And then what happened was when attorneys or professional visits had to occur, we utilized that visitation system to allow that. So if an attorney had to see their client, and surprisingly, many attorneys decided they didn't want to come in during this time. But when they did, we did it through normal visitation. So they could talk to their client through the phone, and they're not monitored. Those phones are not monitored through the glass. And we'd limit it to just one attorney per visitation, one attorney, one client per visitation area per session. And that worked very well when those attorneys had to come in. If paperwork needed signed, we'd take care of that, no problem. Bring it down, we'll take it up, get rid of it that way. But what happened with our visitation program was we were already in the process of ramping up our video visitation for our inmates. And so while the time that the in-person visitation was shut down, we ramped up and put into action our inmate video visitation. And with that process, the one we chose is a loved one or a visitor can actually visit from home remotely. They don't have to come down to the sheriff's office. They pay a fee for visiting remotely, but for those who don't want to pay the fee, they can come to the SO. They can use video visitation. We opened that process up a little while ago. But the video visitation was kind of a saving grace to allow inmates to visit with outsiders. During that time when it wasn't in existence, that short period of months, we increased their phone calls for free of charge. What happened was we worked with our phone vendor and we gave them like an extra 8-minute phone call a week, I think it was, 8 minutes worth of phone calls a week. And we paid for half of it and the phone vendor picked up the other half of that tab. And then we also increased the amount of postage we provided the inmates with postage, stationery, and envelopes as well, so they could write more letters if they wanted to also. No visitors, we cut off our visitors, such as clergy and our programming, like our alcohol program and our GED programs. Those were all stopped at the time as well. Again, not wanting anybody else to come into the building to help spread the virus. We utilized our video court system a lot. We had that in place already. All arraignments were already handled via video visitation, and they expanded that both to the state and federal court system, where more inmates were actually seen through video courts. We don't take them back and forth out of the office. Our medical staff early on identified those inmates that we had that were at high risk for COVID. We isolated them as best we could, and released those that we were able to release as well. Well, again, we were able to move inmates around within the facility to allow for that increased social distancing. Inmates who were normally locked out of their individual cells and placed into the day room were now allowed to stay in their individual cells. We propped the doors open, and that way they self-isolated themselves, which was handy. We did more frequent checks beyond the hourly checks that we were required to do. but that kept that social distancing we needed. For the group cell blocks, the dormitory style cell blocks, typically they were bunk beds. We allowed them to basically alternate where they were sleeping and where they were staying and where they were at. That helped increase that social distancing as well. We did bedding and laundry exchange more frequently than we've ever done in the history of the agency, almost on a continually rotating basis. And then each cell block was provided with far greater amounts of cleaning and disinfecting sprays and materials and supplies than they ever have been, and strongly encouraged to use them constantly. And then we talked a little bit ago about that Clorox 360 machine. Anytime we had anyone that may have had the virus in those individual cells, we Clorox 360'd that particular cell. We did the cell blocks, and our janitorial staff was going through those gallon containers of the Clorox solution. So far, you know, at such a rate, we had to find a way to replace it when they ran out of stock. So that machine was a blessing, by the way. I'm sure there's others out there, but that was very beneficial to us. So, you know what I know as far as what we did to help keep our staff, our inmates, the public as safe as we possibly could during COVID. So now you know what it is that we did regarding officer safety and wellness and COVID mitigation. I'm certainly not saying that everything that we did was all we could do. I'm saying that this is what we did. My hope is that you'll share with us things that you also did, and then we'll learn from each other. And this COVID thing, unfortunately, is not going away soon. Our officer in safety and wellness needs to be a continued thing that we do throughout our careers and throughout our employees' careers. So again, please use whatever you can that I gave you. Hopefully you did learn something. I don't know that I have the answer, but I guess I have an answer. And I wish you all safe and wellness as you move forward. And thank you for listening to me today. Thanks.
I'm very pleased to let you know that our next two presenters are both Destination Zero Comprehensive Safety Award winners and outstanding law enforcement executives. Sheriff Brian Gardner of the Lynn County, Iowa Sheriff's Office won in 2020, and he has implemented a wide array of general, traffic, pandemic, and wellness programs to ensure the health and safety of both his officers and his staff. Following the sheriff, we'll get a chance to hear from Chief Will Balling of the Sydney, Ohio Police Department, our 2018 winner, on how he's created a culture of safety at his agency. He briefs each new officer on the stressors of a career in law enforcement and how to maintain resiliency. Chief Balling will also explain how smaller agencies, such as his, can absolutely implement and maintain exemplary officer safety and wellness programs, even with smaller budgets.
Lynn County is the second largest county in Iowa, spanning 725 square miles with a population of more than 200,000 citizens. The Lynn County Sheriff's Office continues its ongoing commitment to comprehensive officer safety and wellness for its 133 sworn employees and 25 reserve officers. With a focus on keeping its deputies safe in the field, the Lynn County Sheriff's Office issues custom-fit body armor to all sworn employees for maximum comfort and wearability. Patrol units contain an all-inclusive medical first aid kit that includes Narcan, an AED, and a downed deputy kit. The equipment is stored in one bag so deputies can grab it and go when arriving at a scene. Deputies also carry mass casualty bags that contain large quantities of tourniquets, quick clot, and first aid supplies. Personal protective equipment is provided to safeguard personnel from exposure to potentially hazardous substances. All department staff receive 40 hours of crisis intervention training to improve law enforcement's ability to recognize symptoms of a mental health crisis. And the LCSO has a team of deputies who are also certified paramedics. These deputies patrol Lynn County in a specially equipped vehicle called Rescue 57 and provide the most advanced level of frontline emergency care to deputies and citizens. Deputies were issued new tactical rifles with tactical lighting, tactical slings, and holographic laser sight scopes that are mounted inside the patrol cars. Deputies have easy access to them while still seated in their cars. And each patrol vehicle has a Go Vest containing additional pistol and rifle magazines, shotgun shells, and first aid equipment for active shooter situations. Deputies assigned to the Immediate Response Unit are provided with threat protection tactical body armor, as well as gas masks and ballistic helmets with acrylic face shields or specially made Nomex goggles. Ballistic shields with tactical lighting are carried in deputies' patrol cars. And to provide safety and protection during civil unrest, the Lynn County Sheriff's Office partnered with nearby law enforcement agencies to create a joint mobile field force team. Members are specially trained for civil unrest and riot control response and containment. The LCSO also purchased an armored tactical vehicle to protect first responders and allow them to safely approach deadly situations and to retrieve wounded officers and citizens. In 2019, the Sheriff's Office spearheaded a program to get all local agencies on the same radio system to allow them to communicate seamlessly with each other in the case of a natural disaster or other catastrophic event. A robust officer traffic safety program was implemented to improve safety in the community and protect the lives of its deputies. Seatbelt use is mandatory. Deputies are trained to use a passenger-side approach during all traffic stops, and all deputies are required to complete crash reduction training. Every patrol vehicle has a mobile digital computer loaded with software shareable with other local police departments. The equipment allows field officers to easily send, request, and view dispatch information with minimal effort and maximum readability directly from their car. Deputies and other first responders are trained in traffic management response systems so they can safely and quickly clear traffic incident scenes. They use a Faro 3D crime and accident scene scanner to provide fast, accurate documentation of crash scenes, allowing for a thorough investigation in a shorter amount of time, reducing the likelihood of secondary collisions. Highly combustible traffic flares were replaced with LED emergency beacons for safer control at night. And portable traffic hazard signs are used on scene to alert drivers and keep their deputies safe. The Sheriff's Office also has a comprehensive pursuit policy and patrol car damage and collision review program. Annual precision driving training is provided for all deputies who are issued patrol cars. And to safely be able to answer calls in any weather, a fleet of all-wheel drive pursuit-rated vehicles were purchased for safer operation. In order to help staff better deal with stressors that occur in their lives, as well as the inherent pressures of police work, the LCSO created a peer-to-peer support unit, staffed by 7 specially trained deputies and dispatchers. Critical incident stress debriefing counselors are available for any employee who experienced a critical incident. 2 deputies completed Blue Courage training and conduct a mandatory 2-day workshop designed to provide a holistic approach to building emotional resiliency. As part of the county's wellness program, employees are eligible to earn up to $500 by engaging in activities and behaviors that result in reduced health risks. County employees wishing to lose weight can participate in a 10-week diet program at no cost and remain on the program free for up to 1 year. And employees have 24/7 access to a workout facility in the Sheriff's Office building. The Linn County Sheriff's Office's comprehensive safety and wellness program has been recognized nationally and continues to evolve, keeping its deputies and the community they serve safe and well.
Hello, my name is Brian Gardner. I'm the Sheriff of Linn County, Iowa. My agency was awarded the Destination Zero 2020 National Officer Safety, Wellness, and Comprehensive Safety Award. And I'm proud to be here today to talk to you about enhancing officer safety and wellness. A little bit of background, Linn County is the 2nd largest county in the state of Iowa. We have a population of approximately 225,000 citizens. We cover about 725 square miles. And we have several roadways that traverse through Linn County that makes us basically a connection between Minneapolis, St. Paul, and St. Louis, and Chicago and Omaha. In Linn County, there's 18 cities, 8 unincorporated communities, and 19 townships, and over 1,200 miles of secondary roadway that we're responsible for patrolling. The office itself, we're a full-time, full-service law enforcement agency, including having a over 400-bed correctional center. We provide primary uniformed law enforcement protection to the unincorporated areas of Linn County, as well as 12 other towns that contract with us for contractual law enforcement protection. Our annual budget is $26.3 million, and we have 204 employees, 135 that are full-time sworn, and 24 reserve officers. Now, this slide is meant for you to make fun of, but more importantly, what it shows is that I basically started in this agency at the bottom. I started as a volunteer sheriff cadet. Some agencies refer to them as Explorer Scouts. I was then hired as a communications operator, reserve officer, and deputy sheriff, and finally worked my way up through the ranks till becoming sheriff in 2009. I tell you this basically to let you know that I'm familiar with most activity in our agency because I perform most of those duties. And I understand when my employees have complaints or concerns about their jobs, because chances are pretty good that I've at least performed their jobs in the past. Talking about general officer safety, I think it's important to note that I've always been concerned about officer safety. In fact, back in the early 1980s, I was one of our first officers to attend the Caliber Press street survival seminars that came into our community. And from literally that moment on, being a brand new deputy, I was concerned about officer safety, not only mine, but also my coworkers. And so as I worked my way up through my ranks, I continued to be concerned about officer safety. That was even more important to me as I became sheriff, to ensure that my supervisors and my commanders and all of our staff knew that we would do what we possibly could to help ensure their safety and wellness. We'll start off with some of the equipment that we have at the Sheriff's Office. And again, this isn't going to be great news to a lot of you. Some of these things that we have cost us a little bit of money, such as our Bearcat. But many other things that we did cost very little money. Some of it was just policy driven. A lot of this stuff you can purchase through grants, but we'll talk just a bit about the basics to begin with. So we provide custom fit body armor to all of our employees. It wasn't always that way. But before I became sheriff, we used to have vests in the jail that the jail deputies shared. And they would use these vests when they left the building to perform outside duties such as prisoner transportation or perimeter security. So they go to the rack, they find the vest that would most clearly fit their size, they'd put it on, they'd wear it, they'd come back, they hang the vest up to dry, and then somebody else would move into this smelly thing the next time they had to leave the building, which didn't make a whole lot of sense. So we now purchase custom fit ballistic body armor for all of our employees. And we offer them between 2 threat levels of protection when we order those, the body armor. Obviously, one's heavier than the other. So for the increased protection, the folks I need to know that it's heavier, but they still have the opportunity to pick. We provide gas masks, ballistic helmets, and either acrylic face shields or Nomax goggles to all of our patrol deputies and all the people in our special response team. And that way it's handy and accessible whenever they need it. We also provide ballistic shields, not only in our special response team vehicle, but several supervisors have the ballistic shields with them, as do the special response unit deputies that are actually on the street at given times. As far as medical equipment that our folks carry, and this probably isn't unusual for you folks either, we carry AEDs, automated external defibrillators. We carry naloxone kits, often referred to as Narcan kits. And then it used to be that you had a kit for this, a kit for that, a kit for this. We now have one large all-inclusive first aid kit. And that contains everything. It contains the medical equipment, the AEDs, and naloxone. So we teach our employees to use this for several reasons. Number one, use it for self-help, use it for another officer who needs it, and then also, of course, use it for the public. We have actually had 10 deputy sheriffs that have received life-saving commendation awards for the use of the AED that was successful. Had a person in a cardiac arrest, we applied the AED, there was a series of 1 or more shocks and the person was saved, and we rewarded that employee for proper performance by providing them with a commendation award for life-saving. The same thing is true for our Narcan kits. Thus far, we've had those kits on the road now for about 2.5 years, and we've had 12 documented saves with our naloxone or our Narcan kits as well. And again, those employees are also provided with life-saving commendation awards. Additional medical equipment that we have, the deputies are all issued tourniquets and tourniquet holders for their duty belt. You can see that there on the screen. They wear them right on the duty belt. They're extremely accessible. And then beyond that, all of the supervisors on the street and other officers, other deputies, have what we refer to as down deputy kits. And these contain large supplies of tourniquets, quit clotting agent, and then sucking chest wound patches. And they're immediately accessible, contained in the interior of the vehicle. And then if they need to use those for any number of reasons, they're readily accessible. And then of course, we also have personal protective equipment, you know, the old PPE that we've all had or should have, where you have, you know, the Tyvek suits and the booties and the gloves and masks and things like that, that most often you would use perhaps at a scene, a crime scene, to stay away from blood and body fluid types of incidents. As far as weaponry that our folks carry, it started out back when I was the patrol captain before being elected sheriff in 2008 and taking office in 2009 that we didn't have any rifles. And I convinced the then sheriff to allow us to apply for and receive military surplus M16s. Now, of course, for those of you that are familiar with the weaponry, it's a bare bones rifle. That's all you're really getting. And that was great. It served a useful purpose. It allowed us that we were not outgunned when dealing with some people on the streets. But they really weren't terribly functional. So what we ended up doing was trying to give those back, and that's a whole nother story. But we ended up purchasing patrol rifles for all of our deputies who are issued patrol cars. So not just patrol deputies, but our civil deputies, our warrant and transport deputies, our command staff. If you're issued a car, you're issued a rifle. And those rifles have holographic optics, they have a lighting system, and they have tactical slings, which allow them to be more versatile. The same thing is pretty much true for the shotguns. Issued a car, issued a shotgun. And the shotguns have integrated lighting systems in the forearms. They have the side shell saddles for the shells, and then also tactical slings as well. Those replaced our old Remington 870s that were, again, just about as bare bones as the M16s were. Accessibility for those two weapons, as you can see on the slide on the right, we have in-car mounts, secure mounts, where both the rifle and the shotgun are side by side, and they're accessible to either the driver or the passenger of the vehicle. We wanted to make sure if the deputies are provided the weapons that they're easily accessible. One thing that we also have to go with that in the event of an active shooter situation is go bags. And those go bags contain additional rifle ammo, additional shotgun ammo, additional pistol ammo, and then also they have some of those first aid supplies that we talked about earlier, the tourniquet, the quick clot, and the sucking chest wound, the kits in there as well. So you can grab these, sling them over your shoulder, grab your rifle and or your shotgun, and move into position. And then we do allow authorized backup weapons. Deputies are required to qualify with their backup weapons annually, and they're also required to fill out a form so that we can track for training purposes and for qualification purposes that they've been allowed and authorized those weapons. Beyond our lethal weaponry, we also have several less lethal options. We have less lethal shotguns and less lethal shotgun rounds. Now, unfortunately, at this point in time, not everyone is issued a less lethal shotgun. The patrol supervisors are issued them specifically, and then they're also contained in our SRT vehicle. But those people who are not issued a special less lethal shotgun, again, as you can see in the slide, they have an orange forearm, they have an orange stock, and they're marked less lethal. And that's the only purpose of those shotguns. They are never to be loaded with live ammo. But the deputies who are not able to carry these at this point in time, they're given an orange pouch, a sealed orange pouch, and they contain the beanbag rounds. They're kept separate from the live ammo, actually in the glove box of the vehicles. And then the deputies, when they need to use the less lethal rounds, they're instructed to completely empty the weapon from live rounds and then just insert the beanbag rounds instead. That way there's no tactical problems when it comes to put those out into the street. We also issue our deputies conducted energy devices, basically tasers, in our case, Taser 7s. We've upgraded to the Taser 7s recently. And if you notice in looking at the picture, we use standard draw holsters. We do not use cross draw holsters. And that literally is an officer safety and a citizen safety issue. You probably read that there have been several instances where a deputy or a police officer has erroneously drawn their duty weapon, thinking that they had their taser in their hand, because more often than not, you would grab it with the strong hand cross draw. We wanted to try to lessen the liability or the chances of that occurring. So we actually have standard draw offside holsters for those tasers. Our deputies are instructed and they're required to utilize those with their offhand only, their support hand only. And that way you know that you have your weapon with the live rounds in your strong hand whenever you draw it. You have your weapon with the taser in your weak hand, your support hand whenever you draw it, and you're never allowed to have both weapons out at the same time. So it's one or the other, never both. And that way it lessens the chance of you having an errant discharge live round. And of course, as most agencies do, we still carry the expandable batons and the OC spray. And as you can see on some of the duty belt pictures that we have here, that the belts get kind of tight, but we want to make sure that our folks have everything they need in order to be safe. Other training we do provide active shooter training to all of our deputies who are issued patrol cars. Again, in this case, it would be the commanders, the civil deputies, the transport deputies, as well as the patrol deputies, and they're required to go through this training on an annual basis. We're fortunate, well, I guess fortunate is probably not the right word. We have several industrial complexes that are vacant currently, and so they've allowed us to go in and utilize them for active shooter training. So you see a photo of one of those. In addition, active shooter training was provided to the employees at all county buildings. Provided the same active shooter training to all of the school districts in Linn County that we were responsible for, including in some of the groups, the parents and the students, depending on their age and the request of the school districts. And we've also had local businesses and organizations that have asked us to provide this training. And I think to date, starting about 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, we provided this training to about 70 local businesses and organizations. We also understand the importance of trying to control situations so they don't rise to the level of needing an application of force. So here 2 years ago, we really moved heavy into crisis intervention training. We sent several instructors down to Texas to receive the training from the initial source of this training, of crisis intervention training. They became certified, came back up here, and they've trained us and several of the smaller agencies that we work with. We require all deputies, all civilian correctional officers, all cooks, all dispatchers, and all of our reserve officers to go through 40 hours of crisis intervention training, with the end goal of not having to need that use for the application of force. And then that training is reviewed and updated as needed, and we provide update training actually every year to make sure that we're doing the best thing possible to maintain that crisis intervention training. One kind of a neat thing that we do is we utilize actual actors from the local theater groups to be role players in here. And it's amazing how real that training is. I know some agencies bring the firefighters in or whoever, friends, family, but we actually use trained theatrical people to come in. And having participated in the training, it's very, very realistic. And it really has our deputies thinking, our employees thinking and moving through those situations. As many agencies, if not most agencies at this point in time, we provide body-worn cameras and in-car cameras to anyone that owns a camera, anyone that owns a drives, operates. I'm going to back that one up. As most agencies do, we provide body-worn cameras and in-car cameras to all of our field deputies. So if you're issued a patrol car, you have an in-car camera. If you are out of the correctional center, you should have a body-worn camera. We train people on the policies, the proper application. What's most important with those, as you all know, it's just as important to know when to turn those on as it is when to turn those off. But there's a mandatory usage policy. The nice thing about these cameras is they sync. They're both the exact same manufacturer. Ours happen to be Panasonic. So when you turn one on, it automatically turns the other one on as well. So you're getting both the in-car video recording and also the body recording at the same time. It's triggered either manually by the on button, or when you do the slide switch to activate the patrol car's emergency lights, it comes on then automatically on both devices. And then we also have the trigger sent on the in-car cameras that when you cross the 100-mile-per-hour threshold, both cameras come on as well. We do frequent recording reviews with our division commanders. What they're looking for is proper driving. They're looking for proper scene security and safety, proper interaction with the public. And when our folks do a good job, we congratulate them. Hey, that was a really difficult call and you did very well with it. If corrective action needs to be taken, then we address that issue as well. For vehicle operations, and that's a portion of quite concerning liability, obviously. We are active in our below 100 program. We had a couple instructors go out, receive the below 100 training. They provide that to, again, anyone that has a patrol car. And then we do updated training with that annually. And almost anywhere you turn in our agency, you're going to see below 100 pollsters. Just as a reminder that we really need to follow those principles and make sure we do everything we can to be safe and safely go home at the end of each shift. We have a mandatory safety belt usage program. It's mandated by the state by code. It's mandated by policy as well. And we ensure that our folks do wear our safety belts. And if there's ever an accident involving one of our patrol cars, one of the things we do in reading the CDMs, the computers in the cars, is we want to make sure that the seat belts have been secured when those accidents have occurred. And thankfully that there aren't many of them. Vehicle operations, we are very fortunate in Cedar Rapids, Iowa to have a speedway here in town, Hawkeye Downs Raceway. It has a half-mile and a quarter-mile racetrack, both paved, and they have large, expansive parking lots, and Hawkeye Downs is very accommodating for us, and they allow us to come out almost as needed, as long as nothing else is scheduled, to come out and do emergency vehicle operations training. And so we do both pursuit driving on the track, and we can do defensive driving out in the parking lots. And in fact, we just wrapped up 2 weeks of that this past week out at Hawkeye Downs, and they're very accommodating. Our people actually thoroughly enjoy it, as one might expect, and it does keep our deputies on their toes as far as what is the proper way to do high-speed driving, low-speed driving, and driving appropriately. We are very fortunate to have that. We have a very comprehensive pursuit policy. And then at the conclusion of every pursuit, the deputies are required to write a report. And then there's a mandatory review of the video and the reports by our patrol division commanders. And they review this information, they type up a synopsis, they run that synopsis either past me and or the chief deputy. And then once we have the chance to review that, then they have an actual in-person meeting with the deputy involved in the pursuit. And they talk about the good things. And if be the case, they talk about the bad things as well, the places for improvement. And actually the deputies very much seem to appreciate that. They end up being learning lessons. And even the best run pursuit always has things we can look to perhaps do differently or do better. And so that's a mandatory thing that we put into effect here several years ago. But again, we make good use of that review procedure. For safety purposes, I think it's important to have vehicles that are specific to your needs and wants. And like I said earlier, there are some needs and wants that are more expensive than the other. The $350,000 Bearcat that you see there, we acquired that a couple of years ago through some actually asset forfeiture money. So again, it's a lot of money, but we found a way to buy it and not to actually hit the board of supervisors for the cash. And then you'll also see that we have to the right of the Bearcat, we have a crime scene investigations vehicle. And so not only does it contain our crime scene investigation tools, there's actually a little mini office in there. So if the weather's cruddy outside, you get the officers out of the cruddy weather into the back of the van, they can get what they need done and then get out of the scene. Right below that, the black one is our special response team vehicle, one of several vehicles we use to transport the team to the scene. Again, the same thing inside, there's a little mini office, seating for about half dozen to 8 people. And again, it's special, both of those were specially built from the same outfitter for that specific purpose. Obviously our 6x6, that's probably the least expensive vehicle you're going to see there. That also was purchased through grant money. We can use that for any of a number of needs. There's a dump box on the back of that. The F-350 pickup you see up there on top, that actually pulls our bomb trailer, our SRT equipment trailer, and also the boat trailers that we have as well. That's our latest acquisition. And then down below, we have a basic patrol car, but here at the Sheriff's Office, we run a paramedic level rescue service. We're the only one in the state of Iowa to do that. We basically have deputy sheriffs who are certified as paramedics, and they respond to medical calls in Lane County outside of the Cedar Rapids, Marion metro area. So what I'm saying is we have these specialty vehicles built for a special purpose, which helps keep our deputies safer when responding to certain scenes. And it also, because everything you need is right there and concise and accessible, it actually helps to reduce your scene time. And that's certainly a benefit for officer safety. Let's talk a little bit about officer safety as far as the traffic program is concerned. So for patrol vehicles, and almost exclusively now we're into SUVs, find that for our needs here in Iowa with the snowfall and whatever, that the all-wheel drive SUVs work very well for us. Radio communications has got to be one of paramount importance to all of your first responders. And back earlier, prior to 2010 in Lane County, everything was disparate. UHF, VHF, 800, nobody could talk to each other. And so I was fortunate in that I got together with 2 of the chiefs from the larger agencies. We got with our boards of supervisors or city councils, and we were able to bring the money together for a $26 million radio interoperability project here in Lane County on the 800 system. And what started off as a system that we had shared with the neighboring county has now literally moved into a regional radio system where agencies across Iowa are now operating on our system, and even moving into Illinois and perhaps even into Wisconsin, which means that we can use our radios, exactly what we have, and the talk groups we have to talk across the state. And the state of Iowa actually has a different system, but we have interoperability with that system as well. So we can talk pretty much anywhere we go in the state of Iowa, utilizing our exact radios and the talk groups that are in them. And that's extremely important because it not only lets us talk to other law enforcement officers, but it lets us talk to other first responders, EMS and fire as well. And we had a devastating flood here back in 2008. We had a derecho that came through here last year, and we needed that communication in order to respond appropriately. Patrol vehicle equipment, we have everything that everybody else has. I mean, we have first aid kits and we have the flashlights and all the rest of that stuff. We make sure that every patrol vehicle we have here has a tire deflation device kit in it as well. We did even simple things that cost very little money, like magnetic mic hooks. You know, when you're running lights and siren and paying more attention to your driving as you should be than anything else, you shouldn't have to try to find that mic clip to hang the radio up. You know, the magnetic ones, you get them in the area, they're going to suck themselves down and be where they need to be as well. So just simple things like that help to increase officer safety, and that's a good thing. We've looked for things like that. For our collision investigation, again, scene safety is of paramount importance. Reduced scene safety is of paramount importance. That's why all of our patrol deputies have received TIMS training, traffic incident management scene training. And TIMS training, as I'm sure many of you know, it literally teaches you to get on scene and off scene in as short a time as possible, and even move your scene if you have to. If you have an incident on an interstate highway, let's get that scene off the interstate highway as soon as possible, as safely as possible. And TIMS training not only teaches that to law enforcement officers, but we provide that TIMS training to fire agencies, EMS agencies, and even the tow operators in our area, because you all have to work collectively together to get those crime scenes, accident scenes cleared up and moved off of the roadway. To help reduce our on-scene time at accident scenes and even crime scenes, we use the Faro scanners. We're on our second generation of a Faro scanner. They work extremely well for plotting out the scenes and getting you in and getting you out and getting your officers safe and off the road. We also have scene lighting, because as we know, not all incidents take place during daylight. Monday through Friday, you have things that occur overnight and in inclement weather. So we have some portable scene lighting you can see up there in the upper left-hand corner. And then we also have mobile scene lighting. We have a generator with LED lighting. This isn't the one with the LEDs, but we have one now that has LED lighting that can illuminate a larger size scene, almost half of a football field, quite honestly. For scene safety, beyond that, we have emergency scene signage. The pink signs there on the left, they are maintained in our supervisor vehicles. So the supervisor gets there, places them at the back of the queue, and then the incident is far forward of that, place it at both ends if we need to, or multiple ends. And that gives the public advance notice of what's going on. We have moved recently to lighted traffic safety vests. It really was a pretty cheap investment. You can see the front of this one is illuminated, the back does the same thing. And they're required to wear traffic safety vests anytime they're out of the vehicle, night or day, when they're out on the roadway for their safety. And then at night, they're required to turn the illumination on as well. There's a couple different modes, 3 different modes. One's a standard illumination, constant illumination, one's a slow flash, one's a fast flash. We have found it is less distracting for other drivers to have them on constant lighting with no flashing. So they're told just to turn them on, just steady glow. And then we all know we used to carry those oil, for those of us that have been around a long time, like me and Larry, we used to use fusees, traffic flares. You kick them off and you lay them on the roadway. Unfortunately, anything that was flammable, these things caught on fire and made a bad situation even worse. So we now have moved to LED traffic beacons. They can withstand someone driving over them. We have some that are just a small pucks, and we have others that are actually upright cones, and they illuminate at night so that the citizens know where you want them to go when you're moving them throughout the traffic patterns in the roadway. Let's move on to employee wellness, because that certainly is something that's important these days. We are fairly fortunate here in Linn County. We do a lot of things. I know this is a busy slide, and I'm not going to read it to you, but it may seem that way. But one of the big things we have to offer to our employees is we have an in-house fitness center. It's located in the basement of the sheriff's office. You see a portion of it here. It is available 24/7 to all of our employees. They are encouraged to access it whenever they want to, before work, after work, days off. Some are fortunate enough to be able to, their schedules allow them to actually access them while they're working. And we encourage that participation in utilizing those our fitness center. In addition, if you don't like ours, for whatever reason, you have your own that you pay money to join, the county has a tuition reimbursement program, a fitness center reimbursement program for that very purpose. The county has a comprehensive employee wellness program that's been going on now for about 5-6 years, where they actually pay you to participate in wellness activities. So it starts out with, if you go see your healthcare professional, and or meet with one of these folks and they take a blood draw and then they run your blood through the program to make sure that everything's good. And then you meet with a practitioner, you automatically get $150. Now, if you want to increase that to $500, then you go through this wellness program. And based on the activities that you choose, it may be financial wellness, it may be eating wellness, it may be physical fitness wellness. You go through that process at the defined length, and then you're eligible for a total of $500, $150, $350 for a total of $500. And we encourage our employees to participate in that. It really takes very little to be involved in that, and the benefits are quite impressive. As part of that program, the county has a county-sponsored weight loss program where they pay for you to participate in a weight loss program as well. Along the lines of employee wellness, I think most of us have had critical incident stress debriefing programs. When you see those scenes that really kind of tug on the heartstrings or perhaps more severe than normal, or just one that's not hitting quite right, we utilize our critical incident stress debriefing quite extensively. And going back up now, we utilize our peer-to-peer support people to help present those programs. The peer-to-peer support program was ramped up here a couple of years ago, and they are literally that. They're not counselors, they are there to support our fellow deputies and our fellow employees. And I say employees because we actually have dispatchers that are part of that, correctional officers that are part of that, and deputies of varying ranks. So if you feel more appropriate to talk to a certain person of a certain rank or assignment, then you're able to do that as well. But very well received, and that's important for us. Utilizing our employee assistance program as organized through the county, we also work through our unions in this last contract negotiation. There's 3 unions that we deal with. 2 of them have to do with our deputies and dispatchers, one with our sergeants, and another with the clerical people. But for the dispatchers and deputies and sergeants, we bargained for mandatory annual mental health checks. So every year it's mandated that they have to go see an EAP counselor, and they have to go through a mental wellness check just to make sure things are good. And if things are not good, then they're encouraged to work with EAP to work through this. It's free to our people. In fact, because it's EAP, the first 5 visits are free for our employees, no matter what the reason is. Anything beyond 5 is actually charged against the insurance. But these mandatory annual mental health checks have proven very, very good for us, because it shows our employees we're concerned about their health, both not only physically but mentally as well. And we were very clear to make them understand this is not a spy program. The only thing EAP tells us is this person showed up on this date. That's it. That's all I hear, because it's mandatory. We need to know if they showed up. But the only other time we're ever going to find out anything is if we find out during the course of that mental health check if the employee is homicidal or suicidal. EAP will step in and then take charge of that situation. Let us know this person needs to have a little bit of time out from work, and it's paid. We pay them through the process to help get them well again, and it's been very well received. And one of the things that we were able to find is this EAP manual mental health checks actually is applied toward that comprehensive employee wellness program we talked about as one of the components. And then if you participate in both of those, you actually get a declining cost for your health insurance. So all sorts of incentive to get through that. We worked with our human resources department in the county to be able to work through that. We participate in Blue Courage. Many of you understand what that is and have done that. It's an employee wellness program as well. All in-county sheriff's office employees, whether you're a mechanic or a dispatcher or a clerical person, all have to go through Blue Courage, because it talks a lot about the reason we're here and interaction with the public, and that's really important. People don't lose track of that. We as in the county provides free flu, hepatitis, and COVID vaccines to our employees, and all employees are strongly suggested to participate in that program. And then, of course, although we don't like talking about it, we do encourage our people to participate in our employee last wishes packet. Those are highly confidential. They are sealed by the employee. They go into a file, and the only time that they are opened is if truly there is an emergent need to contact a family member, because the employee themselves are unable to do that. We'll open up that last wishes packet and then move forward from there. As far as employee recognition, I think that it's very important to recognize your employees for good deeds when they go above and beyond. We have a commendation award program. That commendation award program recognizes Medal of Honor, Medal of Valor, Medal of Merit, Life-Saving Award, Purple Heart. There's a posthumous award as well. Thankfully, we have never given out a posthumous award. And unfortunately, yet this week, I will be giving out my first Purple Heart, which was the first line of duty shooting where one of our deputies had been shot in the line of duty since 1973. Thankfully, that deputy, who was struck 7 times with 40 caliber rounds, is returning to duty they actually returned to duty just yesterday. And he'd been off for 3 months. Terrible, terrible thing. But we want to make sure to recognize his courage under fire. And so he'll be receiving the Purple Heart. In all, 109 of our deputies and employees have received commendation awards since we started the program. And unfortunately, maybe that's not right, but the vast majority of those have occurred under my leadership. The previous sheriffs didn't make the best use of those programs. I wanted to make sure that anybody who rose to that level of deserving a commendation award was given one, and my commanders do a great job of bringing that to my attention. We also have a deputy sheriff and a special deputy sheriff of the year award program. And so every year at the end of the year, I announce that we're looking for nominations. The employees on their own figure out who it is that they wish to nominate for those 2 programs. And then we pick a nomination selection committee. For the deputies, it's a deputy sheriff, a sergeant, and then a deputy of rank above the rank of sergeant. They get together, go through the nominations, they pick out one person, usually one that they wish to receive the award. They provide that name to me, and then I've always concurred. And then we do a presentation to that deputy. The special deputy program is the same thing, only we use people within the special deputy ranks to make that determination. There is an award they get where you see the three of us together there on the left-hand side. That's a special deputy of the year award being presented. The sergeant is the one that nominated him, and then he's the special that's getting the award. They get that award, and then there's like a traveling plaque, I guess you could call it, sits downstairs in our display case, and their name goes on it, and it stays down there as well. We have a Sheriff Challenge Coin program. It's a coin on the right-hand side. It's directly from me, different than our normal Sheriff's Office Challenge Coin, and it's given to people who do exceptional work. And it may not rise to the level of a commendation award. Maybe they just did a great job on the case. Maybe they're just always in a good mood when they come to work. Maybe they just make us look good. They get that challenge coin from me personally, along with a note card that says, I really appreciate what you've done. You're doing a great job, and thanks for making our jobs greater. And then also, because of all this stuff we've had to go through with COVID, we created a COVID coin. And you'll see it's basically our badge with the COVID mask on it, and then the virus itself on the flip side. And anybody that is here during COVID gets one of those just for saying, thank you for going through everything we've had to go through. And I appreciate you being here for us and helping keep us well. So we provided the COVID coin to all of our current employees, not just the sworn staff, to all the employees. Talking about the importance of officer safety and wellness, I think it's important to grasp that as a law enforcement leader, it's really incumbent upon you to make sure you do everything in your power to keep your employees safe. Some of these things unfortunately cost money. Others don't cost us any money at all. Sometimes it's just letting our people know that we're supportive of them and that we'll do whatever we possibly can do in order to make their jobs safer and their lives better. Getting information from them, the two-way conversation is also extremely important. And I think that for any successful law enforcement organization and any successful law enforcement leader, it's important to look to the safety and wellness of all your employees. And I would strongly encourage you to look to see what our program has to offer. Has had to offer, and if you can use any of our suggestions, great. Hopefully you have suggestions of your own that we can use to make our program better. And I encourage you again to look at this with the importance that it deserves. Thanks.
The Sydney, Ohio Police Department was ahead of the curve in creating wellness programs for its officers. In the late 90s, the department began promoting physical conditioning as a way to keep officers fit and able to perform their duties. They began by partnering with the local YMCA and other fitness centers to provide a place for officers to work out. Since then, a complete fitness facility that is complemented with a cardio room and hand-to-hand training area has been added to the headquarters building. The Sydney Police expanded the initiative to include a yearly physical fitness test based on the Cooper Institute standards for police officers. Officers are required to take the test annually. Those who achieve the highest fitness level can earn up to a $1,700 bonus. Officers who fail to pass are given benchmarks to help encourage them to improve. A professional trainer is on hand to diagnose and treat any injuries or illnesses officers might encounter, bringing cost savings through less sick days and better officer performance. The Officer Wellness Program was a 2016 finalist for a Destination Zero award, but has since expanded to an even more comprehensive initiative. The department added new driving policies to help keep officers safe on the road. All officers participate in a driver training program, focusing on high-speed and low-speed conditions. Mandatory seatbelt rules were implemented, as well as policies to reduce the use of cell phones while the vehicle is in motion. All patrol cars are fitted with magnetic microphone clips to make it easier for officers to put their radios back into place. Dash cams are programmed to record if a patrol vehicle exceeds 80 miles per hour. And a vehicle pursuit review board was created to ensure safe driving. For emergency situations in the field, patrol vehicles are equipped with a rapid response bag containing extra ammunition, blood pressure bandages, quick clot agents, extra external ballistic vests, and tourniquets. Officers receive training on how to properly apply the tourniquet. Officers are also equipped with naloxone to administer in case of drug overdose. And all officers were issued body cameras. The most recent addition to the initiative focuses on mental health. Understanding that sometimes even the toughest officer needs help, the Sydney PD collaborated with local health and wellness professionals to expand services for its officers. The department offers post-traumatic stress classes, peer-to-peer counseling, and mental health education classes. A spouse support program was also established to create an open line of communication with an officer's family. And all of the Sydney police officers receive training on trauma-informed policing. Officers have access to free seminars on financial health, nutrition and wellness, and participate in Blue Courage training focusing on human development, empathy, compassion, and resilience. These are just some of the features of the very extensive and comprehensive program the Sydney Police Department has developed. Each year, new elements are added to the initiative as the Sydney, Ohio Police Department continues to create a better agency for its officers and the community.
Well, thank you everybody for joining us today. My name is Chief William Balling with the Sydney Police Department. We're located in Sydney, Ohio, and we serve a community of 21,000 people here in the city of Sydney. We're a full service department. We provide our own dispatch center. We have our own tactical team, and basically every service that any larger department would have. Today, I had the opportunity to kind of talk about our journey with Destination Zero and talk about officer wellness and how to develop the culture within an agency. So I appreciate everybody joining us today. And I'd like to go over our program a little bit with you guys. Our journey started really back in 1990. We started looking at physical fitness in the shape of our officers. Were they physically fit to do the job? Everyone, when we started this journey as a police officer, we swore that we would uphold our standards. We would provide excellent service to our community, and we wanted to make sure we could do that. And part of that was, could we actually do the job? So we started looking at physical fitness standards for our officers and the Cooper Institute standards. How could we develop it to have a fair test for officers that would encourage them to stay in shape? So our journey took us over many years with that point, up into 2017. At 2017, we started having a holistic approach within our department. A little bit more than physical fitness, we wanted to look at different aspects of our programs like mental wellness. What were we doing to take care of our officers? What were we doing medically to take care of our officers? How could we keep our officers safe on critical incident calls and active shooter calls? And we heard about the program called Destination Zero from the National Law Enforcement Memorial. And we looked at what we did, and our officers came to me and asked, can we apply for this award? And even being a smaller department, I was very proud of what we had. I'm very proud of what our officers did to reach the level we did for our culture. So we applied. During 2017, we submitted all of our information for the health and wellness program, and we received the runner-up award with it. Now, my staff was very excited about that. I was very proud of them, and we could have just rested on our laurels, but I'll give my credit to the staff that they didn't want to do that. They said, how else can we improve? Now, I did have the opportunity in 2017 to actually attend Washington, D.C. and talk to people about their programs and talk to other agencies and learn off the website of what was going on around the country. Simple programs like magnetic microphones with another agency of how to keep their officers safer when driving. Other programs for physical fitness, other aspects of financial fitness, ideals I never heard of before. So we started introducing those programs within our own department, and we reapplied in 2018. In 2018, I was honored to say that we received the Comprehensive Officer Safety and Wellness Award for the overall program. And again, this was a credit to my staff and the culture that they established. It wasn't just for me being top down. It was really everybody involved. Some of the programs that we have here, I'd like to go over with you guys. We, again, started with our physical fitness program, and these are pictures of our officers. Always have to show the picture of the one lifting weights, his shorts there always makes me laugh. But from young officers to older officers, they was all getting in shape. They was working out of the facility to make sure that they could respond if they was needed. So our physical fitness program is actually done yearly. Every officer takes it, and there's a bonus for them. And we look at that bonus as a reward, just the same as if you have an education. So our officers can earn up to $1,700 a year for physical fitness. Now there's also a stick, I'll be very honest with you. If you're not in shape, we try to encourage the officers to get in better shape. And as long as they're showing improvement, there's no discipline. However, if they're not showing improvement, they can receive a suspension of 3 days a year, or actually 6 days a year, because then they would take the test twice a year. But again, as long as they're showing improvement, it's built in that no one would get disciplined as long as they show an effort. But again, we felt physical fitness was important for our officers to be if they had to respond. But prior to taking any test, we also do a full medical screening. Our medical screening involves a stress test, blood work, chest x-rays, making sure that officers are fit to do the job, making sure that they're fit to take our Cooper test in our physical fitness program. So our medical evaluation costs our department about $1,000 a year to do that. But that's money well spent in my mind, because our officers find things before they become major issues. Over our course of our history, we found blockages in hearts, we found lung capacity that's been damaged, and other correctable actions just due to having this medical appointment. Through the medical appointment and through Destination Zero, we're actually adding different layers to the test, looking at precursors for heart attacks. As you may know right now, heart attacks are serious issues for officers. The National Law Enforcement Memorial reports that they're one of the top 4 killers of officers on and off duty. So we want to look at that aspect. Are our officers healthy? Can we do anything to help them? And part of our medical screening does that. One of the other things, one of the most important things I think we do here is we have a partnership with our hospital. We have an athletic trainer that comes to our facility once a day and works with our guys if they have injuries. He developed plans for them if they're struggling meeting their goals on our physical fitness test. He works with them if they just have aches and pains due to old age, due to injuries from playing sports and football. We all laugh about it, but we do get injuries as we get older. And this is a way that we can mitigate some of these risks. He can work with them and get them back online. One of the other things we found with this program that's really been beneficial is if somebody gets an injury on the job, let's say they tear an ACL chasing after somebody, we have somebody on staff that knows how to take care of that injury. And he comes on board and does physical therapy, sometimes twice a day with that person. So we really see this as a bonus for our officers, that gets them back on full duty and back to work much quicker. We're actually shown to reduce our injury time almost 50% by working with our own physical therapist. Now on this program, I talked to a lot of people about it, and I would encourage people to look at it, is we don't pay anything for this program. We pay zero for it. Our athletic trainer is provided by the hospital, and they provide everything at no charge to us. Now, do they make money off of it? Yeah, they make money off of it. And we understand that if you have a surgery, our hospital is going to benefit from us going there and having that surgery done there. But again, it's that partnership that becomes a win-win to reduce mitigation and effectively get guys back on the street. Our next program we're going to talk about is mental wellness. And really, this has to be a culture within an agency. Our mental wellness program is really something that we started about 7 years ago, exploring what was going on in law enforcement. When I first became chief, I had a retired deputy come to me and talk about post-traumatic stress and what he was dealing with retirement. So that started opening my eyes to, we need to take care of our guys in the aspect of post-traumatic stress, suicide prevention, just overall health and wellness to reduce stress. So we started having classes within the department, starting smashing the stigma and improving the culture that it's okay not to be okay through our mental wellness programs. Bringing somebody in to talk and just kind of explain in a safe area was our first step. And then I worked with the union, to be very honest, to bring in somebody to do mental wellness checkups every year, starting to bring a counselor in that can talk to our officers either every other year, used to be every 5 years, but now we're moving towards that every year, that they can just do a check-in. And part of that program is to make sure that our officers are okay. Now, this is a mandatory program for our officers. It's even mandatory for me to go as a chief. But what is not mandatory is for them to give me any information. I get zero information about their visits with a counselor. It's somebody from outside of our area that has knowledge of first responders, that works with first responders, and actually is even married to a first responder. So they understand our job. They understand the nature of what we have to respond to. And now my officers and dispatchers get a chance to have a conversation with them. And as I said, it's mandatory that they go, but it's not mandatory that they tell me what's going on. And with this program, I was a little hesitant to see how it would go over with our officers. And I will tell you, 95% of them love the program. And many of them come in after the visits and talk to me and tell me what's going on. And that's on their own freedom of the choice to do. But it does smash the stigma. It gets us talking about it, gets us looking at it. And I'll tell you what, it's been great for our officers. We also looked at equipment. Through the DZ program, we looked at what other agencies were doing. How are they taking care of their officers? In law enforcement, it's not that we had to reinvent the wheel. Let's work together through agencies across the United States to say, what programs are you doing and how is it helping them? You'll notice some of the pictures from tourniquets. All of our officers have tourniquets. We have the magnetic microphones in our cruisers. It helps prevent accidents, helps prevent taking your eyes off the road to put up that microphone. Our to-go bags, we have level 3 vests with trauma plates. We started looking at all the equipment and really getting buy-in from the officers of what they felt was needed. Now, again, you have to look at your budget. You have to look at what they're suggesting. But again, if you look at the overall cost of protecting your officers, and a lot of times we like to say mission first, people always, part of it is taking care of them. Part of it is making sure that they have the equipment that's needed. So we started looking at that. For a small cost, we was able to improve our equipment. We do a lot of training, and I think training is key for this. And if you do in-house partnerships, you can get this training for free. You can get local businesses to come out and bring people with experience to come in and help your officers. Some of the training we've got for free, if you notice, one of the slides says conquering carbs. We brought a nutritionist in to talk to guys about eating habits and how your shift affects the eating habits. She's a nutritionist that didn't talk about people, hey, you have to lose weight. You have to be 180 pounds or 170 pounds. She just wanted to provide them with healthier options at their shift, especially with working with third shift officers or when officers get off work going home and eating heavy meals, talking about how that affected the body. And again, by working with local agencies, you guys can provide this to your agencies at little to no cost. Some of the other trainings we've been able to provide is our tourniquets, our emergency medical tactician. We've had financial training comes in to our police department by finding financial advisors to come in, not to do a sales pitch, but just talk to people about their finances. And one of the most important ones on that was credit scores. Officers were concerned about credit and taking out loans and having that option of having somebody to come in and just explain that in a no sales pitch way, they really appreciate it. And again, if you're looking at a holistic approach, which I would encourage you guys to do through your departments, is look at finances, because that gets officers in trouble. They worry about it. Sometimes they get themselves in a hole and have to work a lot of overtime just to pay their bills. So start looking at what is the risk within your department and see where you can provide that training throughout your agency. We looked at traffic safety. And a lot of times people think about traffic as, oh, it's just a bump in your cruiser or you accidentally hit something not paying attention. But for everybody out there, 53% of our officers who lose their lives in a traffic crash are responding to an emergency call for another officer needing assistance. They're responding to an officer assistant call, and now you have this fatality. Think about how that would affect your department, and also think about that call. If you're losing your half of your department, now have to respond to this fatality involving an accident, what about that officer in trouble? So we really wanted to look at traffic safety from many levels. How are the guys driving? Through Destination Zero, we saw that there was departments out there doing reviews with the in-car cameras. If a car got over a certain speed, sometimes officers would review it. Sometimes a supervisor would check, why are you going 80 miles per hour in town? Learning to do that from DZ helped us develop our officer safety program and start keeping our officers safe. Talking about our stop sticks, making sure guys, if they use some type of stop sticks or traffic control device to stop a car, were they safely using it, and doing reviews. So when you're looking at all these programs, DZ has a ton of programs out there. Other agencies have them. Start looking at that to keep your officers safe, because right now we're losing way too many people to traffic accidents, to approaching vehicles on driver's side, any type of functions dealing with traffic, we're losing people on, and we need to do a better job of. We also started doing reviews, and this isn't the I gotcha moment. Our reviews are not meant to get guys in trouble. We started doing reviews on use of force more thoroughly. Did the officer do everything they could to prevent themselves from being hurt? Were they trained? When was the last time they used defensive tactics if they had to go hands-on? What type of situations were getting officers in trouble on use of force, and what type of were getting them hurt? So our reviews started not only looking at, did they follow the policy, which is standard, but also, were they doing everything safely, or was there something that the department could do to help them? We've kind of expanded our reviews, as I said, to our traffic. If we have a pursuit, did the officer do everything they could safely to protect themselves and still get the mission done? Is there something we needed to change about our policy, our pursuit policy, or putting out stop sticks? Was there something we needed to do to prevent those? So we started doing those. The other thing on reviews we started doing, and again, it's not a I gotcha moment. So don't think it's that. It's more of a I'm helping you. It's more of a coaching moment. We started looking at our body worn cameras, and our supervisors review some of our body worn cameras. Do they review them to make sure policies and procedures are being done? Yes, 100%. But they also started reviewing them for tactics. Was the officer following good tactics or placing themselves in a position to get out of danger or get off that X if they could? For example, one of our supervisors on night shift started noticing some of his officers were carrying the flashlight in their dominant hand when walking up to a cruiser. He started noticing that through body-worn cameras, so he started correcting that and just talking to the guys about the what if somebody in the car bailed out with a gun or fired it, and you've got that flashlight in your dominant hand. How could that benefit you? And so we started making those minor tweaks and changes through reviews. And that's one of the things, I compliment my staff and my supervision for noticing. So those were some of our programs that we have, and we have plenty more for that. But I really do also want to talk to you about several key things. One is the first is the why. If I was a chief or an administrator or an officer starting a new program for my agency, the first thing I want to do is start changing the culture within the agency. Start changing the culture that we're really caring about our mission. We're really caring about our people. And the first thing to do to change a culture is you really have to explain the why. And I think this needs to be in detail to your officers. It's not just because you're the chief and you say so. It's not just because you heard it on this program and you want to follow or you want to win an award. Really think of your why as who are you going to affect and why should they do it? Why should they follow you? People don't want to do things just because they're told. People want to understand why you're doing it. And I think the why is something very simply put. When you look that officers tend to die 22 years earlier than the average citizen. When you talk about retirement, and I know I'm getting close and several of my co-instructors from different programs are close, we want to live as long as we can. I want to suck up our retirement money, and I want my officers to suck up that retirement money. They deserve it. They've put their life on the line. They've missed family events. They've worked hard for their career. So what I want to do with our programs, and I encourage you to do, is to explain the why honestly. You want to take care of your personnel, not only while they're on the job, but also into retirement. And when you start looking at that and who your stakeholders are and what you want to accomplish, that's going to be key for you. As I said, here's a picture of one of my young officers. We hired him about a year ago or a couple of years ago, and his family. These are one of our key stakeholders. And I put a picture of a family, and I know it's a kind of a cheesy picture of them all smiling. This was actually when he graduated his academy. But I want to say, this is his first step with our journey. When recruiting new officers, I want to bring them on board and tell them about our physical fitness and our mental wellness checkup, our financial programs, because that's part of my marketing to them. I want them to know from day one, from academy day to when they start here, we want to take care of them. And I want them to be part of that culture and understand that when they join us, they're joining a family. When they join us, we not only care about what they do on the job, but what they do off of the job. So we start with that as a recruitment pitch to the new hires. When we bring them on for interviews, we show them our building. We show them our physical fitness rooms. We show them our athletic trainer room. And we start talking about it because all law enforcement is having trouble recruiting people and keeping people. You got to make sure that you care for them, and you got to make sure that they understand coming on board, this is a lifestyle that they're going to have to be involved with, and we want to help them live through that lifestyle. We also want to help take care of their families. Our stakeholders involve more than just the officers. When you're starting mental wellness programs and physical fitness programs, and really your overall holistic approach, your stakeholders will also include the family members, the officers, the admin, the city. It'll include your community because you got to be fit to do the job. So your community is another stakeholder. So we have a lot of those with our programs. So how do you get started? Well, this is a key. The first step is wanting to do it. You just want to have to do it and get people passionate about it and explain the why. When you start your program, again, don't just come in and say, hey, I want to do this program because I saw it work somewhere else. Tell your story. Work with other groups. When I was the chief starting these programs, I really needed help with my officers, so I got other people involved and formed that collaboration, both internally and externally. And I found out the community was more than glad to help. Again, our mental wellness programs is actually paid for by our mental health group, and it pays an outside agency, not the local agency. Our physical fitness trainer comes from the hospital. Again, it's a collaboration with the community. Now, we do pay for our medical screenings. We get a little bit of reduced rate, but we pay for them. So how do you start programs up that cost you money, you may ask? Well, I think it's really important to tell the story. Tell the story to your bosses, the mayors, the city managers. Explain why you're doing it. Your first why to them is to protect your staff. You have so much invested in an officer after you first hire them. The time you have them for a year, you've already probably spent $100,000 to $150,000 on that officer in salaries, in training, in equipment. You need to keep them. You need to keep them healthy. You need to keep them happy. We'll do that and we sell that to the city manager as one of the benefits of the program. Also show that what it's doing. Our programs have shown to reduce cost to the city through insurance claim, to lost sick time, to health benefits, lack of complaints. You sell that to the city and you can do that. You also sell it to the officers again. Just be honest. You want to take care of them. You want to show them that you care. So each way, you want to show people in the community, your admin, your officers about the program. It can happen and can get started. As I kind of wrap up with our programs, Destination Zero has been a great program for us to be involved in. We're very honored to be an award winner, but we're honored just to do things for our people here. Again, I told you, mission first and people always. As I was told, you can't accomplish the mission without the people. And the people mean everything to these programs, and establishing a culture of wellness starts from day one. When you guys set up your programs, look around, find places that are doing things, do research, go to the website, find departments on the website. I am sure many of these departments will help you or at least offer what they have. I know I would for that. It's important for us to help our people and gather and grow this culture of wellness, not only in your local areas, but across the United States. So with that, everybody, I do challenge you, please do something to help your officers, even if it's only one thing. Doing something is better than nothing, and continue that ball rolling. So thank you for your time. I hope you have a great day today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cheryl Steele with Starbucks Coffee Company, and we are privileged to partner with Destination Zero and honored to participate in this ceremony of remembrance for the sacrifice of men and women in law enforcement and our first responder community. We honor your memory, your service, and the sacrifice of your families. At Starbucks, we recognize the critical importance of mental health and mental health as a cornerstone to our overall well-being. We appreciate the investment that Destination Zero is making, as well as the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Museum and Foundation in programs to advance mental health and well-being. We thank our partners in law enforcement and the first responder community for their service every day in service of us. Thank you.
In our fourth session, we're going to learn more about the National Suicide Awareness for Law Enforcement Officers, or SAFE LEO program, supported by the Bureau of Justice Assistance. This initiative offers training, customized technical assistance, and online resources designed to assist officers to engage in help-seeking activities, and for agencies to implement wellness and suicide prevention strategies. Associate Deputy Director of BJA, Vince Davenport, as well as retired Captain Brandon Post and retired Chief John Bouthillet, will introduce the program and present many of the key points in suicide prevention. They will discuss how officers' lifestyles and work life can contribute to a cycle of despair that leads to suicidal ideation and how to recognize those warning signs.
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here today. This is such an important discussion and a topic. I'm Vince Davenport. As Brandon said, I'm Associate Deputy Director with the Bureau of Justice Assistance. And I'm joined today by my colleague, Deborah Meter, who oversees the Officer Safety and Wellness portfolio to include suicide prevention and awareness for law enforcement officers. Our role here at the Bureau of Justice Assistance, we're a component of the Department of Justice, and our primary role is to provide grants, training, technical assistance, and support to state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies. And our number one goal really is just to help reduce crime, combat victimization, and to support law enforcement, keep law enforcement safe. The program that you're going to hear about today is our SAFE LEO program. This is our National Suicide Awareness for Law Enforcement Officers program. And we're so pleased that you have deemed this subject important enough to demand some of your time today. We think this is one of the most important issues that's faced out here by law enforcement. If you strip away COVID for the last couple of years, suicide amongst law enforcement officers is by far the leading cause of duty-related deaths. And that's something that we have to change that. And there are so many people doing so much work in this space out here, but we know that there's so much more that has to be done. So today, really the purpose is to share with you some really valuable information about the SAFE LEO program here at BJA, and to really make sure that you have a full understanding of what these resources are and how you can leverage these resources for your own personal benefit, for the benefit of your families, your friends who are involved in law enforcement. And it's not just our sworn family members, right? We've got to always remember our professional staffs, our dispatchers, clerks, custodians, everybody that works in this space is directly or indirectly affected by the challenges of this profession. And so we're just really pleased to bring this to you. And there are a lot of resources in addition to benefiting, as I said, you and your colleagues directly, but your agencies as well. So you're going to hear a great discussion that's going to be facilitated by Captain Post and Chief John Bouthillet, who are two just incredible experts in this space nationally. And I know you're going to learn a lot today. So I just wanted to say welcome. And really, more importantly, I just want to say thank you for what you do and hang in there. These are really, really tough times for law enforcement. And for those of us who, at one point in our lives, we're out there on the streets, it was tough, and we know how tough that is. But I can't imagine being out there today and dealing with the stresses and the pressures that have been added layer on top of layer as a result of not only COVID, but with all of the events really kind of beginning in earnest with George Floyd last year, and the challenges that that's created for law enforcement. And we think that there's been a lot of things that have occurred that have really kind of eroded some of the confidence that our public needs to have in law enforcement right now. And everybody should have that confidence in our law enforcement. We know that the pressures associated with the times that we face today are really, they're tough. And so I want to say mainly thank you again for the work that you do out there, and couldn't be more pleased that you've decided to make this your cause and that you're interested in this topic. And we know that you're going to learn a great deal today. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Captain Post.
Thank you, Director Davenport. And again, hello and welcome to this presentation from the National Suicide Awareness for Law Enforcement Officers, or SAFE LEO program. The SAFE LEO mission is to heighten the awareness of the problem of suicide in law enforcement and prevent officer deaths by suicide. The SAFE LEO program believes that to combat law enforcement suicide, that agencies must prioritize officer wellness with the same degree of attention that we give tactical training. And this goes beyond just an agency responsibility, it is all of our responsibility. We strongly believe that a healthy officer is a better and a safer officer. So Director Davenport said, my name is Brandon Post. I retired as a captain with the Provo Police Department, and I now work as the program lead for SAFE LEO. I'll be serving as your moderator today, along with John Bouthelette. Chief Bouthelette retired as the Chief of Police for the South River, New Jersey Police Department and is a senior instructor for the SAFE LEO program. Chief, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you, Brandon. It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank our partners in the development of the SAFE LEO program, namely the American Association of Suicidology, the Institute for Intergovernmental Research, the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, and the Major City Chiefs Association. Now, what do we all have in common? We believe in the mission, we understand the problem, and we are all committed to being part of the solution. So let's talk about the SAFE LEO focus. But in this web event, we are going to address the problem of suicide in law enforcement and provide strategies and resources to combat this problem. The SAFE LEO focus is threefold. First is understand the challenges. This is where we quantify the problem and examine the risk factors. Next, we consider the solutions. And here we promote health and treat issues. And then finally, develop an action plan. This is where we apply solutions, utilize resources, and rise to the challenge. So our goal today is to talk through issues and present you with resources so you can leave with strategies and an action plan to make positive change and help eradicate the stigma for help seeking. So it was 2,400 years ago. Plato made the statement that it does not matter if the masons and cobblers fail to do their jobs well, but if the guardians fail, the democracy will crumble. I know that might seem a bit rough starting off a early mid-afternoon web event with Plato, but it's an important point that merits repeating. It does not matter if the cobblers and masons fail to do their jobs well, but if the guardians fail, the democracy will crumble. Plato made this statement in his book, The Republic. And what the Republic is, it's a theoretical discussion between philosophers who are theorizing over what it would take for a genuine democratic republic to succeed. Now, this is 2,400 years ago, so it's revolutionary stuff. But throughout the discussion, key and central to the success of the Republic was the position of the guardian. Now, if you've read Plato's Republic, you know that Plato's definition of a guardian and our definition of guardian, there's some differences there. However, there's also some commonalities. The guardian swears an oath to the Republic. The guardian places themselves in harm's way to protect others and is a moral individual brought up from youth to serve society. However, we need to ask ourselves, well, it's a noble profession and it's absolutely necessary. And we've known this for a really long time, again, over 2,000 years. Is there a cost to the guardians for engaging in this role? And what I want everyone to kind of think about and ask yourselves, has working in law enforcement changed your perception of things? In fact, I'd like to kick that over to you, Chief, if you wouldn't mind. You spent 26 years in law enforcement. Did working in law enforcement change your perspective on things?
Oh, absolutely. It is the reality of the job. It will definitely change who you are as a person. It's part of what we call that beast, right? This is the greatest job you ever love. But at the end of the day, it takes a heavy toll on us. And for many, many, many years, even when I started, Brandon, back in the 80s, mental health and mental wellness, that was not even talked about in my agency. The focus was on getting out there and doing your job, make arrests, write tickets, protect and serve. We didn't even think about the fact that one of the greatest things about this job is that we get to see things that nobody else gets to see, right? We have front row tickets in this thing called life. But the same answer is that we get to see things that nobody's supposed to see, that the mind was never designed to comprehend. And for years and years and years, we've been under the umbrella of suck it up, embrace the suck, rub some dirt on it, tape a Band-Aid to that, because we were cops. You weren't people. We weren't supposed to have emotions. And that's played a heavy toll. It played a heavy toll on me personally in my career, but there are literally thousands of officers who were impacted by this lack of focus on the emotional and mental health of law enforcement officers. And that's what brings us here today. And I think this is going to be a great discussion to talk about the suicide awareness for law enforcement officers program and what it can do for agencies all across the country.
Yep. No, I think your comments are spot on. I would like to see, I recently retired, and the change I saw in my career from how we address mental health to now, I think we're doing so much better. Much better. And I think it's important to, obviously we got to keep sight of that. This job gives us the opportunity to do some real good in society and actually make a difference. We can have a purpose-driven career.
Yes.
But the brutal truth is, like you said, police work is hard. It's emotionally debilitating, and it comes with a constant risk of demoralizing cynicism. In fact, another quote that I remember reading, and it hit home. 150 years ago, Nietzsche said, "Whosoever fights monsters must take care that he does not become one in the process. For if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you."
And Brandon, I think that quote is so important today. I think it just kind of summarizes exactly where we're at. That we're staring into that abyss, and no one's helping us get out of there. No one's giving us that lifeline to get away from the abyss. And hopefully by the end of today, we'll be throwing a lot of lifelines out with this presentation to tell people that there are answers.
Yep. Lifelines that are enumerated in an action plan.
Yeah.
Perfect. Love it. Let's talk about, let's show some numbers here. Let's talk about maybe some of the cost. John, would you mind going over these numbers for us? Please?
Yeah, I think it's important to always start at the beginning, right? And that's one of the things that we like to do in this program. And when we started looking at the concept of suicide awareness for law enforcement officers, we started by just looking at all line of duty deaths which occur. And the numbers speak for themselves, okay? We know that in 2020, 119 law enforcement officers died in line of duty. And that doesn't count the 145 that died because of COVID. So 2020 was a very rough year for law enforcement. On top of that, and that number includes 10 who died by heart attack, 44 who died in motor vehicle accidents, and 48 were victims of felonious assault, with the bulk of those being gunfire. That's the reality of the job right there. That is the reality of what we see every single day. Those numbers don't change. Let me add a little bit of this too, Brandon, because I think it's important. This is the numbers we know. These are the numbers we collect. This is the stuff that comes out of FBI LEOCA. We see it every year. But what we don't talk about, and something that has been talked about, but we are just trying to accept it and embrace it, is studies that are done that look at law enforcement officer life expectancy. And I always go back to Dr. John Belanti, who did a longitudinal case study back in 2013, who looked at life expectancy of 2,800 Buffalo police officers, not only white male at the time, but that's the cohort that he used to look at his study. And there's a lot more studies going on, but this study really struck home to me, Brandon. The basic results of that study were law enforcement officers have a significantly lower life expectancy than the average male citizen in the United States. So male to male, making all things even, we have a significantly lower life expectancy. In fact, the big thing that came out on this, of the cohort that he looked at, the interesting thing was that officers that make it to the age of 50 can consider themselves to have a 7.8 year life expectancy after that point in time in their life. Think about that for 1 second. This job takes a toll. And the problem is, and always will be, it is the realities of the job. It is stress. It's the chronic stress. It's the everyday things that we deal with that take a piece of us every single time. And what we do is we don't realize that. We're so busy caught in the protect and serve mode. We're so busy in trying to be in the RoboCop, if you know what I mean, Brandon, that we are emotionless, that we don't see it, that we're immune. And the problem is that even as much as we try to be RoboCops, we're human beings. And that has a great impact. And what we're seeing now is not only that there's the danger that's baked into the cake when it comes to felonious assaults, motor vehicle accidents, unfortunately COVID, but this job over time will destroy you, And the problem is we have been letting that happen for too many years. And what we're realizing now is that there's ways to stop that. There's ways to stop that deadly trend of less life expectancy. And that's what one of the things this program is trying to help as well. We want you to have a long and successful career and a long and successful retirement. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of things that we focus on in Safe Leo. But the next number that I want to share with you all is one of the things that actually brought us here today, 174. During that same period in 2020, based on our friends over at Blue Health, 174 officers died by suicide. That's more officers dying by their own hand than by the hands of somebody else, felonious assault, than by in a motor vehicle accident or by heart attacks. Combined. More officers die by their own hand. To me, this is just unacceptable. And the sad part about this number too is, Brandon, is that there's no central repository to collect this information. Blue Health does a great job trying to collect all, but there's no mandatory reporting when it comes to officer suicide. There's mandatory reporting when it comes to felonious assaults, motor vehicle accidents, but there's no repository to collect this information on a national level. I know that the national, the Law Enforcement, let me get this right, Suicide Data Collection Act has come out, and the FBI will be tasked moving forward to collect that information. But right now, we don't even have what I would call a clear picture on the total number of officers who have died by law enforcement. And I think that's important we get there. But again, at the end of the day, this number and the numbers that we've seen in the past and the numbers we're worrying about in the future are one of the driving factors why the Bureau of Justice Assistance decided we needed to tackle this problem, this epidemic head on. And that's what we're doing here in Safe Leo. So it's important to remember the numbers because numbers don't lie. This is the reality of the job. And I think what we want to go to, Brandon, if you don't mind, if you can discuss kind of why. What's the why behind this and what's the why behind our program?
Well, the why in Safe Leo, we are really big on the why. We believe very strongly in the why, both as an organization and as an individual. It's important to incorporate that. In fact, it was Simon Sinek who said, people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And there's one thing I really want to not lose sight of here. We talk about numbers, we talk about challenges. Yes, this profession, there are some difficulties and we are exposed to things that are outside the bounds of normal human experience in this job, but we shouldn't lose sight of the advantages and blessings we have to be able to be engaged in this job. And one of the things I think is really important is police. We have a really strong advantage here in the why category. Why we started this profession in the first place, why we engage in this profession. I mean, we didn't do it for the salary, obviously. I mean, think about just what it takes even to get into the job. You think about your polygraphs, psych evals, PT tests, any number of rounds of interviews, background investigation. There's a lot to go through. We don't get into this because of the salary. And I genuinely believe we are bringing really good people into this profession who are able to get through all those steps and processes. But now we move out to, so we've got our why. Now we move out to the how, and that's more the process. So Safe Leo, that's why we're here. We identify the challenges, consider the solutions, and develop a mental and emotional wellness action plan. And then we go to the what. So what is our outcome? It's about reducing stress, building resilience, and increasing optimism. Kind of going on that optimism and back to the why. When I think about police officers' why, it makes me think about a book I read a couple of years back called Endurance about Ernest Shackleton. And Simon Sinek also addresses this in his book, Start With Why. So both good references on this. But in 1914, Ernest Shackleton had the goal of crossing the Antarctic continent on foot and being the first to do it. So he gets his crew together, gets the ship. It's an expensive endeavor. They get all their equipment gear. They sail out. And while en route, they find their ship trapped in ice, cannot move. And that starts a 2-year odyssey of them vying for survival against all odds and trying to get back to civilization and rescue themselves, because no one is going to be able to come down to Antarctica to rescue them. It's astounding what they were. The ice ends up obviously crushing their ship. They have to salvage a couple lifeboats off the ship. They're nowhere near land. They're on large floating sheets of ice. I mean, they get chased by sea lions. They have to endure the most horrific conditions on Earth with hardly any supplies. They're braving ocean storms in lifeboats that they never should have survived. They end up stranded on an island with no resources, having to leave half their number, going to another island where there was some civilization, and climbing technical mountains without any training or gear. It's an extraordinary book. It's worth the read. It's called Endurance. But my point in that is Shackleton, when he was trying to fill his crew, you think about most companies fill job openings or put out job applications. They talk about knowledge, skills, and abilities. If you want to do this job, these are the knowledge, skills, and abilities you have to possess to complete with this job. Well, legend has it, Shackleton did not do that when he was looking for his crew. What Shackleton did, he didn't say, you have to be able to hoist a mainsail. You have to have experience running a dog sled team in Arctic conditions. He put an ad in the paper that said men wanted for hazardous journey. Low wages, bitter cold, long hours of complete darkness, safe return doubtful, honor and recognition in event of success. And the extraordinary thing is, after this 2-year odyssey, Shackleton and his crew, no one from Shackleton's crew died. They all made it. He looked for people who had a strong, burning why and united them in a cause. And they were able to overcome extraordinary difficulties. Again, I want to go back to our advantage. I think we are a strong core of individuals with a very strong why. And just like Shackleton and his group, we can overcome extraordinary difficulties. And I mean that with some of the difficulties we're facing. I think reimagining policing in some ways is going to really benefit us and society. And as far as our own mental health and wellness, we have a core of individuals that can accomplish great things. And I'd like to, the point being, let's not lose sight of the advantages or the benefits we have. But we also have to recognize the difficulties that come with this job so we can be adequately prepared when we face them. Having said that, I would like to transition to a Safe Leo video that we've produced that I think sums this part up well. It's called 1,000 Cuts.
We all struggle with everyday stressors. Some are big, some are small, but they all erode our physical health and resilience. Things that wear you down, make you weary. These invisible injuries are like 1,000 little paper cuts, each one attacking our overall well-being and safety until we begin breaking apart and separating ourselves. Those tiny cuts, the everyday stressors, add up and cause breaks in your protective facade, the invisible shield you carry to maintain your "I'm okay" mask and to suppress the negative impacts of seeing things that no human should ever see. Over time, the constant stressors may impact every part of who we are. You may reach a point where you struggle to find solutions. You need support. It's important to make connections with fellow officers who may understand what you are going through. Find others outside your law enforcement family that you can rely on. People who care about you and will listen when the going gets rough. Be open with them and help them understand what you're going through. There is strength in seeking help.
So I'd like to refer now to something we call the cycle of health and resilience. Let's look at where we can end up if these 1,000 cuts progress, because to affect meaningful change, it's important to determine causation of behavior rather than just correlation. And we feel this chart does a great job of doing that. John, will you mind going over the spiral of despair chart for us, please?
I'll take care of that for you. Thank you. And I want to just reiterate what Brandon said. This is the greatest job you could ever have. I say this even to this day, but we have approached it in the wrong way when it comes to how we take care of our people. We spend a lot of time on training, but most of the training is the hard skills, right? Firearms, defensive tactics, tactical medical. We spend a lot of time in in-service training, but we never talk about the specific things that we need to do in order to make the highest level of professional cop that exists today. And what happens is it starts in the beginning when we go to the academy. Now, when I look at this chart, I see the realities of the job. And I can tell you right now, I have never seen a advertisement or a employment video or a recruitment video that starts out with the first level, which is the realities of the job. It's never been, please come to the ABC Police Department because over the course of your career, you're going to be exposed to tons and tons and tons of misery. You didn't talk about, you're going to be part of the I'm fine culture, and therefore you can never raise your hand for help. In other words, we're going to make you have a fear of seeking assistance. Oh, by the way, pay. Well, if you took this job for the pay is going to be low, and that's something you have to deal with. The next thing is long hours and the shift work, shift work tears your body apart. Long hours. I'm talking to the people who know, and I've been there. I used to have the running thing. I could never guarantee I could go home at the end of the shift because you never know what's going to happen. I was never known when the phone was ringing in the middle of the night when they needed overtime or something catastrophic was going on, and I was called back in. A lot of law enforcement officers, we accept the dangers of the job. In fact, that's one of the things you see in the recruitment videos is, a lot of jumping out of helicopters, dogs barking, cops running, SWAT teams deploying. But this job is dangerous. It is a dangerous job. The second thing is with that danger, we have to make split-second decisions. Split-second, life-threatening, life-changing decisions. And with that comes the stress of this high liability. And I think that's been more prevalent than ever before. We also have this public profession of who they think we are and who we think we are. So there's a little disconnect between how we view ourselves as law enforcement officers and how the community views us. And that creates stressors in itself. And the next thing is that they didn't realize, you didn't tell me when I got into this job that you're going to change. And all those friends you had before you were a cop, you're going to lose them all because they're just not going to understand you. And that's the reality of this job. And that's what we're talking about, what's going on right now in a lot of agencies. And that's one of the things we're trying to stop. So with these realities come these effects. And what happens is all these realities start building into stress, depression, all these things start happening inside of you, and they start straining a lot of things in your life, both on the job and off the job. We start seeing problems in relationships. We start seeing financial challenges. Because we have low pay, we work a lot of overtime to try to make our bills, to pay our rent, to pay our car payments. So we don't get time off. We get time on to make more money to cover the bills we have to pay. And because of the fact we're constantly working, we can't work out, we can't exercise. Our diets are probably some of the worst diets that exist in the world today. Because I remember when I was stuck on midnight shift for the longest period of time, my only options were to drive-through. And there's very little options that come out of a drive-through that are good for you from a healthy standpoint. So you're not exercising, you're spending most of your time inside a patrol car, you're eating bad, you're stressing out to the maximum. So the foods you start picking to eat are comfort food. And then those social bonds really start to get strained. They get strained at home. They get strained with your families, outside of your immediate family, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, close friends. All these strains start to come on. And what that does, it starts to increase that stress factor. Stress comes on even stronger, and it's chronic stress. And that's why we showed you the 1,000 Cuts video. It's not just one thing, it's a multitude of things that create stress in our lives as law enforcement officers. And because of the fact that stress is so prevalent and we've not really educated and trained our people to understand what stress does to us, we, for many, many years in law enforcement, have decided to come up with some really good coping mechanisms. Unfortunately, most of them are unhealthy, right? Internalizing our emotions. Boy, that was key when I first got on. You never raised your hand. You never say, that's not sitting with me. And think of and Brent and I have had this conversation many times. Think how many times you've interacted in a call involves a child or a really, really horrific accident. It's just the stuff that just sticks with you. Overworking doesn't help because it affects your sleep. We don't sleep. We ask our classes all the time, how many hours of sleep you usually get a night? And the average between 4 and 6, and that's just enough. Another coping mechanism starts with that self-medication, alcohol. Alcohol abuse disorder, which is a part of the law enforcement culture. And again, that continued social isolation. In fact, it gets worse. You don't want to talk to anybody. You just want to sit someplace and you want to just be alone. You spent your whole day making decisions. You spent the whole day under stress. So right now you just want to unplug. So there's consequences to those 4 levels of unhealthy coping. It's the consequences. Okay, now we're going to see broken relationships. Of course, we're going to have health problems. We're going to get frustrated with the job. We're going to get frustrated with what's going on in our lives, frustrated with our personal lives, frustrated with professional lives, frustrated with the public that we serve. And all that creates job problems. And what the problem is, because we do such a poor job at providing that support systems that we're going to talk about today, we get stuck in this cycle. We go from stress to unhealthy coping to the consequences of unhealthy coping. And a lot of officers spend a lot of years in their career in this cycle of despair, as we call it, just stuck. No purpose, no optimism. It's more pessimism. It's more cynical. And that's where we start creating our problems. And no one's ever opened the door up, opened a window, let light in to say it doesn't have to be this way. But when it is this way, what happens is some people who spend a lot of time in that cycle of despair automatically turn to that level of hopelessness and psychological pain. People can only endure so much of this. And some people end up having that whole despair, hopelessness, and physical pain going on. And that's a very dark place to be. That's where that suicidal ideation occurs. And once you get to suicidal ideation, you're one step away from suicide. That is the current environment that most officers operate in. It's the one that we looked at, we studied, we developed, and we realized it's time for a change. It's time to get out of the spiral of despair and move on to the cycle of health and resilience. So let's take the time now to kind of look at what it really should be in that cycle of health and resilience. Brendan, if you want to take that.
This is what we call the cycle of health and resilience. And there's always a quote I think of when I see this model from Viktor Frankl, who said, between stimulus and response, there's a space. And in that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and freedom. So if you notice in this model, the realities of the job, they're the same. That's not going to change. The effects of the job, that's the same. That's not going to change. We have the same stimulus regardless of which model we find ourselves in. Where we start to draw the line, and again, we have that certain stimulus hit us, but the big difference in the cycle of health and resilience from the spiral of despair is that we are actively choosing our coping mechanisms. The interesting thing is our body, because this job takes its toll, this job can throw us out of homeostasis and make us feel off, which means intuitively we are going to seek coping mechanisms. And the absolute critical point here that we got to focus on is that we are aware this job's going to impact us and that we have predetermined what our coping skills are going to be when we feel off. Because if we don't, that's going back to what John said, we find ourselves using alcohol. Statistically speaking, we don't have the healthiest relationship with alcohol in this profession, or other means to try and cope with the things we are seeing and experiencing. So we fall into the healthy coping model. We're using mindfulness techniques. We're talking to people. We have an optimistic outlook. We're recognizing that, you know what? There are some difficult things in this job, and there's a lot of darkness in this world. But I recognize that I am exposed to an inordinate amount of darkness because of this profession, and there is really more light than darkness. It's an important epiphany that we need to have. The amazing thing, though, is as we engage, so we're engaging in healthy coping mechanisms, we're exercising, we're spending time with family, we're eating healthy, we're actively choosing the things, as hard as it may be at the time, to deal and cope with the issues we're experiencing. And that begins to feed itself, just like the cycle of despair. Healthy behaviors beget more healthy behaviors, and these small incremental steps we're taking toward our wellness have a cumulative impact, and they become habits, which then allow us to increase more healthy behaviors, which again leads to additional coping and resilience abilities. So, and then obviously, ultimately, the goal is, we see old age up there, that is to collect as many mailbox checks as possible, healthy retirement, and make the system pay out far more than we ever took from it. So that is that's the cycle of health and resilience that we like to look at. I would like to transition now to another video, a Safe Leo video we have called Building Barriers to Wellness. This video is going to go over some of the things that, how we open ourselves to being healthy, and how we prevent ourselves from actually engaging in the cycle of wellness.
Are you building barriers to your own wellness? Picture yourself standing on a starting line on your path to wellness. How often do you find yourself thinking these things? I'm too exhausted to work out. I sent my best friend's call to voicemail. I'm too busy to cook a healthy meal. I had a rough day. A few drinks will help me feel better. I really love this TV show. Maybe I'll watch a few more episodes. It's not really that late yet. That last call was really tough. Sergeant checked on me, but I'm fine. Consider this. Do you allow yourself to make excuses to avoid things that you don't want to do? Are you making strides down a path, or putting up obstacles that in the end prevent you from reaching your goals? A healthier, happier you. Stop building barriers. Every time you make a positive choice for a healthier you, you stop another hurdle from being added to your path.
All right, so we've reviewed some material now concerning understanding the challenges of officer suicide, considering some of our solutions, promoting health, treating issues. Now we want to talk about doing something about it and developing an action plan. I'd say there is a really big difference between saying, I have a feeling or I have a hope that tomorrow will be better, from I resolve to make tomorrow better, and this is how I'm going to do it. Chief, you mind sharing some thoughts with us on the action plan? And I have a feeling we're going to see some John Booth-Alette passion come out here as we discuss this portion.
Yeah, Brandon, talk is cheap. We can talk about this issue forever, but unless we come up with an action plan and decide which way we want to take this, it's all for nothing. And one of the things that we do with the Safe Leo program is we help agencies develop that action plan. We provide a lot of agency guidance designed to help you come up with a plan that fits you. And I want to say this, and I mean this in all sincerity. Today, the BGA and the Safe Leo program were launched at a national level. We've been doing webinars, and we have a lot of things that we've been doing behind the scenes and outside. And we started doing a lot of work with podcasts and our webpage. But today is the day we say enough is enough. We looked at line of duty deaths, and we know that line of duty deaths are an occupational hazard. It is, they are what they are. But when we look at this issue of suicide, it's an occupational crisis. And it's time that we handle it like an occupational crisis. We're very good at dealing with crises. So let's start attacking this problem, develop an action plan that deals with this occupational crisis. And why we have hope is that because we know that suicides don't happen, like you don't wake up in the morning and say, today I am going to die by suicide. It's these things that happen. We saw the 1,000 Cuts video. We saw the Spiral of Despair. This happens over time. And if we don't provide awareness, prevention, and intervention, then we can expect the same old outcome over and over again, which were suicides. More people die by suicide by their own hand than by felonious assaults, motor vehicle accidents, and heart attacks combined. So the time for talk is over. The time to start coming up with ways to mitigate and stop this tragic trend that's going on in law enforcement begins today. And we're going to help you do that. There's a saying we use all the time, and it's something that applies even to the Valor training, officer safety and wellness training we do in conjunction with the National Suicide Awareness for Law Enforcement Officers, is that if it's predictable, it's preventable. You saw the numbers. You saw the spiral of despair. We're going to focus on changing that spiral of despair. We're going to break that up. We're going to smash that, and we're going to replace it with the cycle of health and resilience. That is the answer. And we're going to help you develop an action plan that has to do with that cycle of health and resilience. And I'm going to go to my friends in Blue Health, because when I read this, it made the most sense to me than anything. And I'm a simple thinker. I'm just a cop. And what Blue Help says is time that suicide should be pursued as relentlessly as any other cop killer, together, publicly, and with unabating courage. That's the challenge. That's where we're at. And we start today. We are going to start relentlessly pursuing that cop killer. And we're going to make it happen. The bottom line is it takes everyone to start having the conversation. It has to have meaningful conversation to start to end this trend. And it's going to take agencies, it's going to take officers, it's going to take communities, it's going to take community resources. All these things have to be put together into your action plan so we stop this cycle of despair, this cycle that leads to suicide. So in order to do that, we need a strategy, right, Brandon? So let's talk about strategies.
Action plan. It's important. An agency needs to have an action plan. Officers need to have an action plan. Supervisors' action plan. Administrators' action. And there's going to be nuanced differences in those action plans depending on what your role is. Just some very quick. If you're an agency, I think we're going to spend a little more time on just the line officer action plan, but some basic, if you're an agency action plan, have written policy that encourages officers to reach out for help. In other words, it enumerates this is what's going to happen when someone asks for help so that officers have confidence of what is going to occur if they do take that courageous step and say, I need help. Also, administrators, it's got to come from the administrators have to be pushing the message saying, if you come and ask for help, you are not going to lose your job because of it. Now, I'm not saying it's a way to avoid discipline or discipline doesn't have its place. It does, but it needs to be genuine help seekers. People who need to address their physical health are not going to lose their job because they're asking for help. And then an agency needs to make sure it's providing meaningful resources that are not only focused on dealing with an officer who is in crisis. If all of your resources are only focused on dealing with someone who is in crisis, you're going to find yourself only dealing with crises. There's got to be a multi-tiered step. In the academy, early intervention warning signs, all these things that help build and prepare officers for what we see and experience.
And Brandon, if I can add one thing to that,
please,
the leadership, let's be honest. Leaders have to be self-aware. They have to be self-aware only themselves, but their agency. That's number one. Number two, self-care. For all the leaders, executive leaders who are listening today, for all those who spend time on the plane, I spend way too much time on the plane before COVID, is that no on the plane, you get that with that message, that this discussion, that safety discussion at the beginning of each flight. And they said during the course of this flight, there may be a loss of pressure in the cabin. If so, oxygen mask will drop from the ceiling. And it says, please put on your mask before you help others put theirs on. In other words, you have to take care of yourself first. So executive leaders, you're not immune to this. You're not immune to this. So you have to be self-aware, self-care, and more importantly, what Brandon's kind of surrounding is you got to lead by example. And there's many things there we can do to make that happen. Brandon, I'll go back to you.
Nope, no, absolutely. Thank you. Let's address individual plan. If you're thinking about an individual plan, sheet of paper in front of you, write down number one item has got to be written out. I will ask for and accept help if I need it. I will ask for and accept help. And who are you going to ask for and accept help from? There's a myriad of options. We're all different individuals. We're going to feel comfortable going to different people, but who are you going to ask help from? Number two is identify the triggers, your personal triggers that may precede suicidal thoughts. That knowing what the triggers are, knowing when they're present, It can help you either avoid them if possible, and if not possible, maybe help mitigate some of the effects because you're aware of what they are. Next, I would absolutely write down, develop a list of activities that offer comfort to help quiet the suicidal thoughts. Again, that's back to our cycle of health and resilience. We are actively choosing our coping skills. When I'm struggling, what am I going to do? Do I go to the gym? Do I do jujitsu? Do I go running? Do I go in the mountains? Do I spend time with my family? Whatever that is for you, whatever that feel healthy item is, write that down. And also, in a bright moment where you're feeling good, list your reasons for living. What are the purposes that keep you going? What is your, if you remember, we're going back to it now, your why. And that why has got to be deeper than you. It's going to be our why is what gets us up off the canvas when we've been knocked down. But list the reasons for living. So in the dark moments, it's something that can be referred to. I have positive in my life. There are things I can keep going for. Write down a list of the big issues you're struggling with. Really important, make realistic goals for short, medium, and long term. One that I've loved, I'm a list maker. I put lists. You got to list things you're going to do today, tomorrow, and the next day. I'll say, and then as you complete them, check them off or mark them off. There's actually a bit of adrenaline whoosh you get when you mark something off. And I know that for a fact because, like I said, I'm a list person. And I found if I write something, let's say I go accomplish a task that wasn't on my list, and I think it deserves or merits a spot on my list, I'll actually go back and write it in the list afterward just so I can check it off and get that adrenaline whoosh for checking it off. So last couple items, there's many different items. And again, a action plan is a personal item. These are suggestions, but we're all different, unique individuals, but there are some commonalities that we're all going to share. These are generalities where you can find the specifics, but don't be afraid to celebrate your accomplishments. If you accomplish, even if there's small things on the list, it's okay to feel good about that. And it's okay to celebrate progress and feeling good. And then, depending on where you're at in the cycle, maybe also help heal by helping others in similar situations. What we cannot do, however, Einstein, again, I apologize. I really enjoy the quotes. It helps. Like John said, I'm a cop. I think simple. So quotes help inspire me. But Einstein said we can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. We can't engage in the same old thinking to address some of this issue that we're in. John, why don't you take us through some of the, how are we thinking different at Safe Leo? What are some of the trainings we offer?
Yep, and like I said, same old thinking, same old results. That's a problem in law enforcement. There's two things cops hate: changed and things that remain the same. We can't worry about that anymore. If we put this forward and we start developing out these action plans and agencies start really focusing more on mental health and mental wellness. Hey, listen, we spend a lot of time on preventive maintenance, right? Brandon, you've been there, I've been there with budgets. We put preventive maintenance on our cars, on our computers, on our radios, on our weapons. We spend all this time and money making sure that they're at their top operational condition. But people don't have a check engine light, right? And we spend no time trying to understand what's going on with our people. In fact, I will say this, and I want everybody to remember this, because this applies to everyone. Again, you're human. Okay, you might wear a uniform, but ain't that uniform is a human. And there's not a vehicle that rolls out the back of a police department, or a uniform that walks out the back of the door, or a unit in your agency, narcotics, detective, crime scene investigators, that doesn't consist of human beings. And we forget that. So we have to start addressing the needs of human beings on top of our mission, which is to protect and serve our communities. And if we can get those both right, man, things are going to be so much better. We're going to smash that Biolani study. We're going to extend our life expectancy. We are absolutely going to reduce the number of suicides. But again, it's going to take new thinking, new results. And that's what we want to talk about. We're going to start going now into the Safe Leo program and talk about some of the things that we have developed. I am telling you right now, before I get into these resources, Safe Leo is a one-stop shop. We have everything you can think of that you could use to help develop that action plan. So let's talking about some of that stuff. Of course, we're in a virtual training business. That's what we're doing right now. We're in classroom delivery is a little difficult at the moment, but it'll change. It will come back. So we spend a lot of time on virtual training. We have virtual training that talks to the executive line officer, or your line supervisors, your officers, and the trainer class. We had developed courses that help you create policies, that help you find resources, that help you provide training. Now, the one thing about resilience, a lot of people say you're born with it. Well, that's not true. You can build resilience. And that's what Brandon's talking about when he says that space between stimulus and response. That's where we build the resilience. So that stimulus is met with a solid level of resilience, and therefore you start responding appropriately to what you're experiencing versus reacting just based on your emotions. That's one of the things we do. So virtual training is a big part of what we do in the Safe Leo program. And here, let me tell you another thing. All the training that we offer, I don't care if it's virtual, classroom, and the things I'm just going to talk about in a second, they're all provided to you at no cost. And the other thing about this Safe Leo training when it comes to the stuff we're about to talk about, we understand that not one size fits all. So what we've developed a program that can be as good as an 8-person agency as it is with a 508, 5,008 person agency. So that's what we're going to try to do. So we know that we have this virtual training that hits every level of law enforcement: executive line, supervisor line, and trainer. The next thing that we need to talk about is the other training that we provide, and that's in-person training in the classroom. We will get back to the classroom. So everything we have in the virtual world, we have in the classroom environment. Again, we will come to you. All I need is a place to teach, and people in the classroom will take care of the rest. And again, it's the same concept we use in our virtual platform, but it's in-person training, and that's going to come. And that's going to help us smash that stigma. That's going to help us educate our people on what their feelings, that their feelings are okay, that it's okay to not be okay, and provide agencies as a way to develop the resources, a safety net that helps stop this tragic trend of officer suicide and start going in the other direction and reducing them. The next thing that we provide in our portfolio to help you develop not only the action plan, but the resources is technical assistance. If you need help, we're here. I said this already, we're a one-stop shop. We are here. The BGA and the Safe Leo program have put together the best resources that exist, the best promising practices, and we will help you develop your officers' bodies, minds, and spirits to get them back where they need to be, to allow them, like Brandon said, to have a long, successful career and a long and healthy retirement. We can do this, but you have to start. And that's what we're trying today. And today we start. The next thing we have outside the technical assistance was actually providing you with direct information that you need for your agency is publications. We do white papers and concept papers on a lot of different topics. Everything from what is Safe Leo all the way down to the officer suicide post-event guide that we put out. And that's just, each one of these is just as important as the other. Information is king. Information is important. Knowledge is important. We share all the knowledge that we've collected in this program with you, again, at no cost. These publications matter. The suicide response guide itself is your policy. We have spent a lot of time developing that. We hope to never use it, but it's always good to have. But this is where you start your journey to creating an action plan, to look at all the stuff that we have available. And there is a lot of it. There's a lot of it. And we will help you in the technical assistance side develop that plan that best fits your agency. We're not here to replace anything you're doing. We're here to enhance and augment the stuff that all exists within your agency. The next piece of the puzzle is that we have learned that web events were very successful in specific topics. And as you can see by this slide, we've had web events that cover everything from the idea of courageous vulnerability, which is people who are courageous enough to ask for help. We've talked about removing the mystery, what happens when you ask for help. And we also talked about the issue of alcohol use disorder. So these are things, these are informational pieces that are at your fingertips. If at anything, educate yourself to what's going on out there. Educate yourself to the research, educate yourself to the facts, because facts matter. This is a fact-based, evidence-based program. We want to make sure you understand that. So we have web events. We have all these different platforms and delivery systems because not one size works with everybody. And that's why we decided to do it where we do it. The next piece of the puzzle, the next piece of developing your action plan is podcasts. This short burst where we talk to officers who have experienced issues in their career that directly relate to the concepts we teach. We talk about the idea of compartmentalization. We talk about developing peer support groups and systems that work within your agency. We'll even talk about debriefing trauma, which is a very important part of everything you should be doing in your agency when it comes to critical incident stress management, or those calls which are just those one-offs, which are just horrendous. So podcasts are important to hear from people who've been there and found ways to come up with a solution. The next piece that we do, which is another big piece, is infographics. These are information that we put into the poster size, and you can use to show what the numbers say. Again, this has to be evidence-based, and we'll show you the evidence behind everything that we do. And that's one of the things that we like. And these infographics are good for your people to see when they can. Again, another tool for your toolbox, because what we're building here with this action plan is a toolbox to help you start the process of developing an action plan to increase the emotional and mental wellness of your people. That's what we're trying to do. Posters. We have posters that we can put up all over the place. The idea behind the videos you saw already is more of a roll call version that we can play during roll calls. The posters are designed to be put all over your agency. And why do we use posters? We spend a lot of time on training in the Safe Leo program, but what we have learned is behavior change only occurs based on long-term exposure to the concepts we teach. So when we come into you and we start teaching the executive level, the line supervisor, and the line officer, we also give you some agency guidance on how to use posters, roll call videos, podcasts, webinars to keep that concept in your agency's people's heads constantly, because behavior change occurs through long-term exposure to the concepts that we teach. So this is not a one and done program. We're looking to develop a relationship with every single one of the people who want help from Safe Leo. And that relationship matters. And that's how we start making a difference. Brandon?
Perfect. We have a number of takeaways we'd like to share with you before we go. And obviously, we don't have enough time to go over all the takeaways, but these are some of the high points we hit during this presentation. Please feel free to take a screenshot, photograph. Some of the main takeaways, though, if we can reiterate, it is normal human behavior to be bothered by what we experience. It is okay to not be okay and to live a full, healthy life, reaching out, asking for help, receiving the resources to help process some of these things. That's a normal response. And we encourage that courageous action of asking for help. We have discussed some difficult topics today. If you need help or you know someone that is struggling right now, don't wait, make the call. You're not alone in this. Here are some resources that can provide immediate help if you find yourself in a situation where you or someone you know is struggling right now and needs immediate assistance. And we would just like to say thank you. That is all for our time today. So in law enforcement, we regularly place ourselves in harm's way to protect others and take care of our community. And like we've discussed today, in doing so, we are inevitably exposed to extraordinary and difficult circumstances. And again, it's normal human behavior to be bothered by or impacted by some of these experiences. And as Chief Bouthillette said, the fact that more officers lose their lives to suicide than assaults and traffic accidents combined, that should mandate a call to action on the part of our profession. And that call to action is to provide meaningful resources to help law enforcement professionals live healthy, meaningful lives. That is our why at Safe Leo. And we are very thankful to the BJA for providing funding to allow us to produce resources that are all completely free to state and local law enforcement. I want to thank Chief Bouthillette and everyone for their attendance today and encourage participants, if you found the material covered here valuable, to again, please visit our website, www.safeleo.org. We have a tremendous number of resources, and again, all of which are offered at no cost. Thank you for joining us today. Stay well, stay safe, and be courageous.
Hello. It is my honor to kick off this session on traffic safety on behalf of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Goodyear has a deep appreciation for the importance of traffic safety and the impact it can have on officers' lives. Every day, law enforcement officers face hazards on the road as they perform their duties. Any number of dangers, from inclement weather to impaired and distracted drivers, to drivers failing to slow down and move over. It can be the difference between life and death for officers on the road. Goodyear has a steadfast commitment to advancing safe mobility, and it's central to what drives our relentless focus on developing and producing tires that deliver the greatest levels of quality and performance for police vehicles. But we know road safety goes far beyond the tires you drive on. That's why today's session is so important. We're honored to support Destination Zero and be part of a conference that gives you resources to help keep you safe as you protect and serve our communities. On behalf of Goodyear, I want to thank you for the selfless work you do each and every day. We hope you find this session beneficial, and we look forward to continuing to work together to make mobility safer. Thank you.
Our next presentations are on a critically important topic: officer traffic safety. The first half of 2021 saw a 58% increase in traffic fatalities over the same period in 2020. Unfortunately, this year, traffic fatalities have already surpassed the entire calendar year of 2020. To begin the session, we'll present a video that the Memorial Fund produced in partnership with the National Highway Transportation and Safety Administration, or NHTSA. In this video, Officer Brandon Heisler of the Macedonia, Ohio Police Department discusses how he was struck by a distracted driver and what he's doing to keep safe on the job. Then, Lieutenant James Preston of the Harris County Constable's Office, Precinct Number 5, a 2021 Traffic Safety Award winner, will tell us what changes their agency has made to achieve an 89% decrease in crashes on Priority 1 calls in just 2 years.
My name is Patrolman Brandon Heisler with the City of Macedonia, Ohio Police Department. On November 30th, 2019, shortly after 5 p.m., I was dispatched to a call of a motor vehicle crash. It's a common crash at that intersection. Traffic was stopped. Second car came up, was unable to stop in time and rear-ended the first car. I was the first person on scene.
You guys aren't injured, are you? Do you want me to call an ambulance for you?
Occupants of one of the vehicles claimed injuries, so I contacted the fire department.
414 radio. 14. Do you have a squad respond? Dog, complaints of lower back and leg injury. 2 patients, same car.
They arrived on scene. They placed cones to divert the flow of traffic and create a safety zone. I finished conducting my investigation. There was no reason to keep people on scene that weren't necessary.
Any questions?
Thanks, officer. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. She's good to go? Or?
Yep, yeah. Go ahead, back out. I stepped out into the road to stop the westbound traffic so that the driver of the second vehicle can leave.
Go ahead, back up.
I had my back turned to eastbound traffic. Driver drifted to the left, took out one of the safety cones, and hit me from behind. Threw me up in the air.
Oh, my ankle.
I didn't know what happened. I didn't see the car. Actually, I think my vest is what saved me. The vest absorbed the impact when I laid on my back. Thankfully, paramedics were still on scene. They immediately ran over and started treating me.
All on my right ankle. Right ankle? All on my right ankle, yeah.
Put me in the ambulance and took me to the emergency room. Unfortunately, I had a fracture of my right ankle and a second fracture higher up on the lower right leg. Had to have surgery. After the surgery, I was off a total of 7 months. It was, it was rough. Now, after being hit and luckily coming back to work, I would actually tell officers, you have to be aware of your surroundings all around you. Wear your safety equipment, wear your PPE, wear your vests. Whenever I'm on a crash scene or I'm doing anything where I'm standing near traffic, I always make sure to wear a high visibility vest. The first time I watched the video, honestly, I was shocked. You know, your mind wanders. You tend to think about what could have happened and how close I came to it being much more serious. I was very thankful that my injuries were only what they were. A couple more inches and I could have had much more severe injuries, if not been killed.
All right, good morning. I'm Lieutenant James Preston with Harris County Constable's Office, Precinct 5, and I'd like to talk to you about our Officers Traffic Safety Program. So here in Harris County, we identified some issues that we were having with our officers, how they were working around vehicles, and we tried to implement an Officers Traffic Safety Program to hopefully hold ourselves more accountable, make our deputies safer out there on the street. Harris County Precinct 5 is a medium-sized organization, but we are located in the third largest county in the nation by population. We have about 4.7 million people. We're also the most populated county in the state of Texas. We patrol a large area. We have 8 different constable precincts here in Harris County, plus the sheriff's office and city police. So we have a thriving metroplex with a lot of folks, and we have a lot of things going on. If there's any type of excitement, we can find it. Trust me, there's plenty going on in Harris County. That being said, our organization, Constable Ted Heap is our constable. He was elected in 2017, came into office, and he wanted to sit down and look at ways we can improve our accountability to the public, make our deputies safer. And we were looking at some of the issues we were having with deputies working around vehicles. So our department size, we have about 385 deputies here full time, 17 telecommunicators, 28 clerks that work for us. We serve about 1.2 million residents, and we have a patrol area that spans about 374 square miles. We have a lot of highways and tollways in Harris County Precinct 5, over 80 miles worth that we patrol. We have a very large toll road system that in 2019, based on our numbers, we had about 125 million vehicles that traveled through the Toll Road Authority toll road system. So we have a lot of traffic enforcement going on. Organization headed by Constable Heap has expanded quite a bit, and we've implemented a lot of good programs. So we have many different divisions within our organization. We have a patrol, parks, toll road, traffic enforcement, warrants division, civil and writs, our canine motorcycle unit, field training, our training division, recruiting, animal cruelty. We have a criminal investigative division. We have a major offenders division, narcotics, strategic response unit, victims assistance, community media relations, our high water rescue, our unmanned aerial vehicles with our drones, and we have our communications division. So we have a wide variety of things. Our largest division within our organization is our patrol division. So in order to meet the diverse demands that we have for law enforcement services, we had to expand quite a few of these, and they've been doing an outstanding job. And we want to talk about specifically what we've done on our traffic safety initiatives. So when we started looking at some of the issues that we were having of deputies being involved in crashes, injured, working around vehicles, we took a data-driven approach to this. It wasn't just people's opinions or what we wanted to do. We started looking at stats and numbers and reviewing a lot of what was going on with the boots on the ground. So some of the stuff that we identified in our issues were many officers were being injured or killed working around vehicles nationally. The National Law Enforcement Officer Memorial Stats showed us that 151 officers were killed between 2015 and 2019. We know that with the size of our fleet, we have officers driving tens of thousands of miles every year on the roadway. So that's a lot of time behind the wheel. But we also want to make sure that if we're going to put them behind the wheel of a vehicle, that amount of time that we're properly preparing them to do that, to make accountable decisions, hopefully improve their decision-making and problem solving. We knew that nationally, and even in the state of Texas, a lot of folks look at minimal driver training. So when they first come out of the academy and join the department, they may get 40 hours of training in the police academy, behind the wheel driver training. And a lot of folks have been driving for several years, but they're usually in lower stress daily driver activities. It may not prepare them necessarily for the rigors of law enforcement and the type of responses that they're going to have to do with everything going on in the car, listening to the radio, responding to a high stress event, and then having to make decisions on top of that. So we looked at how that sudden acute onset stress that they were being dumped on impaired them a little bit, and we wanted to improve the decision-making, problem-solving issues that we saw. So we looked at low stress and high stress events both to try to improve the outcome on these things. So we were reducing the line of duty crashes, making it safer for the public and making it safer for our deputies. So as we started to go through the data and look at our line of duty crashes, some things came out glaringly at us. We found that the majority of our at-fault crashes were from deputies within their first 3 years on the job. So that was kind of interesting to us. Many of our line of duty crashes were under emergency driving conditions. So officers responding lights and sirens to an event. We found an overwhelming number of our crashes were happening at intersections. And we definitely, after talking and debriefing with our folks, found that they were under stress while they were having to make their decisions behind the wheel of the car. So we wanted to address every single one of these issues with them and see what tools we could give them to better perform while they were out there. Another reason why officer traffic safety was such an important issue for us is because we wanted to focus on this, because 2 of our 3 line of duty deaths were deputies after being struck and killed by passing vehicles. So we lost Captain Jerry Foster and Deputy Jason Norman. I did not know Captain Jerry Foster very well. I did know Deputy Norling very well, worked with him for quite a while, close with his family. So a lot of what we've done here is in honor of their service and their sacrifice. So we wanted to see a good improvement with that. As we started analyzing the data and looking at these things, we identified some different issues that we could work on. One of the main glaring areas that we wanted to focus on was definitely training. So when we started reviewing this, we looked at different ways that we could change the way that we have always done, approach some of these problems. We developed a driver simulator program. We do run a 3-day emergency vehicle operations program where we put people behind the wheel of the car. We have adopted a below 100 training, and we also revamped and made a lot of significant changes to how our deputies were approaching on low stress events, high stress events, but also dealing with high risk vehicle stops. We wanted to have accountability. We looked at policy updates, a Priority 1 review process. We didn't want our deputies just to change because we ordered them to or wrote it into policy. We wanted policy to be a rule and guide for them, but we wanted them to believe in what we were teaching them to do and how they were conducting their business on the street. So we wanted them to get good buy-in from all that. We also tried to support them with the best equipment and technology that we could to hopefully make them safer while they were out there on the street. So we have quite a good updated fleet with a lot of safety enhancements. We also adopted a drone program. So when we started looking at our how people were being trained, we focused heavily on decision-making behind the wheel. So the driving simulator program was a great thing for that. In 2019, we purchased a L3 driving simulator that's housed in a 24-foot trailer. And the nice thing about the driving simulator program is that we can target focus on what the individual issues are that a deputy may be having while operating a motor vehicle. So we can build intersection drills. We can work with them on decision-making, whether we continue to pursue a vehicle through an intersection for a minor traffic violation, And we have scenarios that we specifically put together in there where we have a vehicle evade from an officer going through a school zone at the time where you see a lot of foot traffic. And we're talking kindergarten age children moving down sidewalks, a lot of other things out there. The vehicle will continue to go and evade the wrong way down a freeway. And we want to see our deputies going to recognize that this is getting too dangerous, and will they terminate the pursuit, or will they continue to follow this person going through intersections in a school zone with a lot of foot traffic? Or are they going to pursue a vehicle the wrong way down a freeway, which, we already prohibit by policy, but we wanted to see just on the basic level if they thought that was a good idea. So what we found is a lot of times deputies coming to that sudden onset of stress get the tunnel vision, and they don't recognize how far off they're getting with some of these things. So the driving simulator allows us to get them a lot of repetitions, a lot of experience, kind of target focus on the decision making, so that they don't continue. They learn how they manage their stress, and so that they can better deal with decision making there, and recognize that it may not be worthwhile to pursue this person through the school zone at 65, 80 miles an hour. The risk may be too high for them. The nice thing about the driver simulator program is it doesn't have the risk of us injuring anybody, tearing up vehicles or whatnot. A lot of times running full-blown EVOC programs can be cost prohibitive, because you have to get enough vehicles out there. You have to have a driving facility that's large enough to accommodate it and whatnot. Where the nice thing about having a driving simulator housed in a trailer is, if we have to take this mobile and go to a substation, if we want to help other organizations out, other departments, we could take this thing mobily and go to different locations and go to them and help them out with their driver training. So we've had a lot of good feedback from our organization and from other organizations that have come over and joined in our program, because we offer this training to all agencies around us for free. So we try to accommodate everybody best that we can with this. The simulator will not give people the full effect of being behind the wheel of a car. But the nice thing about it is, if we see an event that happens, we can recreate the exact roadway, the exact conditions, the time of day, the weather conditions in the simulator as much as we want to. And we can modify things so they may have the same problem in the decision making, but they're driving through the same environment with that. And so we've had a lot of good feedback with that, and tying that with our lessons that we kind of show them in Below 100. So we very much took heart to the Below 100 program. We got our deputies to get good buy-in. We wanted them to follow the 5 tenets of wear your seatbelt, wear your vest, watch your speed, think about what's important now, and then remembering that complacency kills. And so we customized a lot of this program with stories from our own organization. We told some of the incidents that we've had, along with outside agencies here in Texas, so that it brought a lot of this home to them and got them to reevaluate how they were operating a motor vehicle, how they were showing up to work, bringing their equipment prepared, and how they approached a lot of the situations that they were dealing with on the street. So Below 100 program has been very successful for us. Corporal Chris Thistle has done a great job fine-tuning a lot of these programs for us. And we put a bunch of the posters up around the substations and around on the doors. So every time a deputy would leave a station, they would see that reminder there from that poster telling them, wear your belt, wear your vest, watch your speed, think about what's important now, and remember that complacency kills. So when we talked about our high-risk vehicle stops program, our training program initially, many years back, outsourced a lot of our training to other organizations and other academies. That was not necessarily the most cost-effective way to go out doing things. And not everybody has the budget or the money to go out and buy a driving simulator from L3 and put it in a 24-foot trailer. Luckily, we have a very fiscally responsible organization here. What we looked at doing was internalizing a lot of our training. And so by developing our own in-house instructors, they became the gift that kept on giving. And we could take that money that we were saving, not having to outsource and send people other places for training, and being able to conduct this training out by ourselves in-house, and roll that money into other projects, such as better training our instructors and getting equipment that we needed, such as a driving simulator, which helped really reduce our line of duty crashes, our line of duty crash estimates and injuries to the public and our deputies. We definitely wanted to hold ourselves accountable. So when we looked at policy updates, we implemented a review process. So we would sporadically look at videos to kind of see where people were at, giving that first line supervision. We wanted to hold ourselves accountable. The public expects reasonable decisions and actions on the part of our deputies out there, and we want to make sure that we were training them to that and holding ourselves to that standard. So we also looked at when deputies could run lights and sirens to a call and who could allow that. So we implemented that it needed to be approved by a supervisor, but we also widened that to say anybody could reduce folks responding to a call running lights and sirens based on the information that they had at the scene. So we could slow that down and not have people running to a call priority one when we didn't need them to. When we looked at policy updates, we didn't want to come at this just from a discipline standpoint. The main goal here was to modify and change behavior. We wanted policy to be a good rule and guide for our folks. And so when we would go through the review process, anytime I would see a high-risk vehicle stop conducted in the pass on, I would go and review the video, and I would look for areas if there's spots for improvement, not because we wanted to discipline folks, but because we wanted to correct any deficiencies that we may have, or fine tune and keep improving the outcomes of these things. So we also implement a process of conducting workshops with our folks and critical incident debriefs. So the debrief was a good opportunity for our folks to come in and review what it is we were teaching them and what they did on a specific event, and give them the opportunity to take ownership of their actions and their decisions and explain it to us, and not with the focus of people facing disciplinary action afterwards. When you took that off the table, most of the time when we're going to do a debrief with this, the discipline process or anything we were looking at for discipline would have already been resolved. That kind of clears the air for folks. That way they can open up about things, tell you hopefully a better and honest answer, because the goal here is enhancing future performance out of our people. So it kind of helped get around the attitudes and egos that we face sometimes in law enforcement, and got folks to give an honest answer and ownership. And a lot of times, if you had somebody who didn't perform as well as you wanted them to on a stop during one of these incidents, some of the other people on the team with them may want to push them to the out group and not work with them as much. And if we didn't do anything to address that, it didn't really kind of help fix things within the team, because they're still going to be their backup tomorrow. So the debriefs did a lot for getting buy-in from our folks, and saw a lot of good feedback with those things. So the review process has helped out a lot. The policy updates have helped out a lot, but having accountable leadership at each level has helped out tremendously. So the equipment and technology, our updated fleet, we went for, we have our cars that have updated light bar technology in them, very good safety enhancements, and in the drone program. So kind of when we started this program, we looked at our line of duty crash severity. So when we looked at things in 2018, we had probably just around $100,000 of damage estimate to our vehicles alone. And we noticed that the average was about 2.9 years of service of people be involved in the fleets. So we implemented these programs in middle to late 2019 and going into 2020. By the time we hit 2020, we saw a reduction of our outfall fleet costs down 50.38%, which was huge. We were noticing when we were watching reviews of videos and going over these cases that the crash severity was down. Our costs were down 49.45%, and the outfall line of duty crashes went down 94% after implementing these programs, and that was a huge success for us. We continue to keep working these programs because we keep getting folks coming into the organization, and we want to continue to support them and keep training them. And hopefully we continue this trend with our numbers. From 2017 to 2020, we ended up adding 70 plus vehicles to our fleet, all with state-of-the-art safety features. They have the high visibility LED light bars, camera systems that have GPS technology along with it. So hopefully our troops are better seen if they're in bad weather conditions or whatnot out on traffics and highways. One of the other things that we implemented was we also got everybody high visibility traffic safety vests so that they can be seen on the highway. Corporal Thistle implemented a new poster for everybody that basically came out with the, if your feet are on the street, your vest is on your chest. Saying with that, with good pictures showing that deputies standing out on the road not being able to be seen because they're not wearing vests, and then a comparison slide with people out there wearing high visibility vests being seen by passing motorists. And so that we got a lot of good feedback from our folks with these things. They understood and noticed that we weren't just going after them, that we were trying to support them better, train them and help them be successful in what they do with all the rigors that we face in law enforcement these days. So we added a drone program to help during reconstructions and major accidents. And drones we've been using quite a lot of different ways because it's nice for us to be able to send drones to places where we don't want to send people because of danger or whatnot. But also when we're doing traffic reconstruction or doing recon on a scene, we can fly a drone overhead, take photos of this without necessarily having to put people out there on the roadway. So hopefully minimizing that. We've helped with a lot with the driver training on our folks, so that when they shut down lanes, they shut down an entire lane, so they don't have as many people trying to drive around them, because we've had several deputies that nearly got struck doing traffic control and major accidents are out there on the street. So all in all, a lot of what we've done on our officer traffic safety programs has been tremendously successful for us. We want to continue to see this, and we hope that other organizations can use some of these programs that we've implemented and have some of the similar successes. Our main goal here was to be accountable to the public that we serve, make our deputies safer when they're out there on the street, and hopefully if we can, what we do saves more lives. So this has been most of what we've covered in our officer traffic safety program, and we thank you all for this opportunity to present this information.
Hello, my name is Nick Brule, and I'm a senior project manager here at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund. We're going to continue in this session to talk about traffic safety, as you've heard already from Lieutenant Preston, and you've seen one of our safety videos that we've produced here dealing with struck by crashes. Today, I want to talk to you about some of the data that we get, what we do with that data, and then I want to show you sort of the universe of traffic fatalities. This is something we have to focus on because we learn from it. The Memorial Fund gets a lot of data that is actionable. And as you may have already heard, we're interested in addressing those items that are preventable. And certainly in the realm of traffic crashes, there are some categories or types of crashes that are preventable. And then I want to take you through Destination Zero's traffic safety resources. So I'm going to show you where you can go on the Destination Zero resource page to find these resources, to find our traffic resources, and then I'm going to highlight a few of the really, I think, sort of impactful ones and ones that you can go and use to help improve traffic safety in your agency. We're also going to, sort of in the final moment, I'll take you through what I do with NHTSA. We work closely with the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, and a lot of the work I do is for NHTSA. They have a law enforcement liaison program, so some of you joining us today may be in LEL and may be familiar with some of the things I'm going to present on today. But that's what I want to do. I want to tell you a little bit about the Memorial Fund and what we do. I want to bring you up to date on where we are with traffic-related crashes, demonstrate to you why they're so important, and we need to focus on these fatalities, learn from them, and then I'm going to give you some actionable items and give you a guide, if you will, just a short tour of the resources that we do have through Destination Zero. So I am going to share my screen now really quickly, and we'll take you through some of the data items that we have here, and what we do with all the information we get. Court's indulgence for 1 second. So as I mentioned, my name is Nick Brule. I'm a retired lieutenant from the Metropolitan Police Department here in Washington, D.C. And, I take traffic safety very seriously. As a lieutenant, I was on the scene of a young officer who crashed his cruiser in a single vehicle crash. And I remember just feeling completely helpless because he was trapped in the car. Other officers were trying to get him out. Part of the car was on fire. We were blocked by the MDC post to try and get to him. And it was just a very, very sad situation. I've also had another friend of mine on the Metropolitan Police Department who was killed in a traffic-related incident where he was struck by a driver going the wrong way in the 12th Street tunnel. So we've recently adopted and I think you may have heard about this before. If you were watching at the beginning, we played the 3 Pillars video, which explains how the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund is sort of divided up now. We used to just be the memorial. Then in 2018, we opened up the museum, and we've always had a component of officer safety and wellness. But now these are the 3 main pillars of what we're doing. And this is a snapshot of our website. So if you can see my mouse here, if you click on officer safety on this side pillar here under Learn More, it'll bring up all the resources. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about those resources in a second. Here is a photo of names that have already been etched onto the National Memorial Wall. And it is from the information from these names that we are able to get data and try and improve safety. So we get a lot of data, particularly with regard to crash data. We get the crash report, we get investigative reports and other documents that can help us glean a little bit more about what is happening when these officers have been killed. Unfortunately, we don't get a lot of data on the injuries and the near misses, and I'm going to mention a little bit about that data as we move forward. But we at the Memorial Fund, unfortunately, are trying to do good work through the information we can get and put this data to good use. And we can't attack a problem if we don't look at it through the lens of evidence and data and then deciding where the problems lie. So here's what we have: 3 categories that we look at the Memorial Fund. If you've ever looked at our reports that you would see that we put out every day, we update them. There are 3 major categories. One is firearms, and that's sort of the typical category that most people think of when they think of a line of duty death. An officer has been shot and killed. The next is traffic related. And we say traffic related because it's not just vehicle crashes, it's motorcycle crashes and struck-bys, meaning the officers outside of their car, that encompass that traffic related category. So the 2 big ones are firearms and traffic, and you see there's a comparative slide here, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. And then the last one is called other. And of course, since 2020, our other category has exploded because of COVID. Normally, that other category would have things that are somewhat more obscure in terms of line of duty deaths, like drownings, aircraft crashes, heart attacks. Although those aren't obscure, they occur quite frequently. 9/11 related illnesses, and now COVID is in that other category. And so our other category is what's leading line of duty deaths, and COVID right now is leading in all categories of line of duty deaths for now 2020 and 2021. But let's turn our attention to this graph here quickly, because I want to show how important it is that we deal with traffic, how we deal with training, and ensuring that our officers are as equally well prepared for firearms encounters as they are traffic-related training. So as you look here, you'll see there are 3 starred years, 2013, 2015, and 2017, where actually traffic-related fatalities outpaced gunfire-related fatalities. And historically, particularly in the last 20 years or previous 20 years, that the number of traffic-related fatalities on most years outpaced those of firearm-related fatalities. So I say all that to simply say that this is something we absolutely have to pay attention to. And in my experience as a law enforcement officer, we train twice a year on firearms, requalification, going through the twos and throughs, mechanics, nomenclature, safety, all of that. But there were many years when I had no no traffic training or EVOC recertification or anything like that at all. And again, traffic is a huge category here where we are losing officers. So traffic-related fatalities for 2021 let me, again, as I said, just kind of give you where we are now. For 2021, we've had 17 automobile crashes. And as we talk about preventable, I'm going to focus on single vehicle crashes. Now, that number of 5 single vehicle crashes is actually low. So that's an improvement over where it generally is in terms of its makeup in auto crashes. Single vehicle crashes in years past have made up almost 50% of the crashes that have been fatal. Struck by vehicle, we're at 23. And I'm going to talk more about that because that's really where our problems lie this year and continue to lie. And while I believe single vehicle crashes are preventable, I believe there are also circumstances in some of these struck by vehicles that we can mitigate. And then, of course, we look at motorcycle crashes. And there have been 4 motorcycle crashes. So there's a total of 44 line of duty deaths here involving police officers. But if you notice at the bottom of the slide, I also include what is happening with fire EMS and towing and recovery. And actually, the towing and recovery number is at 17. And we can't forget about those people. One of the things we're going to talk to you about today is the traffic incident management, TIMS, the training system, which is designed to manage crash scenes so that EMS, fire, DOT, towing and recovery, and law enforcement are safe and work together in concert to clear the scene, to continue the investigation and complete it, and to do so safely. So when we look at data, and this is what I really want everyone to see, is we get a lot of data. Some of it we have to wait on as cases are submitted, which is why when you look at the group of cases that I'm looking at, it's usually a year behind. So I'll look at 2015 to 2019 for a 5-year group of data, and the next chunk will be 2016 to 2020. But preliminarily, here in 2021, 8 of the drivers involved in collisions or who struck officers, we already established that they were impaired. 2 of them were distracted, and 1 was drowsy. 4 officers involved in the auto crashes, we've already determined were not wearing their seatbelts. One of the things we do look at when I'm looking at the data is weather a factor? And in years past, we've seen weather has been a factor in some of these collisions and in some of these single vehicle crashes, and perhaps even in some of the struck bys. In this year, inclement weather has only been cited in 1 of the crashes. The other thing we look at are the slow down and move over laws and try to determine if this crash involved a violation of that law within that state. And it's important that we begin to get data on that. I mentioned I was going to talk about another data point. There is an effort underway with Federal Highway, NHTSA, and a number of other parties to get national data on struck by crashes. Not just the fatals, but the near misses as well as the injuries. This group of people is trying to, as I mentioned, data is so important. You know, we can't attack a problem if we don't have data. And we're hoping that this national effort of reporting will give us a much better picture and understanding of what's happening on the roadways, particularly on highways, with these struck by crashes, how to prevent them, and then how can we improve and enforce slow down and move over? How can we increase awareness? Things like that. So it's an important initiative. And again, without data, you know, we really can't address the problem. So I mentioned preventable items and single vehicle crashes certainly are preventable. From 2015 to 2020, there have been 74 fatal single vehicle crashes. So far in 2021, there have been 5 single vehicle crashes, and I mentioned that in the other slide. These are areas where the tenets of below 100 come into play, and just safe driving, and I believe drivers training come into play to get our officers to drive safely, drive for the conditions, reduce their speeds, wear their seatbelts, and arrive alive. Again, I'm going to show you some resources that can help your agency get to that point. This is, I mentioned we work with NHTSA. This is a flyer, and you can find these infographics or informational flyers on our website. But it really highlights the issue of single vehicle crashes when you see that 44%, I mean, that's almost half, 44% of fatal vehicle crashes involving law enforcement were single vehicle crashes. And when you read these crash reports, they all become eerily similar, with a vehicle leaving the roadway, sometimes on a curve, responding to a call was one of the major scenarios in which these crashes occurred. It occurred during the evening or night, so low light conditions, and involved a patrol car striking a fixed object, usually a utility pole or a tree. The other statistic in here that should jump out at everybody is that of that 44% of those fatal vehicle crashes that were single vehicle crashes, 53% of those officers did not have their seatbelt on. You heard from Officer Brandon Heisler in that earlier video about some of the things he learned from his crash. And there's another video on our resource page from a West Virginia officer who was involved in a crash that involved a rollover. And if you go back and watch that video and look at the images of his cruiser, he survived because he was belted. So it's a problem in law enforcement, and I think we need to work better to address it. And I understand, being a police officer, I understand wanting to get out of that seatbelt quickly, feeling that it's going to trap you or it gets caught in your equipment. I know I lost at least 2 name tags jumping out of a cruiser to quickly get out, either for a foot chase or to react to something that was happening. Practice getting out of your belt. Position, and officers wear these exterior vests that may even make it more difficult as you get entangled with the equipment that you have on there. But you've got to situate yourself so that seatbelt is part of your safety equipment, just like your body armor. So the other category I want to talk about quickly is struck by crashes. And here is a 7-year look at struck by crashes. But what I want you to pay attention to this year is that we're not even through the year yet, right? We're in October, and we've already had 23 fatal struck by crashes. If you look at the outlier that was 19 in 2019, that was a high year. We're not even through our year yet, and we've already had 23 struck by crashes, predominantly officers on the roadway. And one of the most common scenarios is them already being on crash scenes, which is why the traffic incident management training is so important. What were they doing when they were struck? Here's a quick look at some of the data we have for officers who were struck and killed. And this involves data all the way from 2015 through 2021. And you see that big red category at crash scene. The next biggest category is doing traffic enforcement. You'll see that 4%, that's an unprovoked attack. I believe that was the case involving the Capitol police officer who was run over at a barricade. That counts as a struck by, but what we're dealing with in terms of these struck bys are crash scenes predominantly in traffic stops where officers can take steps to protect themselves, and working together can make those scenes safer. One of the other things we have to talk about when we're looking at struck by crashes is tire deflation devices. To me, the numbers speak for themselves. Since 2015, 10 officers have been killed while deploying tire deflation devices. You know, they're called spike strips or stop sticks. 3 of them were killed, unfortunately, inadvertently, but killed by pursuing police vehicles, other police vehicles that were coming along during the chase. This year, we have had 2 cases of officers struck and killed while deploying or trying to retrieve tire deflation devices. So it's dangerous, and it's something that we perhaps need to go back and look at our training on and discuss this with our officers and share the data with them. I said I was going to take you through the Destination Zero site. Here's John Matthews, his smiling face. And I've got this, not to show you that so much, but if you can see my mouse, look at these 2 things here. These are the resources. Now, this isn't live, but if you click on resources, that's going to drop down with Destination Zero resources, and then there's another drop down that says technical assistance briefs. We call them tabs. These deal with everything from wellness to fitness to traffic safety to other safety issues in law enforcement. But this is where you're going to find these resources. You also see at the top, it says Officer Traffic Safety. If you click on that, you can then review finalists and winners and start looking at their programs. And nearly every winning program and many finalist programs have videos made about what they did. The other thing I want to show you is this Submit Your Program bar. While you're all watching this, we get all this great information because agencies took the time and the trouble to submit their programs, which all the agencies are so proud of, to share with us and then to share with everyone else to make the community of law enforcement safer. That's what this is all about. And this is a free resource that has information in it, and information for you to download and use. There are no secrets here. You're not stealing it. You're not borrowing it. It's yours. This is why we do it. And that's the same thing with the NHTSA information that we put together with fact sheets and PowerPoints and videos. These are for you to use, to show to your troops, to get them to think about safety. And as far as traffic goes, we need to build a better culture of safety. So that's what the front of the DZ landing page looks like. Destination Zero, these are just some snapshots of what is on there just for traffic safety. You can see what Las Vegas did. Every time people leave the gate in Las Vegas, there's a sign that says belt up. Other agencies have incentive programs, other training videos about using right-hand approaches, posters that you can put up, weekly driver safety messages, how agencies improved training. And there's another video down there and how they even built slogans for your partners, for your family, right, with a seatbelt right across the deputy's badge there. So a number of agencies have really taken this to heart and made significant differences, as you heard from Lieutenant Preston, in reducing crashes. That's going to save money, injuries, and hopefully keep officers from being killed. So the DZ resources that you can find there, I'm just going to point you in the direction of a few of them, but I mentioned you have the winter videos. There are posters you can download. You can look at policies about crash review boards, mandatory seat belts, as well as speed monitoring, which you should have heard about from, I think, Lieutenant Preston, but one of our first winners who successfully reduced at-fault crashes used a speed monitoring program to get their deputies to slow down. Incentive programs, coins, lapel pins. I know in my agency back in the day, you used to get a crash safety bar if your district had the fewest number of crashes. And guys like that stuff. There was even a flag that went up in front of our district station for having the fewest number of crashes. Safety videos, I mentioned those already. And then here's a few of the slogans that came out. Slower is faster, meaning, you know, slow down. Remember what's important now and get there. Arrive alive. For your partners and for your family is a great video by the Orange County Sheriff's Office from California. Fifth and Wall, another great video, tragic video showing you what happened when two cruisers collided en route to a call. Tabs, I mentioned the tabs. You do the drop down, you can hear from Kim Schlau. And if you don't know who Kim Schlau is, I think you better look up those tabs and listen to her story. It's amazing. Everyone in law enforcement should be thankful for her message and for her forgiveness, and not for being bitter at law enforcement after what had happened to two of her daughters when they were struck and killed by a responding deputy. Or actually, I think it was a state trooper. It doesn't matter. But you need to hear from Kim. Telematics, this is something that a couple of the agencies that submitted said they were using to monitor speed, monitor location of vehicles. And yeah, you may say that's Big Brother and our guys don't like it. You know, we've got to supervise. We've got to have people need to be supervised, and we need to know what our people are doing out there. And we need to figure out why at some point they're driving 126 miles an hour. Some of the things you see in these investigations that come across where cars have crashed, and some of the single vehicle investigations, when they look at that black box and they see the speed they're going, I mean, it's, you know, it's ludicrous speed, 126 miles an hour to, it might have been a priority run, but that's just absurd. And then one of the other things you'll see is these agencies use local resources. They've used military bases to do drivers emergency vehicle operations training, as well as local racetracks. And some of them have been quite inventive by putting decision stations along the tracks, getting deputies not to get deputies and officers not to get tunnel vision, but to keep their eyes looking ahead down the road and making the appropriate judgment at those judgment stations. So it's really about refining your skills. So here's what we're recommending. And I said, you know, a lot of these are tenets from below 100, but they're also basic principles that we think everyone should follow. You should wear your body armor. If you listen to one of the things that came out of Brandon Heisler's video, he mentions the fact that his body armor helped absorb the impact from that strike, and he believed he would have been worse off had he not had his body armor on. Wear your seatbelt. I've already covered that. Wear your high visibility reflective vest. Just like Lieutenant Preston said, if your feet are on the street, the vest is upon your chest. That should be a mantra or motto for every agency. Position your vehicle. Use your vehicle to position it to protect yourself. make a right side passenger approach. If you position your vehicle to block that area behind your vehicle so you have a safety lane and make a right-hand approach, you've just increased your safety while enforcing traffic laws. Also, conspicuously mark your vehicles with reflective striping. I've seen a lot of vehicles now that are black. They have subdued lettering on the side, and none of them, some of them have no chevron striping or anything to really alert you to the fact that there's an emergency vehicle there. Yes, there are lights. Lights don't always get it done. Enhancing the conspicuity of your vehicle is definitely a plus. And then I already mentioned TIMS, the Traffic Incident Management Program, which you can find on the Federal Highway website or at the Emergency Responder Safety Institute. One of the things that we did do at the museum is we've added a driving simulator, and this will show the public how difficult it is for law enforcement officers, and also help with training law enforcement officers as they are making decisions. And it'll show the public some of the difficulties law enforcement face while operating an emergency vehicle. I mentioned, this is the last slide, I think, NHTSA. For those of you who don't know, NHTSA is broken into 10 regions, and I provide data for each one of those regions in terms of crashes. I will tell you right now, Region 6 is normally one of the highest regions for fatal law enforcement crashes, but right now Region 4 and Region 9 for 2021 are about tied in terms of having the highest number of law enforcement fatalities. This is me. That's my email. It's just my first name, first initial with my last name at nleomf.org. Please email me if you have any questions. I want to thank you for joining us today. I hope this has been informative. And I think in the next session, you're going to hear from our selection committee, and you may hear a few of the same things that I've covered in terms of resources, but you're going to just hear how great DZ is. And I'm hoping that if you have some good innovative ideas, you'll submit to us. Thank you.
It was a Saturday morning, about 9 a.m. on July 13th. I saw a vehicle was speeding. So I made a traffic stop at Route 28 and Phoenix Drive.
126, copy traffic stop.
Good.
It's going to be on a Virginia temp tag.
I approached the vehicle, ran his information, turned around to walk back to my vehicle, and I got struck by a vehicle at 40 miles an hour.
126, you okay? Headquarters to 126. Headquarters to 126. 182, can you step it up? We just received a 911 call. Possible 126 has been hit by a vehicle.
I woke up in a helicopter flying to the hospital. They had told me that I was struck by a vehicle and that the person was texting while driving. I was in the hospital for about 2 months, and I was in a wheelchair for 8. I'm just recently medically retired, which is very heartbreaking for me. There wasn't a day that I didn't go to work and not love my job. I fought very hard to get back. There was just too much damage for me to get cleared to go back to the street. Officers need to find a very safe location to stop a vehicle. Tilt the vehicle out a little bit, cant the wheels, and then approach on the passenger side. High visibility vests are very important so that the citizens on the road can see you clearly. You need to take all precautions. Use everything. Don't think it's not going to happen, because it might.
In our final learning session before this year's Destination Zero award ceremony, we have members of the Destination Zero Selection Committee who will offer a guide to creating your own officer safety and wellness program submissions and highlight what they've seen since this initiative began 7 years ago. The selection committee is made up of current and former distinguished local, state, and federal law enforcement executives. And joining us today is retired Director of the U.S. Marshal Service, Director Stacia Hilton. From Story County, Iowa, we have Sheriff Paul Fitzgerald. And from the U.S. Capitol Police, we have Chief Tom Manger.
Thank you, Chief Manger, Director Hilton, and Sheriff Fitzgerald for being with me here today. You know, 7 years ago, the four of us and three others sat in a room together for the very first Destination Zero Selection Committee meeting. You guys are the original three members representing local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies. And your mission back then didn't seem as very daunting, just to select winners in a new national competition. But before we kind of talk about the National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards and each of your roles in the selection committee, all of us have been in law enforcement for a very long time. Without revealing anyone's age, I think on the screen we have about 150 years of law enforcement experience. And all of us have known friends, coworkers, employees who have been killed in the line of duty or succumbed to an early death because of the hazards of the job, heart ailments, cardiac issues, stroke, diabetes. So I want to know kind of from each one of you, personally, what does the Destination Zero program and the National Officer Safety Wellness Awards kind of mean to you working with officers who have lost their lives over the years? Sheriff Fitzgerald, maybe we can start with you. What are some of your thoughts?
Well, John, you and I have known each other for many years. I'm in my 44th year of law enforcement. My first 15 is with the City Police Department, and I'm in my 29th year as a sheriff in Story County, Iowa, home of Iowa State. When you first asked me to be involved with this, I've been a past president of the National Sheriff's Association, and NSA is where we became acquainted. And start looking back over the number of years that I've been involved, I thought this was a very worthy and worthwhile program and project to get involved in. When we first sent out the first contestants that we were to review, and I'm sitting in my office and going over some of those, it was just amazing, some of the initiatives and ideas that some of these agencies were coming out with. But one of the things that struck me, and as you know, we've had lively conversations over the years on this, has been about the competition you might look at between a large city like New York or Philadelphia or something like that, and a much smaller agency such as mine. I have 90 employees, but only 32 of us are sworn. So how can we affect officer wellness in the four categories that we've been given? And so looking at how the large agencies do it, how the small agencies do it, and the goal is for each agency to be able to emulate around the United States, so nobody would be left out. And looking at over the past 7 years, how we've had so many different versions of things that come out. One of the things that I thought, with officer safety and wellness and everything is a total package. One of the things that started coming out a few years ago that to me was kind of new, and that was when they were working with officer wellness and family wellness, they also included financial issues, how to do a budget, how to do your savings, how to manage money, how to look for retirement, and how you're going to plan for your retirement. And I thought that was very interesting because I know when I started my career, at first I didn't even care if they paid me. I just wanted to be a cop and go out and work and do this and things like that you never thought of. But the older you get, the more mature you get, you start realizing, hey, I wish I would have started some of this stuff a little earlier on in my career.
And Paul, you've lost officers in the line of duty. So how important is a program like Destination Zero to keeping officers safe and off the wall?
Well, I think it's very important. When I was in Waterloo, we had one night, we had 3 officers killed. 2 of the officers, we changed shifts at 11 o'clock at night, and I went off, my partner and I went off my shift, and 2 of our friends from the following shift went on in my ward, and they were sent back to a call that my partner and I were at earlier, and the crowd turned on them, and they were both shot to death. They disarmed one of the officers, used his gun, and killed both officers. And then the following day, as we had a manhunt for this individual, a deputy, 3 deputies were in a car, and they were responding. And when they were responding to call of shots fired, another vehicle turned in front of them, and a detective sergeant in that car was killed. So that was, we've had that. We've seen officers that die from stress, from whether heart attacks, from on the job. Here at my office, one of our deputies got off duty, went home, and had a heart attack and died. And so looking at how we're going to help officers better prepare themselves and stay healthy and stay involved, not only in the office, but it's equally as important, and maybe even a little more, to stay more involved with the family and how they can interact. And that's why here at the Sheriff's Office, we hold family so important. And that's the #1 issue we have here. And we see that officers have the ability to take care of their families, and we try to step in wherever we can to assist when the officer is hurting. One of the officers recently had gone through a very tough time this past year with his young 3-year-old daughter with cancer, and making many trips down to Iowa City, which is about a 2.5-hour drive from here. And we made sure he had all the time he needed. Officers collected funds to help him with the travel and hotel costs and this. And I tell you, it pulls the office together, I think, more as a family unit, and it helps look out for each other.
All right, very good. Stacia, you lost federal agents in your how does Destination Zero, how does that kind of touch you personally?
Yeah, thanks. It's, I think the sheriff did such a great job in saying how each one of us come in kind of looking at it differently a little bit, and then sharing and collaborating is one of the greatest assets to Destination Zero. But it's really true, having lost a colleague up at Ruby Ridge in the 90s, a member of, was with me on Special Operations Group, one of our task force commanders, throughout our time into leadership and losing deputy U.S. marshals and task force officers, the loss, no matter what, how small or how large an agency is felt all the way through. But sometimes it can be difficult, when you're spread out across the country, to have the whole workforce, go through and support the family members and surviving team members. In each one of our shootings, we usually have a stack of 6 officers, agents, and, sometimes greater on the ground, chasing some of these high-risk fugitives. And so often we have several team members that are, significantly injured and survive. And then the family members of them, and then the family members of the lost deputy. So there's a lot to manage through, and to reassure the workforce to continue to be on the street, because we can't stop business, but make sure we're addressing safety. So when we try to do that across the nation, it can be a challenge. But the one thing is even like Paul saying, they unite together. It's amazing to me. I mean, you have to say that between deputy U.S. marshals and task force officers, and even our contract workforce, we're like 13,000 strong. You can feel that united feeling in those days that come all the way across, no matter how we're connecting to each other and making as best we possibly can the workforce stand together through the loss of that deputy. So Destination Zero becomes important because, sometimes, if you were to look at the deaths that we had when I first came on, like it was a transition for the agency, with the FBI stepping into a greater space in terrorism and national security. The Marshal Service more and more picked up the connectivity. We were already very connected to our state and local partners, but because of the assets we bring to the table, we're often turned to go after the high-risk fugitives. And so that shift, without the appropriate training and equipment designated, I mean, within days of taking over the job, there was a major event. So it was the worst, one of the worst years for law enforcement back then in 2011. And so we were experiencing back to back. And that was really tough because it just, trying to find that time to stand down for safety and turn to say, how does this apply to federal, across so many different areas. So, it's profound. It impacts you. Some of these families I still 10 years later spend time with. One mother, we pray and share prayers back and forth in the morning at 5:30. You try to be there as long as you can. The children of the lost deputies. So they really unite. But what's important to them. Sorry, let me get to this, John. What's really important to the family members and what I think is such great high value to Destination Zero is often they need to feel that there is some value, there's some sort of outcome from the loss of life. And what I find in Destination Zero, that allows us to share the incident, what happened, to be able to pass back equipment, challenges and how better to improve that. And this type of Destination Zero that you've created and the ability to share that information, post that information, be able to tie it to measurements and how it improved and how it saved lives is invaluable. And it's so reassuring to the families of the fallen deputies to know that something future to protect somebody was available to help other local law enforcement.
Well, thank you. Very, very good. Chief Manger, Tom, you've been a chief of 3 major agencies, president of major city chiefs, and unfortunately, you've seen officers that have lost their lives or succumbed to illness at an early age. So how does Destination Zero and our National Officer Safety and Wellness Program impact you personally?
Well, I think, John, that as a police chief, as a head of any agency, and I think that Paul and Stacia would agree with this, that when you lose an officer in the line of duty, when you're responsible for that agency, it does impact you very personally. And just as Stacia said, there are relationships that are built between the families of the fallen that have remained with me for the rest of my life. I mean, I still stay in touch with many of the families that I got to know. So the impact is tremendously personal, but it's also impactful professionally. And I think my colleagues have touched on this, but you want to feel like something positive has to come out of these tragedies. And when you asked me to be a part of this program 7 years ago, I really jumped at the chance because I thought, and really had no idea at the time, but I thought this could have some positive impact on our profession. It could encourage agencies to look at areas where folks were getting hurt or killed, and what could we do to prevent those kinds of tragedies. Some of them, obviously, we don't have as much control over, but some of these things I think we do have a fair amount of control over. And if we implement policies, if we initiate programs, if we have resources available to our men and women of our organization that can help them in their times of need or can prevent them from making a mistake, or you have a policy that prohibits a certain behavior, or that would make an action less risky, why wouldn't we do all those things? So, and I think that's really the biggest accomplishment of Destination Zero has been the fact that we're challenging agencies to look at those policies, those whether it's training or whether it's new equipment. We are in fact saving lives, and I'm convinced of that, and that's why I've been so proud to work with these folks over the past 7 years to reward those agencies that are going above and beyond what folks have done before, and really on the leading edge of best practices for organizations, for law enforcement organizations throughout our country. So I'm proud to be here, and it has it really has had not only an impact on, I think, all of us personally, but professionally, we feel like we've accomplished something.
Tom, let me continue with you a second. Destination Zero is moving into its 8th year of our National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards, but the genesis of this program was about a decade ago when we first built it and put it together. In just 10 years, how has the field changed in officer safety and wellness? Has it been a big shift? Has it been something small? Give me your opinion of what's happened over the last decade.
Well, it's been profound and it's been huge. We are thinking and talking about things today with regard to officer safety that 10 years ago weren't even in the conversation. When things like suicide prevention, things like what the sheriff talked about, with a person's financial health, we never thought about those things and how they might impact somebody's performance or ability to do the job. But we're thinking about things now that certainly existed 10 years ago, but we're not only just having better conversations, but we're actually doing things. We're actually implementing programs that will have a direct impact on our officers' wellness, well-being, and their fitness and their nutrition, and all of those things. And whereas I can remember, and I'm sure that my colleagues can as well, when we started, basically officer safety was about defensive tactics, and and it didn't go much beyond that. And now, we're again having conversations that it's not just about what we're doing on the job. It's about our life in general and how our life outside the job might be impacting our ability to do the job. And I think this is, one of the results of the conversations that have been started and the programs that have been started by Destination Zero.
Well, thank you, Tom. And Tom is sitting in Washington. Paul, out in Story County, Iowa, how have you seen officer safety and wellness change over the last decade?
We've seen from Destination Zero, the different agencies that are out there, the programs that they're looking. I brought several of them back here that we use in Story County, from peer support to the employee assistance programs, chaplain program we've started, various miscellaneous wellness and resilience training. We have every other month, each deputy or each staff is provided 8 hours of training. And a few months ago, we brought in a yoga instructor, and we had yoga for everyone, just to kind of change things up a little bit, look for their own personal health and safety. And we've been doing a few programs like that, and I think it's been very beneficial over the years. We have things that we, like Tom was saying, when we first got into law enforcement years ago, that there was that attitude that you got to be macho, you got to be the tough guy. If something bothers you, you certainly don't talk about it, because that makes you feel weak or less among your other officers. That concept has been changing, and they've been taking the mystique away from all of this through these programs. Now, when an officer needs help, they're not as afraid to go and talk to someone. Or there's one agency that created a peer support program where they had people, counselors they could talk with, but instead of within their own agency, they had arrangements with surrounding jurisdictions, and they would swap people. They'd go back and forth. So if there's an officer here in Story County that wanted to talk to someone, perhaps they could go to Marshall County and talk to someone there, or to Polk County, and they wouldn't feel like they're hurting their own ego or position where they are at their own office. So it's programs like this that I think have really given us a step forward. Not necessarily coming out of the dark ages, but some of these things pretty close to it. And we have things for own personal safety that we're seeing now. There's a Stop the Bleed campaign. They all have the IFAC kits, the individual first aid kits that all my officers are issued. And when I go to Washington, D.C., and I see whether the different police agencies there, they have them all in their belts. I mean, there's things here that we look at that the use of tourniquets and having things like this to help us provide the safety that we need and for our officers.
We've gotten to see that over the last 7 years, these great, innovative, creative pieces of equipment that we didn't have before. Policies and programs, like Tom said, and different initiatives that maybe if we had them, they were in the background. Stacia, both Chief Major and Sheriff Fitzgerald talked about wellness a lot. And every year when we have the selection committee, it seems that wellness grows and grows. It ranges from CrossFit to resiliency to suicide prevention. Can you tell me how important some of the wellness initiatives that we now are implementing, or maybe even just starting to talk about in law enforcement, how important are they to the officer's health and well-being?
Yeah, it's a great point, John, because I think what we've seen and what each one of us is talking about is kind of the evolution, and that it's okay to say, I've got a lot and I'm stressed. You know, before, we've always known that law enforcement's been stressful, just even from our shift work, the hours, you know, even for us on the federal side, on the road across the country, you know, never knowing when we're going to get back home. The stress kind of built to that. It adds to your kind of your weight, your fitness. We've always known that's been important, right? But we had a direct relation to kind of safety, survival, fighting, running. But what we're really seeing is that the wellness plays into so much, kind of as a foundation. Like, you know, come to work with the right headset, come to work focused on work. That is a huge part of safety. It's not just about self-defense, weapons retention, how many push-ups you can do. It's actually, are you in the game? Is your head in the game? Or is there all this, you know, life's become a lot for any, you know, workforce to kind of manage through. So let's get work taken care of. Let's get your head on straight. Let's get you to work. So keeping you well, and wellness is many different things. So again, as the sheriff, you know, mentioned, that whether it's even financial, we don't need that stress to come into the workplace. Right? We don't need that. We need that left behind the door. We need you to get to the game. So what can we do to help manage that for you? So it's bigger than just, let's take the jelly donuts off the table and let's put a granola bar there. It's so much bigger. It's like, we got to keep you well. We got to keep your family well. Like, we need you here and kind of focus. So I think that is an evolution that's kind of come out of it, because again, like everything else, we're always looking for new ways. So once we tackle, okay, we've got, you know, kind of the physical fitness taken care of. We've evolved from self-defense and like a jog around the block to, you know, Kenny Cooper in a mile and a half and show me push-ups in a minute. And then we're to CrossFit now, you know, so we evolved in the fitness side, but we're evolving continuously that wellness side, you know, which is how much of our work does relate to suicides. What do we need to do on suicide prevention? How does it touch families? So how do we keep you well there? How do we make sure that injuries don't lead to opioid addiction? You know, how there's just so much that kind of comes into that wellness side. I think we're like, let's evolve that. Let's take it head on. And we're getting so many wonderful submissions. You know, I'm just always amazed at that. And the ability for you guys to post that, not only to make the awards, but to read through them all. You know, I think you hear from us all the time. We want to give everybody an award because there's such brilliant ideas, because you guys filter through them and then we're looking at them compiled. And we spend so much time on it because it gets very, very difficult. But that's that evolution that we see. So we know it's a huge part of it. We know that we really need people more than ever to kind of come. And I'm excited to see what's coming, because, you know, the pandemic brought a whole new spin. How are you going to keep people safe? Yeah.
I was going to ask you, how has COVID impacted this? You know, we're taking some steps forward. We lost hundreds of lives last year in law enforcement. How is that impacting us as leaders out there?
Yeah, and it's huge in corrections. Like, we don't want to forget our corrections brothers and sisters, right? Because they're a critical part of the criminal justice system, and talk about a risk factor to them, you know, and then trying to manage through that, whether you're a city jail, a sheriff's office, private prisons, a federal prisons, how are you going to manage that workforce and the vaccination process and kind of get to the top of the line? So, you know, all of that, you know, kind of falls into that criminal justice, and then our court processes and making sure our due process is met, and, you know, civil liberties of everybody. So it's been a real challenge in the criminal justice system, not only for the workforce, but those that are held and detained or incarcerated. And everyone's kind of had to work their way through that. A lot of innovative ideas have played out, and we've seen them coming in articles, and actually those of us that still work, you know, constantly see the new ones that are coming. But there's probably going to be some really exciting things to look through. But that has been, the pandemic has been a significant challenge on law enforcement, especially when it's colliding with other events. Like, what do we need to do? Because again, I look at, you know, I think of policing law enforcement as fluid. So while we may take a very assertive and aggressive approach post 9/11, we're softening in 2014, 2015, 2016 to community policing. Like, we need to get back there a little bit to help our communities. And so we're fluid in this, along with the pandemic hitting and then funding issues. So, you know, it always takes a lot of innovation, both at the local and federal level for these departments. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to come forward.
Awesome. Tom, you know, both of your panelists have talked about wellness as a huge issue and resiliency. We barely touched on suicide prevention, but many of the programs that we've looked at over the last couple of years have added that piece to the puzzle. Any thoughts on where we're going with suicide prevention in law enforcement?
Well, the first step was just to talk about it, just to acknowledge that it was an issue in our profession. And that took us a long time, I think, to get there. But once we got there, and one of the ways I think we got to really socialize this, even having the conversation, is when you saw agencies start to address that in their wellness program, in their employee assistance program, that it wasn't just doing the sort of counseling, about the job or marriage counseling, things like that. We actually, just head on took on this issue of suicide prevention. I know that I've had a number of officers, commit suicide in departments that I was leading, and you feel. I can remember the first time I dealt with it, I felt pretty helpless. Like, okay, well, this is a tragic occurrence. It's not. So often they're not viewed as line of duty deaths, and so you've got to deal with a family that is not only reeling from their loss, but they almost felt like the department was not there for them, that the department was abandoning them because it wasn't a line of duty death. And I think that we've come so far in terms of allowing the conversation to occur without the stigma, allowing officers to know that there are resources available to them if they're having difficulty. And Cecilia said, she mentioned about having your head in the game. This is probably one of the biggest officer safety issues, is that if you're distracted or you're worried or thinking about something other than your job, it's inherently not safe what you're doing. And so the fact that we can have these conversations and not only just have the conversation, but actually have something available to support officers going through difficult times is just, I think, tremendously important. And I've seen certainly from this time I started my career till now, but from the time we started Destination Zero, and there weren't a whole lot of programs for suicide prevention, that now has become a very routine sort of part of employee assistance for people. And that's great for our profession. It's great for the men and women that choose to do this job.
I want to stay with you a second. We see a burgeoning amount of wellness, resiliency, suicide prevention programs. We've talked about creating another wellness award. And yet, one of the biggest killers of law enforcement is traffic crashes. When you take COVID out of the picture and some of the things that we've experienced recently and start looking at the majority of the last 2 decades, 17, 18 of the last 20 years, traffic fatalities have led the way. And yet we see less and less, it seems, creative, innovative traffic programs. Any suggestions for all those viewers out there on traffic safety and how we might improve that and decrease some of those deaths?
I think so much of it has been training, and when we've the programs that we've seen had to do with policy and training. I mean, the good news is that the cars that we're driving are much safer today than they were, when all of us started. The fact of the matter is that seatbelt compliance is up around right now over 90%. Not over 90% of the folks driving wear their seatbelts. That's and I can recall. Back when I was a police officer, that the sergeants at every roll call were practically begging us to use our seatbelts. And I remember, that half the officers I worked with didn't wear their seatbelts. And so we've certainly come a long way there. So there has been some progress, and I think that we may have gotten to a point where folks are of the mind that maybe we've done everything we can do. We've put policies in place that restrict pursuits, that we have guidelines and safeguards in place that where supervisors are aware when their officers are are driving at high speeds, and we know that our cars are safer, but we still, I think, have more work to be done, because traffic deaths account for a very large, if not for many years, it was the largest reason, as you said, the largest percent of officer-involved deaths. So I think there still needs to be work done on that. I think training is always going to be an important part. That you get the mindset in these officers that this whole notion of, is it worth it? When you're thinking about chasing somebody, and that's a tough mindset to change for people that got into this profession to catch the bad guys, and then to tell them, okay, well, in this situation it's too dangerous. You don't chase the person necessarily right now, but so I get and I understand that we've not seen as a robust effort as we've seen with some of the other wellness issues, but we've still got to focus on it. And I think that the continued emphasis that Destination Zero puts on it will keep it front and center for these agencies to not ignore. That's for sure.
Yeah, we've got to keep the spotlight shined on it. Cheryl Fitzgerald, out in a rural county, talk about traffic safety out there and how important it's for your officers to remain safe on the road. I'm sure your patrol units are on the road constantly.
Well, they certainly are. And in the rural areas, unlike the city, we also have deer. And when officers are going on an emergency call across the county and at night, 1 month, a couple of years ago, I had 7 squad cars that were taken out by car deer accidents. Absolutely amazing. But the thing, what Tom had said, I agree with completely. He made some very good points. I remember when in Iowa, when seatbelt law became mandatory, and the officers were just flabbergasted that it included police officers, because we thought that was going to be a death message that would pull up to a call, who wouldn't be able to get out because we'd be trying to fumble with the seatbelt, and that would cause problems. But nowadays, when I look, I can't remember the last time that I seen an officer driving a squad car that didn't have their seatbelt on. I think it's been very effective. We have policies, procedures, and supervisors make sure that we hold everyone accountable, and we are held accountable ourselves.
Wearing a seatbelt works. I think at the latest fatality report, over 70% of the traffic fatalities that we saw, the officers weren't wearing a seatbelt. So if we can keep pushing that message, seatbelt, wear your vest, you're going to be better protected. For the remainder of the time, I'd like to turn our attention to 2 main things: the Destination Zero National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards in every category: general officer safety, traffic safety, wellness, and the comprehensive category, are all based on creativity, innovation, and success of programs. And I'd like to know some of those programs that you've seen over the years that really stand out to you, that may be memorable for one reason or another. If I could start with Stacia, what have you seen over the last 7 years of sitting on the committee that maybe when we were doing the presentation for you, or you were going through the book, you went, oh my gosh, the light bulb came on and you said, why haven't we been doing this?
Gosh, there's so many. I'm always struck by, sometimes I'm struck by the small ideas, that kind of come across. And I can remember just the flipping of the seatbelt so they didn't have to reach across the prisoner. And I thought, oh my God, that's so simple. And yet it is huge. And then there's almost this embarrassing moment, like, why didn't we think of that? Why didn't I think of that? Been on the job for so long. So sometimes you'll see that switch. And, that was like one of my favorites, because we're forever, throwing prisoners in the back of the vehicle. So I really, sometimes that simplicity was just great. And I was glad that they wrote to it, because sometimes I think people look at their simple idea and it will prevent them from putting in for it, and yet it's really huge. And not to take us back, but I wanted to chime in a little bit. So I'm going to move your question into the vehicle safety piece of it, because I think there's a lot of simple steps taken on vehicle safety that would really matter when put out there, especially as we've moved so much technology into the vehicle, right? and then the phones into the vehicle, the radios are in the vehicles, the computers are in the vehicles. And we see some of that bleed out in some of these responses. But I'd love to see more on how they feel like it's a direct correlation by just a simple, like, you know, turn off the texting or do something. I think that's really important to put that out on how it's, you know, saved or preventive action and took their numbers down. So I think sometimes, you know, they kind of connect to each other a little bit. So I think simple sometimes is really good. I think, you know, I was struck by Hillsborough, North Carolina. Certainly that was one we won't say, but, you know, some people fought harder than others. Some of my colleagues that are here, you know, because, you know, again, it gets to that point was, hey, this is a small department. Look what they were able to do. And we compare them to large departments, but we're bound by what the Department of Justice, and grateful for the grants that they give us, but we're bound by the rules and regulations in there. And so we've worked as a group and with the team, you know, up at the memorial to find ways to let people reapply, because sometimes it's just where they land the pile. So, but, you know, I love some of the changes that we saw come through with that, and the safety pieces and the aspects associated. I want to give my colleagues some time, John. There's so many I could touch on. You know, the comprehensive programs that come across several, the California, San Bernardino, some of those were just so impressive when they came in, that it's amazing what they can pull and what they can execute to while running their operations in their departments. And execution is a big part of it. I certainly would love to see people talk about that challenge a little bit of what was difficult to execute and why they feel accomplishing even meant more because the execution was difficult, either the size or the complexity or the geographical areas of their departments.
I look back to 2016, you know, our first year, Dallas Police Department with their tactical med kit. Sheriff Fitzgerald mentioned all of his officers have that. To me, that's been a huge change since we started Destination Zero. That was creative, innovative, training 3,000 officers, saving citizens, saving officers. And now almost everybody has the med kit. Going back to Yolo County, with their speed monitoring program. Again, one of those like, why didn't I think of that? I thought it was brilliant.
No, it's really true. And sometimes, again, we always think the other guy's already doing it. And so, you know, you actually just think everyone's got the kits, and then you don't realize how many people don't have the kits and how easy it was to execute, and being able to put your plan on the table and share it with others is really a big part. You know, we did a lot on tactical training with live fire, and people are like, well, how could you do that? Liability exposure. It's like, okay, here's how we did it in the federal government, and it worked. You know, it saved 43 lives. So let us share that. And so I think that there's things like you have to just, you know, put it out there and make sure that we can do what we can at Destination Zero to get it to the world, because that's where people see, okay, they executed it. If they executed it, we can execute it. So.
Awesome. Chief Major, over the last, you know, 8 years now, going on 8 that we've been doing this and look at these programs, are there any that really stick out to you, you know, kind of that light bulb moment that you go, wow, that was really, really awesome?
There's a couple of them. And you mentioned Yolo County. I mean, I remember reading that and thinking, this is just genius. It's so simple, but it's genius. And the issue was that, and if I'm recalling this correctly, that if a vehicle went over 80 or 85 miles an hour, there was an automatic notification that went back to the officer's supervisor. And so you could have a policy that says, you know, you can't drive, you know, even emergency driving, you can't go more than 20 or 25 miles over the speed limit. You could have a policy like that, but how do you actually enforce that? And, you know, and we know the danger of driving, you know, at these high speeds. So when you had something in place that actually held officers accountable, and they could, you know, the sergeant could say, well, why, you know, it shows that you were doing 85 miles an hour at this time, you know, what were you doing? Well, the officer may have a good justification for it, but if they didn't, if there was no reason for them to be going that fast, as a supervisor, you want to know that this is the kind of behavior that you need to change. There was, and so I thought that was really just a very effective policy, and using technology to really hold officers' feet to the fire to really abide by a policy that was really put in for their safety. But there was another one where, you know, officers often will stop folks and run warrant checks on them, and you know, when the dispatcher comes back and, you know, and says, you know, that there's a hit, or, you know, says anything that the suspect might be able to hear, that all of a sudden puts you in a dangerous situation where if you've got someone who now knows that they're wanted, they could end up doing something stupid. So, having officers use earpieces so that only they can hear what the dispatcher says puts them in a position of being much safer when the dispatcher gives them information and the suspect won't overhear it. And again, a simple thing, but at the time, the majority of departments were not doing that. And so this has certainly caught on. You see more and more officers, who are using the earpieces for, when they listen to the radio when they're out with somebody. So, and it was mentioned earlier about we have to make these judgments about, these initiatives that departments are starting. And when you look at the NYPDs of the world and say, well, my gosh, they got so much money and they have so much ability to do certain things. How can they compete with, the smaller agencies of the world? This is where we have, I think, all been so impressed with the innovation that some of these smaller departments have put into place that it really, in the end, it's, you think you're comparing apples to oranges, but the fact of the matter is that you can see innovation and how much it impacts an agency, and really sort of then put everybody on the same level and say, okay, what this agency did with a chaplain program, or with bringing a nutritionist in, to work with all the officers on, improving their nutrition, and you see the impact that 100% of the officers were able to visit this nutrition. Well, it's tough for the NYPD to do something and get 100% of their officers to do anything. So there's no knock on NYPD. They've done a lot of great things and they've gotten awards in the past. But it really, I've been so impressed with what some of these smaller agencies have done, and really given themselves the advantage of saying, okay, well, we only have 25 or 50 or maybe 100 cops that we have to impact with this program, and they're able to have a much more profound impact and a much quicker impact with some of the smaller agencies. So that's been something that I've noted as well throughout the years.
I think too, can I chime in a little bit? Because Tom, we always enjoy the evolution together, because in a lot of ways, we've kind of learned to do a trade-off analysis, right? Because I think what the Memorial has done, and DOJ, collectively together, is put enough of us on the panel that we're able to talk about the different challenges, because whether it's large or small doesn't make the other guy be more successful, because what is easier in a smaller department may be harder in a larger. And so I think we've had some really robust discussions that has allowed us to really make the right, award based on the criteria, while processing what it would have been to implement this idea at this side of agency department versus this one. And I think that's part of the evolution that, I've enjoyed along the way, and certainly see the panel as value to us, because we learn from each other during that, and that dialogue and that debate has always been really good. I certainly enjoy it, but I just wanted to chime in because I think it's really true. The large has one set of challenges, the small has another set of challenges, but collectively they've found ways to be innovative to execute and make people safer. Yeah.
Yeah, and you mentioned Hillsborough, North Carolina. Their Slower is Faster program is a tactical driving program, easy to implement and saving lives. Chief Manger talked about Yolo County. And remember, their speed monitoring program was technology that already existed in the car. They just weren't using it. And once they started using it, everybody realized they could use that technology. Sheriff Fitzgerald, other programs like Indianapolis and their Healthy Hire to Retire program, I thought that was absolutely amazing. And somebody else like Bend, Oregon, and their Innovative Wellness program. Is there any others that really stick out to you, Sheriff, that you heard about that program during our selection committee and said, I'm going to bring that home, or that's great?
Well, there's many things that I have brought home. One of the things that I like that the Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund does is they put out the Fallen Heroes announcement each month. Last month in August of 2021, there were 25 law enforcement deaths, 11 by gunfire, 7 by traffic, 4 by COVID-19, and then 3 by others. So I think we touched a whole realm of areas that affect officer safety. But when we're looking at these programs, I got to come back and push out again what both Tom and Stacy had said, that if you have an idea in your department that you just think, duh, it's a no-brainer. I mean, it's something to share. And the one thing that I remember that we seen in one of the programs was they submitted where they use magnetic holders for the microphones on the radios, car radios. And if you think about it, you know, just day to day, taking the mic out and putting it back is not a big deal until you get in perhaps into a high-speed chase and you're multitasking as you're driving, and things like that makes a difference. When I first saw that, I thought, well, you're driving a car and the first time you hit a bump, you're going to be spending the rest of the time trying to find that cord to find where the microphone went to. But 4 years ago, I got a new squad car, and they were outfitting it and what I wanted in it. They said, instead of the clip mic, we have the magnetic mics? And I thought, well, all right, sure, I'll give it a try. Unbelievable. You know, no matter where you're going, it stays where it stays. It's easy to take off, and you can almost throw it there and it'll catch it and hold it. It's just remarkable. But anyway, little things like that are so innovative and being used, I think do save officers' lives. You know, one of the things to do that would be nice to see more is how, you know, other than policy and procedures and things like this, but how to reduce high-speed chases that officers get in. Because the after effect of and we have had this in our department where sergeant called off a chase, they stopped the chase, the guy kept going and ran into a van that was carrying 3 college kids that were going from UNI down to Iowa State to see their sister. One killed, one is paralyzed permanently for the rest of her life, and the other one died. But anyway, if you look at what the officer that was chasing what that puts their mindset into, there's things that we can do that is preventative that we still need to look at doing on how we can do that. But that's sure a tough nut to crack on that. But these programs that we've seen, it's very inspirational to see the ideas, the concepts, and whether it's big or small. And that's one of the things that I had to hang up early on, that how can some of the smaller agencies emulate this? But what it does, it presents a smorgasbord, and you can pick and choose what's good for your agency and what may not be good. But like I said, I brought back several to my agency, and they are very well taken.
Well, and whether it's restorative rest or the tactical lunch bag, you know, that everybody can be doing to have their officers eat healthier. And to me, that's been one of the great benefits of Destination Zero over the last 8 years, is seeing all of these creative and innovative programs that agencies all across America are coming up with. And we get to see them kind of fresh and new, and watch as they evolve and watch as they kind of spread across the country and save lives. And I think Tom mentioned that, and there's nothing more rewarding than when we can put programs, policies, procedures, practices, equipment out there that is saving the lives of our fellow officers. In closing, kind of just go around, Tom and Stacy and Paul, one last time, closing comments about your experience on Destination Zero Selection Committee or the program.
So, John, this program, and we've said it, all 3 of us have said it, all 4 of us have said it, this program saves lives. And not only are we rewarding agencies that are doing innovative things, but we're providing a laundry list of reference material, research material for other agencies that want to, you know, they don't have to reinvent the wheel. They can look at what other agencies have done, award-winning programs, and create, you know, things that are going to help their agency that fit their agency. You know, what they might be able to you know, see, well, I'll take, you know, a couple of things from this program, and I'll take a couple of things from that department, and, you know, create a program that really is tailored to the needs of my agency. And I think that's one of the biggest values of Destination Zero. And I think that as our profession evolves, as new risk factors present themselves, like COVID, you're going to find that Destination Zero is able to navigate those paths with us and continue to help us keep our officers safe.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Stacy.
I think.
Hi, Paul, go ahead.
No, I was just going to mention that, yeah, this is great stuff. And John, I've been so honored to be included in this in the very beginning. And hats off to you for putting this program together and the competition. It's really paid off, and agencies all across the country can see what takes effect, what is beneficial to them, and it's just been a godsend, I think. And I really appreciate your efforts in inviting me to participate and sitting around the room with such distinguished people like Tom, Station, and all these others that we've had throughout the years. It's really been a wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your service, and thank all of you. Stacia, final comments from you.
Well, I think I join my colleagues. First of all, I just want to thank and recognize your years of service everywhere and how much you brought to this program, because I know that you're getting ready to retire. And so I think a lot of agencies and individuals and families owe a lot to you, John, because you've been kind of a champion to this. And you, based on our request, kind of went back to find new ways to work with the awards. And so you've put a lot of energy and a lot of yourself into this and your knowledge. So, thank you to you for that. And certainly thanks to the Memorial Fund for just putting this out there and being so creative, and the entire team there at the Memorial Fund that work on it and cull through all these awards and get them prepared for us. Whether it's healthy snacks in the vending machine, whether it's crash boards, whether it's switch the seatbelts, all these ideas, as you said earlier, they're great. I look forward to, some of the ones going forward. I particularly, as we talk about the pandemic, but also the challenges of law enforcement, because that's a safety issue, right? If we're not staffed correctly. So I'm looking forward to hoping that people will actually put forward, some of these challenges that have come out in this last 18 months on community policing and how they've navigated, some of these protests and situations and defund the police, how that impacted their agency's morale, wellness, and then what was the safety concerns and what did they put in place? That's going to be a lot to write to, but I'm sure there's a lot of ideas because law enforcement has really had to shift to kind of make sure that we can protect the streets and the people working there to do that. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope that we'll see some really, good innovative ones coming forward, because I think it would be welcomed across any agency and department right now.
Sure we will. As agencies are struggling with all of the issues that we're facing today, there's never a loss for creative, innovative, successful programs. We've got great individuals out there across the country that want to make it safer for all of us. I'd like to thank each one of you, not only for your participation today, your participation over the last 7 years on the Destination Zero Selection Committee, and probably more than anything, your service to law enforcement, your local communities, and this country. You guys are outstanding, fantastic group to work with, and I'm so glad we were able to get together and do this presentation today. Thank you all very much, and we'll be seeing you down the road.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye, Pat. See you.
Before we begin the presentation of the 2021 Destination Zero National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards, let's take a look at some of our previous winners.
Vacaville, California covers 27 square miles between Sacramento and San Francisco. The Vacaville Police Department has 115 sworn officers serving just over 100,000 residents. To ensure that its officers remain safe while serving their community, the Vacaville PD developed a groundbreaking officer safety program that focuses heavily on innovation, training, and equipment.
The overarching goal of our officer safety program is to make sure that our officers are safe each and every day. We know that we face the risks that are out there, but if we can mitigate them, what we're able to do is just make better decisions. These decisions not only protect our officers, but also allow our community to be safer in the process.
At the Vacaville Police Department, officer training is constantly evolving to adapt to industry best practices. Each sworn member of the department receives more than 90 hours of training annually, 3 times the state-mandated hours. The department's approach to officer safety places a premium on scenario-based and realistic training that replicates real-world incidents encountered by first responders. To do that, the VPD combines multiple training methods into one program. Emergency vehicle operations and defensive tactics training are paired together to simulate taking a suspect into custody after a pursuit. And firearms training also incorporates de-escalation and crisis intervention training scenarios. And the department purchased 30 airsoft pistols resembling the real firearms used by VPD officers for shoot-don't-shoot scenario training. Specially trained agency personnel conduct extensive officer training in mass casualty violent crime incidents, including coordinating a multi-agency critical incident mass shooter exercise at a local church campus. VPD also regularly trains with local fire departments to collectively prepare officers and firefighters to work together to safely extract victims. Each VPD officer is issued $11,000 worth of uniforms and equipment to increase safety in the field. These include a pistol, shotgun, soft body armor, taser, tactical pistol light, ballistic helmet, body-worn camera, and traffic safety vest. Level 2 trauma surgeons provide advanced tactical medical training, and all officers have access to medical kits containing a tourniquet, quick clot, chest seals, and Kerlix gauze. Officers also carry Narcan to quickly reverse opioid overdoses. The Vacaville PD training programs are constantly evolving to reflect changing trends in policing and to create new ways to improve officer safety.
One of the ways that we're improving the safety of officers in Vacaville is we have begun a drone program realizing their ability to fly over critical airspace at low altitude, day or night, to provide safety of officers, whether it's a high-risk encounter on a traffic stop, to even more recently, the fires here in California.
Each drone is piloted by a specially trained FAA-certified police officer. The real-time information gathered by the onboard drone camera is sent directly to the on-scene incident commander to assist in decision-making.
The challenges that are out there are tremendous. Since our program began, there's been a lot of positive change. Officer safety is more than just a program. It makes a difference. It makes a difference in the workplace. People feel better, and the community actually benefits from it greatly.
Stockton, California has long been considered a city with a high crime rate. But during the recession of 2007, things got even worse. The city filed for bankruptcy, forcing the police department to cut 99 police officer positions and more than 90 civilian and part-time positions, all while the violent crime rate was skyrocketing. The department had its first line of duty death in 20 years and suffered through a horrific shootout with armed bank robbers, which had a lasting impact on members of the police department and the community. In addition to that, firearm assaults on police officers were up 400%. The stress of working in such a violent environment took a toll on the department. Many officers left to go to other agencies, and morale was sinking. To better meet the needs of its employees, the Stockton Police Department created a wellness network, a preventative and holistic approach to officer wellness by building resiliency through family support, exercise and diet, and faith. Wellness Network members respond to all officer-involved shootings and incidents involving injured officers. Psychological services are available for all employees and their immediate families free of charge. Ongoing training and workshops are offered to employees and their families to help alleviate stress and create a strong support network. And a CrossFit gym was opened with the Stockton Police Officers Association to provide opportunities for better fitness and nutrition. The program has been a huge success, and the Stockton Police Department continues to improve the safety and wellness of its officers and their families, while also forming better relationships with the communities they serve. The Yolo County Sheriff's Office is a relatively small agency in rural Northern California, where deputies sometimes travel hundreds of miles in one shift.
Speed was identified quickly as a problem with our agency. When we looked at speed activations, it became readily apparent that our deputies were driving too fast. Over the last 10 years, we were averaging 1.5 deputies injured per year. The vehicle accidents had cost the agency over $1 million. It was pretty obvious that there was a need for change.
So the Yolo County Sheriff's Office developed and implemented a pioneering traffic safety program designed to reduce speed, keep their deputies safe, and protect the public.
The elements of the program begin with holding the deputies accountable to their actions. We have in-car cameras. The cameras have GPS, they do monitor speed, and they're set to activate when a deputy reaches a certain speed, regardless of what activity that individual is doing. We have a lieutenant who's assigned to reviewing speed activations. He does so on a monthly basis. An unjustified speed activation is any instance where the in-car camera captures the deputy driving at a speed we've determined that's not safe. If a deputy does have a speed activation and it's determined to be unjustified, we started the first month by issuing warnings, and then it progressed to discipline as necessary. On the whole, the deputies learned very quickly and accepted the program and understood the importance of controlling their speed. And it really became a culture shift, not something that they were doing because they were being monitored. It became the new normal.
Since the Yolo County Sheriff's Office traffic safety program was implemented, the agency has seen great improvement.
We saw a 2-year period with 0 accidents. It was a staggering difference to what we had been seeing. We saw speed activations drop to virtually 0 from well over 100 a month. It was incredible. The program was designed to make our agency a safer place, and Sheriff Prieto and the entire organization was very honored to win the Destination Zero award. Being recognized nationally was really something we were quite proud of.
The Fairfax County Police Department was a finalist for the 2015 Destination Zero Officer Safety Award for its creation of its Safety Officer Program.
The Fairfax County Police Department safety officer is required to respond to major incident scenes, to mitigate hazards, and help to prevent some casualties that may appear on those scenes. Each district station has the same equipment. As officers move from one station to another, they're utilizing the same equipment. They have the same protective gear at each facility. And that's something that the Safety Officer Program has supplied for them. Uniformity, consistency in training, consistency in use helps to mitigate a lot of injuries.
The Fairfax Police Department was honored again in 2016 when they expanded their officer safety program to include a full-time athletic trainer.
We realized the benefit to having an athletic trainer for individuals that were receiving injuries during some wellness activities, and it expanded to in-service personnel that were getting hurt on duty, and has proved to be extremely beneficial.
My role as athletic trainer is to diagnose, treat, prevent, and rehabilitate any injury or illness the officers might encounter in their normal workday. I also provide emergency intervention should something happen during their training day.
At first they were extremely reluctant because they were unsure of the benefits that they could receive.
But once officers understand that they have easy access to a qualified healthcare professional to provide for their rehabilitation needs, consult about various medical illnesses, and just get quality health care, they're very excited about it. It really is easy access to a rehabilitation professional on their time.
As more officers responded and they found out that they were being cured on duty rather than going to their personal primary care physicians, it saves the individual officer time and money because they don't have to pay a copay, and it saves the county countless funds.
Another element the Fairfax PD implemented is the Tactical First Aid Program.
Each officer has a tactical emergency care packet in their cruiser behind the passenger side headrest that incorporates the use of a tourniquet, some gauze, some bandages, some Hemocolt for someone who needs immediate care. If we're first on scene and fire department is still in a staging mode, the tactical kit has emergency response equipment in it that an officer can start immediate care. It allows immediate rescue operations to take place. Whatever reason works to make our officers safe makes me proud. Now, with this recognition, we're able to pass on what we have learned to other departments. It gives us just a fantastic feeling, and we're so proud to be part of the Destination Zero Awards.
Destination Zero is all about saving lives. It's all about reducing the number of police officers that die in the line of duty.
The primary mission of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial and Museum is to honor the fallen and to connect communities with law enforcement. It's not enough for us to honor the fallen and put names on the wall annually. The men and the women who are putting their lives on the line deserve a program which will focus on health and safety, and that's what Destination Zero is all about.
Destination Zero is a partnership between the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Valor Initiative to honor successful and innovative officer safety and wellness programs and share those initiatives with every one of our law enforcement agencies. From the Office of the President to the Attorney General, all have made officer safety and wellness a priority.
I've been a cop for 40 years and been to my share of police funerals. We all understand that there are sacrifices and risks that go along with being a police officer, but you want to somehow believe that we can get to a point where cops can be safe at all times while they're doing their job. This is a very personal thing for, I think, any police officer, and it certainly is for me.
Destination Zero is designed to spark innovation and spread the idea of safety and wellness throughout law enforcement.
There are probably 17,000 law enforcement agencies in the United States. And within those organizations, there are departments that are doing great, innovative things. So the idea is for us to recognize it, pull it all in, and provide a resource for law enforcement to come, visit the Destination Zero website and say, wow, look at what this agency did. What a great idea.
We have a comprehensive database of over 250 initiatives that agencies throughout the country can download to enhance or expand their officer safety program.
You as a law enforcement agency don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's here on our website. You can see what other agencies have already done, and the more that we share those, the more information gets out there to make it safer.
Each year, Destination Zero honors 4 recipients with the National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards. We give awards for general officer safety, traffic safety, officer wellness, and comprehensive officer safety. We receive over 200 submissions from agencies across the country. We narrow that down to about 12 finalists, and that list of finalists is presented to our DZ selection committee. They review all the material and select the 4 national award winners.
It's an absolute honor to be here tonight to receive this award. To be recognized for such an impactful program that's so needed in today's climate, especially in light of everything that's going on, we're very proud to be out here and proud to be recognized for a program like that.
It's really an incredible honor. Last year we were the runner-up. Now to win the top award this year, this is really a big thing. So we're incredibly honored to be here.
I've been on the committee since the beginning. It's really a great honor to work with the Memorial Fund to try and do what we can to impact officer safety and wellness. The great work that's being done around the country needs to be recognized, it needs to be encouraged.
I think Destination Zero also contributes to honoring the over 21,000 men and women who are on the wall that were killed in the line of duty. and we are committed to keeping officers off of the wall.
The goal for Destination Zero is to drive the number of law enforcement fatalities down to the only acceptable number of 0.
Good afternoon. I'm John Matthews, Executive Director of Law Enforcement Initiatives for the National Law Enforcement Memorial and Museum. And welcome to the presentation of the 2021 Destination Zero National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards, sponsored by Verizon. Each of these 4 departments have successfully implemented creative and innovative programs in the areas of general officer safety, traffic safety, wellness, and comprehensive officer safety and wellness. Now, before I present this year's winners, I'd like to thank all of those law enforcement agencies who participated in the nomination process, and especially those who were selected as finalists for the National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards. Finalists for this year's awards include the Fort Smith, Arkansas Police Department, the Sioux City, Iowa Police Department, La Mesa, California Police Department, McHenry County, Illinois Conservation District Police Department, the Norfolk, Virginia Police Department, Montgomery, Texas Police Department, the National Institutes of Health Police Department in Maryland, and the Miami Beach, Florida Police Department. You know, in some cases, there were the narrowest of margins separating winners from finalists. But congratulations to all of those agencies who have excelled at making it safer for those who serve. Now, to present the 2021 National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards, it's my pleasure to introduce Greg Capetta, retired director of the FBI National Academy and currently the manager for public safety outreach for Verizon.
And now it is my honor to present the Destination Zero 2021 National Officer Safety and Wellness Awards. In the category of General Officer Safety, the winner is the West Carrolton, Ohio Police Department.
West Carrolton, Ohio spans 6.5 square miles just south of Dayton. The West Carrolton Police Department has about 26 sworn officers serving 13,000 residents. To ensure that its officers remain safe while serving their community, the West Carrolton PD is taking a multifaceted approach to addressing officer wellness and resiliency through the institution of new policies and procedures, training, equipment, and programs. To address mental, spiritual, and emotional fitness, the WCPD implemented a peer support program run by officers who are certified mental health counselors. Information shared by officers is confidential and privileged. Every new officer is provided with a copy of Emotional Survival for Law Enforcement. All sworn personnel receive an 8-hour training block on mental health first aid, as well as an additional 40 hours of crisis intervention training. For the physical fitness aspect of the program, the WCPD provides a fully equipped gym that is supported by 2 certified fitness instructors and a nutritionist. Officers can work out for 1/2 hour per shift, and the gym and its equipment are available for use by family members as well. Officers also have access to a physical therapist who helps with injury prevention and recovery. To improve officer safety, the WCPD purchased new load-bearing vests to protect them from the common problems caused by traditional soft body armor. They are also easier to put on. To provide officers extra protection, each cruiser is equipped with a patrol rifle, ballistic helmet, ballistic vest, and ballistic shield. Officers are trained on all of the equipment at the firearms training facility, as well as through the use of force simulator. The WCPD has installed go bags that contain first aid supplies, additional ammunition, and other items that may be needed in a tactical situation in all of its patrol vehicles. All officers are trained in first aid and tourniquet use. A certified traffic instructor works with officers on the tactics involved in traffic stops and defensive tactics training. The agency is one of the first in its area to allow officers to grow facial hair and have visible tattoos. In an effort to receive input from its officers, the West Carrollton Police Department created a recommendations committee, providing officers the opportunity to offer ideas or suggestions regarding the internal workings of the department. And any department member can nominate an officer for one of the many agency awards available. Since implementing its officer safety program, the West Carrollton Police Department has seen great successes and plans to continue to add new elements to help keep its officers and the community they serve safe and well.
Hello, my name is Doug Woodard, and I'm the Chief of Police for the West Carrollton, Ohio Police Department. On behalf of Deputy Chief David Westling and the rest of the men and women of our department, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer my sincere and heartfelt appreciation for having been chosen to receive the 2021 Destination Zero National Officer Safety Award in the category of General Officer Safety. We are truly honored and humbled to have been selected by the committee to receive this prestigious award. I'd like to offer a profound word of thanks and recognize a few of the organizations that made this award possible. First, I'd like to thank the National Law Enforcement Memorial Fund Committee members for their commitment and dedication, as well as the wonderful work that they do year-round. Their dedication to this noble cause is extremely admirable. Second, I'd like to thank Verizon for being such a tremendous and generous sponsor of this endeavor, and for their unwavering support and partnerships they've formed with law enforcement community throughout the nation. Finally, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the men and women of the West Carrollton Police Department. This award is a reflection of the heart, soul, and character of each one of them, and I'm extremely proud and grateful to be part of such a wonderful group of law enforcement professionals. Again, thank you for recognizing and honoring the West Carrollton Police Department for this esteemed award.
In the wellness category, the winner of the 2021 National Officer Safety and Wellness Award for Wellness is the Charlotte-Mecklenburg, North Carolina Police Department.
The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department serves a population of about 900,000 residents, covering an area of 438 square miles. The agency has nearly 1,900 officers and more than 500 civilian staff. To help officers with the daily stressors of the job, the CMPD designed a multifaceted officer wellness program.
My philosophy is that we take care of ourselves and handle ourselves internally, then we can serve the public a lot better.
The CMPD Wellness Program is designed around a whole person concept, addressing physical health and fitness, emotional well-being, spiritual health, and financial health. A dedicated wellness division within the agency manages the program. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department is one of the few agencies in the country that has a full-time psychologist on site to help officers process what they experience and build resiliency.
All right, we're gonna help you. Calm down. You gotta calm down.
I really believe that the things that we see in our profession are things that the average human will never see in their lifetime. And it can be taxing mentally. Bringing in a clinical psychologist on staff here in our facility is just phenomenal in a sense that we're showing officers that we're going to take care of them and we have resources readily available to take care of them.
The CMPD psychologist acts as a navigator to direct officers to resources and offers wellness programming, training, and education. The psychologist has been crucial in developing peer counseling groups and several innovative programs, such as officer-involved shooting peer support, to assist officers who have a very distinct set of concerns and questions. Communication with a peer support member is privileged and confidential.
We need to have a trusted area in smaller groups to where we can go out and express our feelings with no judgment, no fear that that's going to get out of that room, and also have that facilitated by someone who is trained and knows what they're doing in order to facilitate those conversations.
The department has 12 voluntary chaplains who provide on-call support 24 hours a day. And within the last year, began to integrate training between chaplains and peer support personnel. The CMPD has made significant investment in promoting physical fitness. All employees have free access to aerobic and strength training equipment at 17 department facilities. Officers are required to participate in a mandatory job performance physical ability test. Realizing that concerns about finances is an ongoing stressor, the agency brought in a financial counselor to help staff, as well as offering seminars for financial planning. The CMPD starts teaching financial responsibility, budgeting, and planning for retirement at the Academy. And CMPD has offered Financial Peace University seminars for those who are in debt and want to learn how to manage their money more effectively. The program is showing great results. Debt reduction among participating officers is reported to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So far, the Officer Wellness Program is getting buy-in from officers and staff. The CMPD continues to look for ways to improve officer wellness while also forming better relationships with the communities they serve.
We're moving forward, making great progress within our department. You never go into this seeking awards or recognition. You go into this seeking to take care of your employees and take care of your people and make sure that they have the resources and tools available so that they can serve.
My name is Deputy Chief Tanya Arrington, and on behalf of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, I'd like to thank the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund and Verizon for recognizing the department's efforts around officer wellness. Thank you.
The winner of the 2021 National Officer Safety and Wellness Award for Traffic Safety is the Harris County, Texas Constable's Office, Precinct number 5.
Harris County, Texas is one of the largest counties in the United States and the most populous in Texas. The Harris County Constable's Office Precinct 5 covers an area spanning 374 square miles, including 80 miles of highways, and serves more than 1.2 million residents.
We encompass the greater Houston area metroplex, so we have a lot of commerce here. We have a lot of oil and gas industry, Port City, so very large by population. Harris County Constable's Office Precinct 5 is around 400 employees. We're one of the largest constable's offices in the nation.
Two of the 3 line-of-duty deaths the agency has suffered, Captain Jerry Foster and Deputy Jason Norling, were a result of being struck by passing vehicles. And on-duty crashes had become a concern for the agency. So they developed and implemented a multifaceted officer traffic safety program geared toward training, accountability, improved equipment, and technology.
The mission of our officer traffic safety program was to make our deputies safer. We wanted to better serve the public, and the main goal here was to save lives. We wanted to capture the hearts and minds of our deputies and get them to understand the reason why we're implementing some of these programs. We gave them a very data-driven program because we looked at what was actually causing line-of-duty deaths, and a lot of the things that we looked at were very preventable. Putting these things out for our troops got their attention. showing that we can save lives by doing simple things such as wearing your vest or wearing your seatbelt every day, watching your speed, made a big impact on the severity of the crashes and the injuries in the crashes.
In order to attain the goals of the program, the Constable's office implemented several new or updated training programs.
One of the training programs we started with was below 100. We were still trying to reduce the line of duty deaths below 100, which we haven't seen since World War II. And pushing the 5 tenets of below 100 helped that greatly. It was a good eye-opening experience for our troops. Based on what we found with the data, we saw a lot of crashes that were occurring in intersections with deputies driving under stress. So we had a traditional emergency vehicle operations program in place where we put people behind the wheel and they drive a cone course under stress. The problem with that is it's also very difficult to work intersections. So we actually developed some intersection clearing drills that we introduced into our EVOC training programs. Other things we looked at were the egos and attitudes of the drivers, make sure they weren't outdriving their capabilities or the capabilities of the vehicle. We purchased driving simulators. The driving simulator allows us to bring deputies in, put them behind the wheel of a vehicle, and test them under varying levels of stress, varying conditions, and they get to learn what their capabilities are behind the wheel of a car, without the risk of them being injured or destroying property. And a lot of times we'll often do a debrief with our troops. We talk about what we need to improve on and ways that we can go about improving that. And we make the minor course corrections along the way as we need to, and hoping to improve future performance.
After analyzing data for line-of-duty deaths, the agency also implemented new policies.
Some of those policies changed when officers were running priority 1 to a call, lights and sirens. We also implemented a review process so that when deputies were driving at these speeds under extreme stress, the supervisor of the training division would review their videos and see if there's any issues that we could address before it became a crash.
The agency also updated their fleet with vehicles that have safer technology and better equipment to handle the day-to-day rigors of policing. Since implementing their Officer Traffic Safety Program, the Harris County Constable's Office Precinct 5 has seen great success.
One of the major successes that we've seen and big changes has been the attitudes and egos of the officers when they're driving. We've seen a tremendous reduction in the amount of crashes when officers are driving under stress. Since we've implemented our Officer Traffic Safety Program, we've seen an 88% reduction in line-of-duty crashes while responding to critical incidents, lights and siren. We've also seen a significant reduction in the amount of damage and injury sustained when officers were involved in a crash. This makes both the deputy and the general public safer. We are greatly honored to win the Destination Zero Award. It validates all the hard work that we've done implementing these programs over the past several years has been worth it. We truly hope that this will help save officer lives and better serve the communities.
Hello, I'm Constable Ted Heap with Harris County Constable's Office Precinct 5. We are so honored to have won the Destination Zero Officer Traffic Safety Award for 2021. I'd like to thank the Destination Zero program, the National Law Enforcement Memorial Fund, and all the men and women who work here at Precinct 5 for their hard work and their dedication. We created our Officer Traffic Safety Program to help our deputies stay safe, but also to better serve our community and ultimately to save lives. We feel that our traffic safety program has accomplished these objectives. As a result of our traffic safety program, our line of duty crash costs have been reduced by over 50%. Our line of duty crashes during an emergency responses have reduced by an astounding 94%. In order to meet the needs of our community, we must continue to develop and to implement training programs, and to provide effective leadership in every level of our organization. The consequences of not adequately training or equipping our deputies could be tragic. The culture, the philosophy of our department is that there is no alternative to the safety of our first responders and our community. We will continue to strive for excellence in all that we do, so that we will continue to serve the residents of Harris County with distinction. We are grateful to be the recipients of the 2021 Officer Traffic Safety Award. Thank you.
And now for our final award for 2021. The winner of the National Officer Safety and Wellness Award for Comprehensive Officer Safety and Wellness is the Oxford, Alabama Police Department.
The Oxford Police Department services a 34 square mile area, and we police approximately 22,000 residents. We have a 90-man department. 70 of those are sworn uniformed officers, and we have dispatch and, of course, support personnel.
The Oxford Police Department implemented a robust, comprehensive officer safety and wellness program to protect the community and its officers.
When officers feel that they're being backed and they have the programs in place and the technology in place to keep them safe and well, they perform better, and they certainly perform better to the public.
In the area of officer safety, the program focuses heavily on training and equipment. All officers are issued custom-fit soft body armor and ballistic helmets. Members of the Emergency Services Unit are also issued ballistic shields and gas masks. Officers also receive a taser, an AR-15 patrol rifle, a shotgun, and a handgun. They are required to qualify quarterly. The OPD also has regular firearms training, as well as a shoot, don't shoot training simulator. All patrol vehicles are equipped with individual first aid kits containing blood pressure bandages, quick clot agents, and tourniquets.
Those first aid kits have been utilized several times over the years to save citizens' lives. For instance, just a few years ago, we had a domestic violence situation when the first officer arrived on the scene. The victim had been shot both times in both femoral arteries. Being able to apply 2 tourniquets to her, we were able to save her life.
The OPD continues to implement new technologies to keep its officers safe when approaching and working crime scenes.
We utilize robots anytime that there is an officer safety concern. We don't want to send officers into a scene where they could possibly be shot or have